Okay, we're up and running. Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into anti-Semitism in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Robert Borsak and I am the Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Now, in relation to each of you, maybe starting from my left here, welcome and thank you for coming to give us evidence. Could each of you, and maybe starting with you, Professor, give us your full name and state your position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thanks, Chair. Professor Anna-Marie Jargos, Senior Deputy Vice-Chancellor and Provost at the University of Sydney.
Could you just talk more into the microphone, maybe pull it towards you a bit? The voice activated, but if you speak...
Do you need me to repeat that?
Yeah, that's better for my hearing.
And Professor Anna-Marie Jargos, Senior Deputy Vice-Chancellor and Provost at the University of Sydney. I sincerely, solemnly and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Andrews?
Kirsten Andrews, I'm the Vice President, External Engagement at the University of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Professor?
Verity Firth, I'm the Vice President of Societal Impact, Equity and Engagement at the University of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Cross?
David Cross, Chief of Staff at UNSW. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Professor?
My name's Kylie Reedman. I'm the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Education and Students at the University of Technology, Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms Person?
My name's Amy Person. I'm the Pro-Vice-Chancellor of Social Justice and Inclusion at UTS. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Maybe for each institution, because there's three there, would any of you like to give an opening statement on behalf of each of you? Maybe we'll again start with you, Professor.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'll be brief. We acknowledge the lived experience of anti-Semitism faced by members of the Jewish community and the distress many in our own community continue to feel in relation to the rise in anti-Semitism in Australian society and the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. As we've said previously, the University of Sydney did not get everything right as we responded to the aftermath of the terrible events of 7 October 2023. We have, however, committed to learn from these hugely challenging and complex events and from the experiences of other universities around the world, and to listen to those who would work with us to ensure our campuses are safe and welcoming for all. Our work in this area has been extensive and ongoing. It has included the Hodgkinson Independent Review, new campus access rules, significant security upgrades, an ongoing overhaul of our complaints handling process, and a new civic campus program. We've taken up the University's Australia definition of anti-Semitism, including it in the resources that support our institutional anti-racism statement and incorporating it in our complaints handling process. And most recently, while balancing the need to safeguard academic freedom and freedom of expression, we have implemented new and updated policies regarding, among other things, the use of email, social media, flags, posters and promotional material, and public comment. We remain absolutely committed to having a safe campus for all our staff and all our students, free from anti-Semitism and any form of racism or bigotry. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to appear on behalf of UNSW. Our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Attila Brungs, is overseas at the moment, so my colleague David Cross and I are appearing on behalf of the university. UNSW is gravely concerned by the sharp escalation in anti-Semitic events that have occurred in the wake of the appalling events of October the 7th, 2023. We are deeply distressed by the ongoing conflict and tragic loss of life unfolding in the Middle East. As a university, our foremost responsibility is to ensure that all members of our community, students, academic and professional staff, can engage in study, research and work in an environment that is secure, respectful and inclusive. Anti-Semitism, one of the oldest and most persistent forms of hatred, is experiencing a troubling resurgence around the globe. UNSW is actively implementing a series of practical and policy-based measures to support Jewish staff and students and to reinforce our commitment to a safe, welcoming campus. These measures include policy enhancement, revising our anti-racism policy to broaden its scope to include protection from religious vilification. Alongside this, the university's code of conduct has been updated to better address behaviours that marginalise or vilify individuals based on faith or belief. Physical security has been increased through additional security personnel, higher visibility patrols, faster removal of offensive or unauthorised materials, and strengthened collaboration with external policing and security agencies. We have implemented reforms to improve event risk management and are reworking student orientation to embed stronger guidance on inclusive behaviour, respectful dialogue and awareness of anti-vilification standards. We are also holding regular meetings between university leadership and Jewish students, staff and alumni to address concerns and build trust. We continue to champion freedom of speech, including the right to protest and express dissenting views. However, we are also taking steps to ensure that public displays and communications on campus do not cross into vilification or hate. Measures include designated poster zones and stricter rules around unauthorised messaging. UNSW has expanded both the avenues to which complaints or concerns can be raised and the capacity of teams responsible for managing these reports. The Vice-Chancellor and other university leaders have issued regular statements reinforcing UNSW's zero-tolerance stance on racism and anti-Semitism and sharing information about available supports. We have significantly increased access to professional counselling and wellbeing services for those who need confidential support or advice. A thriving democracy depends on the freedom to question, to disagree and to engage in robust debate. But these freedoms must not be weaponised to legitimise hate. The right to protest must never be used as a shield for expressions of bigotry. At UNSW, we strive to build a community grounded in empathy, respect and responsibility, where people feel not only physically safe, but emotionally and culturally supported.
Thank you. Professor Redmond.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address this inquiry this morning. We're representing the University of Technology Sydney on behalf of our Vice-Chancellor, who sends his apologies. He has a prior commitment with the State Emergency Services. Anti-Semitism has no place at UTS. Our Vice-Chancellor and our senior staff, including myself, have made this position very clear to the UTS community on many occasions, via a range of different avenues, and particularly over the last 18 months. We acknowledge the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia. We acknowledge the fear and distress experienced by many of our Jewish students and staff, and we accept our responsibility to provide a campus environment free from anti-Semitism and racism of any kind. Our primary focus is ensuring the safety of our community while supporting a culture in which diverse views can be expressed in line with our public purpose as a university. The right to freedom of expression comes with responsibility. Our university provides an environment in which people must be able to safely and respectfully disagree. So while people have a right to criticise and challenge the views of others and otherwise engage in robust debate, this does not extend to uncivil or disrespectful behaviour. UTS has taken a range of additional measures to ensure the safety and well-being of our community since the attack on the 7th of October 2023 and the subsequent conflict in the Middle East. We've reviewed our governance settings to better manage safety in the context of protests and demonstrations and clearly articulated our expectations to staff, students and the broader university community. These policy reviews and updates form part of a wider university response, including additional training and resources to support staff and students to have respectful conversations. UTS has established a dedicated space for our Jewish students at their request. We've also increased the number of rabbis providing pastoral care to ensure support is available to a diversity of Jewish students, and we visibly ramped up the security presence on campus. Senior university staff, including myself and our security staff, meet regularly with UTS student leaders, including from the Australian Union of Jewish Students, the UTS Muslim Society and the UTS Students Association, to check in on the welfare of our diverse student cohorts. These meetings provide an opportunity for students to alert us to any areas of concern and to reinforce UTS services available to students. We have received a small number of complaints from Jewish staff and students who felt unsafe or unwelcome on our campus. We work diligently to resolve issues as early as possible, starting with relationship management before commencing formal complaints action available under our policies. Working proactively with our students and staff to resolve concerns relies on us building trust in our ability to act and trust in the systems we've developed to manage the issues that are brought to our attention. Our campus regularly hosts events that provide staff and students an opportunity to speak up about issues that concern them and the wider community. In recent months, some of these activities are related to the conflict in Gaza. These events and protests have generated both vocal support and complaints about whether these activities are appropriate and about the behaviour of some of those attending. When permitting any student-organised event or rally to be held on campus, UTS carefully balances the rights and responsibilities of all of our students. But I want to reiterate, any anti-Semitic behaviour or speech will not be tolerated. In its time of great global uncertainty, we accept that circumstances are constantly evolving, and we're committed to regularly reviewing our approach and make sure these things are working for our community. Thank you for the opportunity to outline our commitment to creating a campus environment free of anti-Semitism.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to questions. Opposition?
Thank you. Thank you to each of you for appearing today and for providing those opening statements. I wanted to start with Sydney University and obviously something that was in the media on Thursday and Friday about one of your casual academics, Farhad Ali, who wrote on social media that he wanted Zionists executed. How would that make a Jewish student who might have family in Israel feel about their safety being taught by Sydney University academics, and what steps and measures have you put in place over the last few days since those comments have been made public?
Thanks for that question. We understand completely that Jewish staff and students would rightly feel disturbed by those comments. That social media post was drawn to my attention after hours on Friday by a media outlet. We immediately moved to make an investigation. By Saturday morning, the colleague was suspended pending an investigation, which is not our most common move, but it indicates the severity with which we were taking those events.
If I might add to that answer, for one moment, we've also referred the matter to the police, who made a statement, I believe, on Saturday, confirming that they've commenced an investigation into the post.
And where do you draw that line between freedom of speech at one end and I suppose in this case it's inciting violence? What's the position at Sydney University when it comes to academics and their statements that they make, public statements like that?
Well, while we cherish academic freedom at a university, as we are duty bound to do, it's not simply the University of Sydney that draws a very clear line, but the law. And as you note, incitements to violence, bullying, intimidatory comments. None of those have the protection of academic freedom.
Thank you. I wanted to turn now to the encampment. The media reported last month that there was discussion amongst senior directors in May last year, during which the encampments were taking place at Sydney Uni, and I think it was in the minutes of that meeting, and just to quote, it said, "To ensure that Jewish students have ways to avoid the encampment when gaining entry to exams." I mean, how is this not just an example of segregation if we're going to have Jewish students entering an exam in one entrance and to avoid the encampment, and then every other student coming in through the main entrance? You can see how that could be potentially problematic.
Look, we strongly refute those recent allegations as reported in the media. A claim has been made that providing an alternate exam entrance for Jewish students in a segregatory way, which simply never happened. There was an alternate exam entrance for all students made available for any student who wanted to avoid the encampment as they came into their examination. So I think that is factually inaccurate and not very constructive, for what we were doing for all of our student body. Our top priority across that period was student wellbeing, and this included offering alternative access routes to anyone who wanted to avoid, the probably not very conducive to exam equilibrium on their way into an examination. We have zero tolerance for any form of racism or hate speech, and at no point did we try to segregate our Jewish students or our staff from other staff or students.
And I suppose, why didn't you just shut down the encampment, when there was evidence of, it being, inspired by Hizb ut-Tahrir, when there's been examples of Hezbollah or Taliban flags? Why did it go on for so long? I mean, Safe Work basically indicated that you had the power to move on that encampment. Why wasn't that measure taken?
There's a number of things in your question there that I think I need to sort of unpack a little. But I also want to say that we think we did a good job in peacefully resolving the longest running encampment in Australia. And we did so in an environment, both national and global, where we saw extreme escalations of violence in a way that could not be thought to be safe for students or staff. So, we think we had an absolutely clear policy to de-accelerate, to de-escalate, to keep calmness at play. The difficulty, I think, that I have with the question is that there are a number of things implicit in the question that I know are not accurate, but they did circulate in the media. They have been repeated in different contexts. I'll just take one. The idea that there were Hezbollah flags flying on campus was an allegation that was made and carefully investigated. We liaised with the police over this, as we did on numerous occasions, sometimes daily, sometimes multiple times a day over the period of the encampment, and we liaised with our Arabic language specialists on campus. And we were assured that the flags in question were Shahara flags, which are a statement of religious disposition and therefore completely protected on campus. But the allegation gets repeated, and it's very hard to put that accurate basis, under its feet. And so there are a number of things, I think, that circulate like that need kind of careful consideration in an academic and university context.
May I just add to Professor Jargos's answer to say, notwithstanding all the evidence she's just provided you, the University of Sydney has said in about 6 different inquiries and publicly now that it fully acknowledges it didn't get everything right. That's why we commissioned an independent inquiry conducted by Bruce Hodgkinson. He made 15 recommendations that were accepted in full by the University Senate and are now being fully implemented. It's also one of the reasons that we revised the campus access policy for semester 2, which led to a serious diminution in complaints about the university and how it was conducted in relation to anti-Semitism for semester 2, which has continued through into 2025. It's also the reason that we've recently revised 5 major policies on acceptable use of ICT resources, our flag policy, email and electronic messaging, promotional and display materials, social media and public comment policies, and it's the reason that we've engaged in much stronger feedback loops for continuous improvement with staff, students and members of the community. So while we at all times were trying to ensure the safety of our staff, student and community visitors on campus, we fully acknowledge that there's areas for continuous improvement, and we're committed to continuing to do so.
So Ms Andrews, to that point of not getting everything right, having the longest running encampment, was that an area where you didn't get it right?
We've acknowledged that publicly before.
And Ms Andrews, disturbingly, we have heard evidence before the inquiry about the rising number of anti-Semitic incidents, and the August conducted a survey, this was in early 2024, and I take it that there have been actions since, but that 64% of Jewish university students experience some form of anti-Semitism, with 88% of respondents reporting that that had occurred in the last 12 months. Now, the majority of those survey respondents came from Sydney University as well. What action have you taken with August to be able to address some of these concerns?
So we engage in regular consultation with August. We most recently engaged in a pre-semester 1 feedback to talk to them about elements that actions we'd undertaken to improve safety on campus, including for Welcome Week and through the semester, but also to seek their feedback about their lived experience on campus. They are regularly providing feedback to us, various staff and student groups, on what we're doing. So in addition to the measures that I outlined previously, we've also engaged in significantly improved security measures, additional CCTV on campus, implemented in consultation with the community. We've undertaken a review of our complaints management system. There are a whole range of additional cleaning and poster sites, monitoring of poster sites that's been ongoing to make sure that offensive material isn't allowed to stay on campus. We also have an engaging with civility module for student leaders that'll be mandatory in semester 2, but it's currently being co-designed with student leaders to make sure that it encompasses the kinds of things that they would like our student leaders to know, and we've fully complied with all inquiries that have received by the university.
Thank you. This is a question for the entire panel, but the other day we had some site visits and we did visit a Jewish school, and one thing that the principal shared with us was the rising number of students that she had that were looking at having university study outside of Australia because they were concerned about the campus environment. Just interested to see, have you seen a decline in enrolments from Jewish students on your campuses at all, and is there something that concerns you, and are you hearing this as well?
We don't profile our incoming students, we don't keep records of them by religion, so we don't know the answer to that question.
That's the same for us as well.
Yep, also the same
Okay.
for us.
Amanda?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for coming to give evidence. And I wanted to follow up on some of the policies that have been implemented in response to complaints of anti-Semitism on campuses. And of course, all students and staff have a right to be safe in their place of education or their place of work. But I understand there have been some issues with implementation of those policies that have also caused complaints. And particularly, I wanted to ask, I'll start with Sydney University. I'm aware of an incident earlier this year where the new campus access policy meant that an international student was suspended for expressing a political opinion on a whiteboard with a non-whiteboard marker, and that actually risked a person being deported for an expression of a political opinion. Do you think that's an appropriate response to what's been happening? And I suppose if not, what changes have you made?
So it might be helpful for me to talk about the individual matter, and then you might want to. So this is another incident where there's been some inaccurate commentary about the particular incident. So it has always been the case that student misuse of university facilities including damaging property, could constitute misconduct under our rules, charters and policies, including the campus access policy. But it's never been alleged that the nature of the words written on notice boards were unlawful or in breach of university policy, and any suggestion that the university has taken action because of the political nature of the students' comments is not correct. The only relevance of the text written was to support the university's view that the activity was a demonstration within the meaning of the campus access policy without prior notice and inside a building, and we remain in contact with that student to provide support throughout the process.
Okay, so to clarify, the student was suspended but for writing on a whiteboard in the wrong type of textile?
I believe the issue was about permanent damage to university property.
I think we'd have to take it on record as to whether the student was suspended.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate that
Yep.
being clarified on notice. And look, on the same sort of basis, I have a similar question for UTS. Hoping you could clarify what your policy is regarding the use of the word genocide. I understand there was an incident last year where flyers were not permitted to be circulated because they included the word genocide. This is obviously an important term in international law. The term itself is obviously not anti-Semitic or doesn't constitute hate speech. Is it permitted or not?
Thank you. The particular incident that you're referring to was in relation to our student election campaigning, and so the process of handing out leaflets, how to vote, etc. And there was on the opposite side of the how to vote card a invitation to or notification of a protest that was upcoming, and students felt that some students felt that they had no choice or didn't realise what they were accepting and were concerned about the fact that the notice about the protest appeared to be a how to vote card, which they accepted, and then they found that that was not the case. And there was also some concerns raised about not being able to refuse that because of the nature of the leafleting, which is a process that we then clarified with the students that were engaged in the electioneering.
Okay. So to clarify now, if a leaflet were handed out advertising a rally outside of the context of an election or how to vote material and it used the word genocide, that's now permitted at UTS?
It wasn't ever not permitted. It was just the nature of the way it was communicated, and we obviously take the lead from what's permitted or not permitted in Australian society. So we haven't ever taken a position about stopping people from using words, but we do think about the context in which they're used.
I just want to add to that. So the material almost immediately was permitted on designated notice boards.
Yeah.
The leafleting ceased, but the material, including the material that contained the word genocide, was permitted on those notice boards where the university has more control over, and students and staff have more control over what they're absorbing and can make a choice about that.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification. And my last question is for all three of you, and appreciate it may be taken on notice. Could you please disclose to the committee what investments or partnerships you have with any weapons manufacturers that work with the Israeli Defence Force?
Sure.
We'll take that on notice.
I don't have an exact number, but UTS has no direct. We have a defence-related partnerships website page so that we can make sure that our relationships are transparent to our community, and that was established about 12 months ago.
Thank you.
Happy to provide the details.
Thank you very much.
Opposition? Would you like
Back to us, you don't.
Yeah, we can just go
Yep.
another 5 minutes of you and then we'll pick up. Is that...
Oh, sure. Probably I'll move to UTS. How does UTS adjudicate the access to its campus spaces for rallies and gatherings which might facilitate anti-Semitism?
Thank you. So we do have a campus policy which has been updated in 2024, and more recently some proposed changes in 2025. So in terms of facilitating, are you asking about external members or just in general how our campus policy works?
Well, I suppose both, if, whether they're students and staff or whether they're from, people coming onto campus that aren't that aren't students or staff?
Sure.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, all visitors that come to UTS, very porous campus, as I'm sure you're aware, are subject to our campus policy. So these people might be subject to direction from UTS security staff. And we're currently looking at ways to particularly inform people who might be external to UTS of the boundaries of the campus policy, including increasing signage and so on. So in terms of the campus policy itself for our own staff, is that the second part of the question that you're asking for our students and
I
staff?
suppose if you, with rallies and public gatherings,
Right.
how do you ensure that that flags or chants or things like that might be anti-Semitic in nature, how do you police that? What's the policy when it comes to that, and where do you draw that line?
Right, sure. Thank you for the clarification. So when a person or a group is wanting to have a protest or a demonstration on campus, there's a process for facilitating that. We want to make sure that we can allow that group to do so safely. So we have a process through our security team that requires a notice period prior to that, and in that process we look at all of the elements that might cause concerns about safety and cause concerns to members of our student community or our staff community. So the advance period and then the negotiation around where and how that will happen is part of our regular process and is documented in our campus policy.
And to UTS and UNSW, what additional measures have you put in place to combat anti-Semitism since October 7? I know you've touched on some of this in both of your opening statements, but any further items that you can expand on, not what was in place before October 7, but any new or additional policies or measures that you've put in place since then?
Since October 7th.
Yeah.
Well, I can speak on behalf of
Sure.
UNSW. We have, after October the 7, we updated our anti-racism policy to include anti-religious vilification. We've updated our code of conduct to better protect against those experience racism and vilification, and both these processes included extensive consultation with students and staff. We've increased physical security, we've included additional guards, and we've also increased connectivity with external law enforcement agencies. We've had a significant expansion of confidential counselling services and other similar programs for students, staff and their families to help address trauma and ensure that our community feels safe. We've improved our risk assessment at all UNSW events. We've reviewed and updated risk assessment for relevant events based on experience, external advice and context. In 2024, we revised our student onboarding and orientation process. This included a specific focus on the UNSW Code of Conduct to let students know what they can expect of the university, as well as what the university expects of them. There was also a deeper focus on diversity, inclusion and respect, and links to various policies around behaviours, including anti-racism and anti-religious vilification. We've changed the way posters can be displayed at the university by ensuring that there are designated areas for posters, removing them, including those which may be triggering or seen as threatening, from common walkways and at large across campus, and removing posters placed outside of the notice board areas. These areas are now checked twice daily.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful.
Can I just
Yeah.
also add, we've also been very specific in clarifying to key bodies such as Augis and the Jewish Board of Deputies that they have direct lines not only to all the relevant senior staff in terms of the education portfolios in the university, but also straight into the Vice-Chancellor's office. So we're in regular communication with those groups to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make all Jewish students and staff, for that matter, feel safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have focused on delivering additional training such as providing training to our teaching staff about how to create inclusive environments in which students can respectfully discuss issues including race and religion. This training explicitly includes anti-Semitism. Enhancing our policy framework. UTS policies are reviewed to ensure they're fit for purpose, and the campus policy is a good example of that. I'm happy to give more detail. Strengthening our complaints mechanism. We have a clear mechanism for students to report incidents, but equally there's a no wrong door approach to complaints. So Amy and I, in our roles in relation to students, have regular meetings and are available for ad hoc meetings if they're requested. The Vice-Chancellor's also met with a number of student groups so that he can hear directly from them. And regularly receives, is open to receiving communication. We've expanded our support services, some of which I mentioned in my opening statement, and we encourage students and staff to seek support via UTS counselling, the multi-faith chaplaincy and other avenues, including the Centre for Social Justice and Inclusion. We've significantly strengthened the relationship between our security team and the relevant student association so that they can directly raise issues as they arise. And Amy might like to add some more to those.
I would add that I think communication to our community, making it very clear the university's zero tolerance approach for anti-Semitism and all forms of racism has significantly increased over the past 18 months. I think we've tried to make clear, we have made clear on a whole number of occasions that zero tolerance approach. I think senior leaders have invested a lot more time in talking to and listening to our student leaders and trying to really promote more confidence and trust in our complaint mechanisms and our systems, so that students do come forward when they do experience something that they want the university to know about. Professor Reedman mentioned the relationship with our security team. The UTS security team, I think, is extremely good, and I think our student leaders have a lot of access to our head of security. I mean, they have a lot of access to people like Kylie and myself, but there have been times when security is meeting with those leaders weekly to try and manage and promote social cohesion at UTS.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask a question. I might ask each institution individually, maybe starting with Sydney University. Why are you adopting these policies now? Why weren't they in place when we saw the first inklings of this on October the 9th on the Opera House steps? Why now are you going in and putting all these things in place? And how and why was the protests allowed to continue on campus for so long?
So it's not now only at the University of Sydney that these mechanisms are being put in place. Less than a fortnight after the peaceful resolution of our encampment, we had the campus access policy in place. Over a year now. It's certainly not a present tense scenario. We equally commissioned Bruce Hodgkinson, Senior Counsel, to do an external review of all of our policy settings in light of a changed
One would have thought
environment
that
on
these
campus.
policies should be underlying the very fabric of an institution such as a university. Certainly when I went to what was then the Institute of Technology in those days, I didn't have the privilege of going full time. I had to study at night. But there was never any suggestion of anything like this anywhere. And you say you put the policy in 12 months ago. Well, what about before that?
I think, like you, I went to a university that was very different from the one I, lead today. And one of the big changes has been we did not have a history of dealing with encampment as a practice. So our policies didn't relate to it. Similarly, there have been recent changes in legislation that require, attention to the work health and safety, well-being and psychosocial safety of our staff and students. That's a new kind of setting in the environment, and hence, previous policies really did urgently need an overhaul.
So it takes this to get the overhaul done. That's what you're saying. Why weren't you proactive in terms of getting something done, and as you say correctly now, any student, any staff, anyone should feel safe on campus. But why does it have to get to this before you actually start getting it done? Proactively managing the situation. I think, I can't remember which one was talking about actually going twice a day and tearing posters down, for example. Maybe Ms. Firth.
Well, I was just going to make the point that all of these policies did exist prior to October the 7th.
Well, they're in the shelf somewhere, no one was looking at them.
No, not at all. In fact, I think we show by the demonstration that there has been peaceful, lawful protest at UNSW, and that's what it's been, peaceful and lawful. But what I would say was that post-October 7th, I think most universities said we do need to make sure, have a dig, look at our existing policies and ensure they are updated accordingly to move with the increased activity that we knew was beginning to happen, not just in Australia but globally. So it would be a case of, yes, we looked at our policy and particularly updated resourcing, increased resourcing to security and counselling services.
So you,
Chair, is that a suitable time for government questions? Or?
well, actually, I haven't asked any questions,
Oh, yeah,
and you've
so
only
I
just
was aware of
arrived,
that.
Mr. Lawrence. So please give me a couple of minutes.
Sure.
I think what I'm getting at is, why does it take so long? Why do Jewish students have to feel unsafe before suddenly there's something being done proactively to implement policies that you say were already existing? Why was it allowed to get out of hand so badly? Maybe UTS, you would like to talk to that.
Thank you. UTS has a long history of anti-racism work, and so the policy framework was in place prior to the events of October 7. And we've strengthened the resourcing, the communication, and just making sure that people across our community are aware, working towards a dialogue with all members of our community as they raise questions. So we were making sure that our educative framework, that our proactive work with people was responding to the things that they were raising in the new environment.
Okay, thank you. Government?
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. I might start with the Provost of University of Sydney, if I could. I noticed in your anti-racism statement and indeed in your submission that Sydney Uni effectively has adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. It's been criticised on the basis that there's an ambiguity in it, in the sense that it states that calls for the elimination of Israel could be anti-Semitic. I just am curious why that ambiguity is not addressed in the anti-racism statement.
So I think you were referring to some supplementary resources that
Yep.
support the anti-racism statement, because the University of Sydney has not endorsed the IHRA statement. We use it along with a number of other, like the Jerusalem Declaration and so forth, to provide some contextualisation for the issues that the anti-racism statement centrally defends.
Yeah, look, it does seem to be given a central place in the anti-racism statement, and it's quoted at length, including that portion of it that is controversial. And I'm just curious why the opportunity wasn't taken in putting it in there to address the ambiguity.
So, to my recollection, that is what the supplementary resources does. It identifies what the nature of the academic contestation over that definition is, which of course is sort of what gave rise to the Universities Australia work with Gillian Seagull around, the anti-Semitism definition that Australian universities are using, because there is that, contested piece in the IHRA definition, which universities therefore are largely reluctant to adopt.
There's certainly reference to the Jerusalem Declaration and reference to the other resources, but there's not an express addressing of that ambiguity that makes it so contentious. And I find that to be a little bit strange, perhaps, particularly in the context of the university adopting the Hodgkinson principle, if I can put it that way, of requiring context to be expressed when talking about contentious matters.
My memory of that document, sorry, if I may, and in our other public statements, is we've made clear that we've adopted the Universities Australia definition, and And the reason that we've done that is because it is possible that criticism of Israel can be anti-Semitic. I'm quoting from the definition. Criticism of Israel can be anti-Semitic when it's grounded in harmful tropes, stereotypes or assumptions, and when it calls for the elimination of the State of Israel or all Jews, or when it holds Jewish individuals or communities responsible for Israel's actions.
That's right. And one of the key criticisms of the IHRA definition is what does it mean to call for the elimination of Israel? And those, for example, that support a one-state solution might effectively be calling for the elimination of Israel, but calling for a secular state that allows all people to live in it. And I'm just curious why that ambiguity that is so controversial is actually left there in your anti-racism statement and not expressly addressed.
So we've sought to make it as clear as possible, and that's the first feedback I've heard, that it hasn't been clear, but we're happy to take that on board and review the material.
Sure, thank you. In terms of the Hodgkinson review and the various things that he's recommended, would you accept that the application of those recommendations or the implementation of them does represent a substantial incursion on free speech?
No, I wouldn't accept that. In fact, as you will not be surprised to understand, the university has worked very hard and concertedly to balance those considerations of free speech and academic freedom, to balance those with the requirement to provide a safe and welcoming campus for all. So the exercise of free speech is not, as you know, kind of an untrammelled exercise. Sure. It has limits and there are responsibilities that go alongside that. So, for example, heavily contested on our campus, of course, not agreed by all, but through a period of consultation, reviewed and changed slightly for January 25, but some significant things, for instance, to require that protests don't occur indoors. Now, some people may feel that that hampers their academic freedoms or their freedom of speech. Yeah. We think on balance, there is plenty of protest that goes on campus, perhaps not every day, but close to every day, certainly weekly. Yeah. So the healthiness of campus-based protest is, I think, a sign of the healthiness of a campus.
Sure, so just to be more specific, I'm particularly concerned about the fact that it will be misconduct to use a contested phrase unless one provides context around what one means. It's a pretty established part of free speech jurisprudence in America and indeed here, that the right to engage in free speech will often involve the right to be wrong and the right perhaps even to be offensive. Now, it might seem like a good academic idea that one always provide context, and perhaps it's a good exhortation, but to put it to the level of a rule, I think it might effectively limit free speech because it's really a counsel of perfection. So that's more my concern.
And perhaps I could speak to that very particularly. I agree. And that so-called civility rule from the Hodgkinson Review is something that we are still discussing with stakeholders and so forth, because frankly its implementation is not just undesirable in terms of its impact on free speech, but impractical in very many ways. And so at a university where, as one decision maker among many, nevertheless you need to have some clarity around those sorts of frameworks. How is it possible for a person in a speech act to provide all of the context that would anchor that sort of significantly? We know very well that free speech and academic freedom depends on the contestation of ideas, and hence that isn't, the civility rule is not something that has been implemented, although we refer to civility a lot in our existing policies, and we are also fine-tuning, often in educational ways rather than in regulatory ones, what does civility mean for students, for staff. So, for example, as Ms Anderson was saying before, Andrew, sorry, we've done some work with student executive groups, including Augis and SUMPSA, around a civility module that student leaders must take, and the regulatory bit is, if they don't take it, then they can't book university rooms, they can't do the things that they'll need to do to be effective in their roles, but it trains them to think about, in this contemporary context, what does civility mean, including an increased emphasis in the revision of the module on an understanding that one's words and actions can be harmful and traumatising to others, even if that didn't occur to you in the first instance. So that's more of the...
So it's not being put as a rule of academic misconduct. That's really good to hear. So just lastly from me, I know
We're over time already.
Yeah, just one more if I could, Chair.
Okay.
I'd be very grateful. In your submission and indeed in the Hodgkinson review, there is almost a complete lack of detail about what the rise in anti-Semitism on campus, if it has occurred, has been constituted by. And I'm just wondering how we are meant to make a judgment on whether the implementations, for example, of the recommendations of Hodgkinson is warranted in circumstances where there is just virtually a complete lack of detail of what this supposed upsurge is actually being constituted by.
So I think we would look to the volume of complaints received. So, for example, and Ms Andrews might correct me with the data, but close to 400 complaints received around campus-based behaviour, commentary, etc. across the first half of 2024.
Surely a complaint is just a fact of a complaint, though. A complaint is not in and of itself evidence of anything, is it?
No, but it's also fair to say that we take the lived experience of our Jewish staff and students seriously, and regardless of the formality of a complaint, their experience of campus has been something we've listened to hard without making a judgment on the veracity of that feedback or testifying to that. What we've done is heard that their lived experience is that anti-Semitism, they've experienced more anti-Semitism on campus, and we want to make sure that they feel safe on campus at all times.
So does that include the Jewish students who led the encampment?
Just to reinforce a point, nearly a quarter of those complaints were upheld. So I just don't want you to think that they were just a volume of complaints.
Yeah.
There was, and that's a significant number of upheld
Sure.
complaints for us, and so suggests to us a requirement to act.
Sure, but this is a very contested political space, I'm sure you'd agree. And one would like to see more detail, I would suggest, in terms of material to justify what I would suggest are pretty substantial incursions on free speech and changes to campus life. And it's just not there in your submission or the recommendations.
I think the balance there is to enable staff and students to experience the University of Sydney as a safe workplace and a safe place to study, regardless of their political orientations, and so the policies as a suite preserve those, that you can access your classroom without disruption, that you know if you're inside a building you are not going to encounter protest action and so forth, but while nevertheless enabling and supporting protests to continue on our campuses.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the end of the session right now. Thanks very much for coming. I don't think there was anything, I think there was one on notice, was there?
I think there were a few on notice.
I think there was one question on notice. The Secretary will be in contact with you to get the return. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're running a little bit late, but questioning gets a little bit interesting. Thank you all very much for coming. Perhaps starting with you on my left, Mr. Fisher, your position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, and then we'll move to my right one by one.
Sure thing. Thank you. My name's Angus Fisher. I'm the President of the University of Sydney Student Representative Council. I'll read the affirmation now. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Shovan Bhattarai. I'm the Vice President of the Sydney University Student Representative Council. I'm also one of the co-conveners of Students for Palestine, an activist collective at Sydney University. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diasan Gupta. I'm the President of the UNSW SRC. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Amkash Nagarajan. I'm the General Secretary of the UNSW SRC, and I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell?
My name is Mia Campbell. I'm the President of the UTS Students Association, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Nagel?
My name is Neve Nagel. I'm the Welfare Officer of the UTS Students Association, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We'll start with government questions.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you all for coming along to give evidence. It's much appreciated, and thanks for all your work as student leaders. I think most of you were sitting in here when I arrived late and started asking questions at the University of Sydney, and I wanted to start on an issue that I asked them questions about, which is I found there to be in the Sydney University submission almost a complete lack of detail about this supposed rise in anti-Semitism on campus, and I would make the same criticism of the independent review by Mr. Hodgkinson. There is some things on, I think, page 19 and 20 of that review, but it's very much broad brush and seems to start from a starting point that a multitude of complaints is evidence of the thing complained of. I'm pretty sceptical of that, I must say, as a criminal lawyer myself. And I'm interested maybe to start with the two Sydney Uni witnesses first. Could you just talk to us about what you think has changed on campus since October 7? Has there been a rise in anti-Semitism? There's obviously different perspectives on what anti-Semitism is, and I suspect you'll be on top of those issues. So yeah, if each of you could just talk to me about the increase of what has occurred on campus, what you think it is, how would you characterise it?
Sure thing. Thank you. I think it's safe to say that there's been a rise in all forms of discrimination, racism, injustice against even all minority groups. That likely includes anti-Semitism, that includes Islamophobic statements, that includes perhaps Asian hate, that includes all different types of discrimination. And I think that comes from the rise and the comfort that the far right is experiencing in Australia and globally, and that they're feeling more empowered through that. So I think that answers that party question. In terms of what has changed at the university, I think what you highlighted when you were grilling our provost earlier is effectively highlighted. So there's been a lot of policies that, even if seem soft on the surface, really alter the culture and the ability to speak freely and openly. For example, in the campus access policy, before sometime this year, there was a 72-hour window required to alert staff that you were having an action, and that effectively negated the effectiveness of, for example, snap actions, and that really diminished the amount of actions and free, open debate that was occurring at the University of Sydney. Now, after the Hodgkinson review, there's been this implementation of the 5 key policies. They've been referred to as, I doubt that they are in fact key, but nevertheless, that's what they are called. And part of that policy is to essentially fine individuals for putting up posters in wherever places, and that effectively bans postering. But what I can absolutely tell you and what I can absolutely say is, contrary to what the provost would say in terms of the university has actions every day, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. The number of actions has empirically decreased from last year in a substantial level, and that's because people are afraid of getting academic misconduct. I myself have faced potential issues and warnings, but merely speaking at an action, not even organising an action. So I would disagree with that characterisation, and that, yeah, the culture on campus has certainly decreased and become a lot more quiet, I think.
And if I could just add to that, I think it has really been a notable concerted push by several pro-Israel institutions and institutions which have sought actually to crack down on the ability of activists to freely speak out and organise around Palestine, to cite this claim that there is a massive rise in anti-Semitism on university campuses and in New South Wales. Claims that are often made, as you said, with very scant in the way of evidence to justify those claims. And where evidence is cited, a lot of the times the burden of proving that, some claims have to do with anti-Semitism is left pretty unanswered. So a lot of the claims of anti-Semitism that have occurred on university campuses simply refer to actions and speech that are about students standing up against the genocide that Israel has waged on Gaza. So we see instances in a recent Safe Work New South Wales report, such as the stickers on campus which said Free Palestine as being cited with no further evidence as being an example of anti-Semitism. We've seen reports that the chant from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, a chant that is expressing a basic level of solidarity for freedom and justice for the Palestinian people, something I would hope that most people agree is a very fair demand to call for, citing that this is another example of anti-Semitism. So in fact, I think what we're seeing at the moment is a real concerted effort by universities as well as many other institutions to crack down on the ability of students and staff to speak freely around this issue. On multiple university campuses, new policies and procedures have been introduced that put quite onerous conditions on students being able to organise protest, that massively expand disciplinary proceedings against students who break these new policies and things like that. And I think when you look at the sheer volume and intensity with which our free speech around this issue and our ability to organise is being stifled, compared to the quite inadequate levels of evidence that these institutions and bodies are able to put up as examples of what justifies this, I think that there is a serious problem going on at the moment on our campuses.
That's really helpful. Just lastly, for Sydney Uni, something that really concerned me when I read it last night was the things in the Hodgkinson review about the civility rule, the so-called civility rule, and this notion that when one engages in political speech, that one must provide all context necessary to clear up any ambiguities that might arise in the ears of the listener. Are you able to confirm that that rule is not being enforced at the University of Sydney at the moment?
Apart from the rhetoric and the nominal words that the university management is speaking, I can't provide any sense that it's not being implemented. In fact, I can provide examples where the opposite is in fact true. In particular, I lecture at the University of Sydney, a Palestinian lecturer, I also add, asked for a minute's silence before the class that they were about to teach because their people had been genocided in Gaza. And they posted this on the staff notice board, and that was removed, and then that put forth an investigation on this individual, and we're told you can't particularly do this because it might be a psychosocial risk. There's other circumstances where a transgender individual was writing on whiteboard Free Palestine, everything that Chauvin was highlighting there, and was also punished for that and was noted of being uncivil. I think the language as well, in of itself, even if you don't believe those examples, is worrying, because I think the notion of civility, there's another notion of the campus collaboration project, is I think a real thinly veiled example and an ability for the university to crack down further on these issues. So in short, to your question, no, I can't confirm, either deny, but I can give you examples where perhaps they have enforced it in a not so rigid way.
Sure, thanks very much. I might then go to the University of New South Wales. I've observed on social media occasionally in relation to this question of Israel-Palestine that anti-Semitism will be evident, and it will sometimes be disguised as criticism of Israel. This, I think, is a real thing. I don't think that we've necessarily seen that by and large in the Palestine movement, though. I don't think it's been evident, for example, in any widespread way in the encampment at the University of Sydney or in the weekly protests that took place for so long. But I'm interested in your experiences. Have you seen anti-Semitism infiltrate the pro-Palestine movement, if I can put it that way, at UNSW?
I will say that at UNSW we are very conscious on this issue and specifically work with people who identify as anti-Zionist Jewish students to facilitate our events and make it safe, and we treat them the exact same way that we treat anybody from any different heritage or background. These are students and staff and guest lecturers who come in and speak about their experiences and how Zionism and anti-Semitism are not two ideologies that work with each other, but rather two different things that are often weaponized by people who want to actively be anti-Semitic. They kind of, I guess, for lack of a better term, they are not the people who you will see going to these Palestine rallies, because that is a movement that is inherently activist, that is a movement that is fighting for more rights for people. Frankly, they will not have trouble finding corners of social media where they are able to be anti-Semitic, and they do not need to hide behind this movement, especially on campus.
I personally think that with UNSW specifically, UNSW has been better than other campuses regarding anti-Semitism, but there have been certain instances where specifically Jewish students who identify as Zionist and they see Zionism as a core part of their Jewish identity have reported feeling unsafe on campus, purely because of the things that have been said to them, and they've felt like the actions of the Israeli government as actually they're being collectively held responsible for the actions that the Israeli government is doing. They might not agree with the actions that Israel is doing, but many of them see Zionism as a core part of their Jewish heritage and Jewish belief. And I think there was a student general meeting that happened at UNSW that obviously was organised, and there were a few comments here and there that were quite anti-Semitic, like people being told to go back to Europe, and there has been a lack of there has been a few anti-Semitic incidents that have happened at UNSW, and students are reporting that they're feeling unsafe.
Sure, thank you. I might just go to Ms Nagel lastly then. As the welfare officer, are you able to talk to what you've understood to be the experience of Jewish students since October 7th?
Yes, I can. I think that there's no doubt that, there has been an uptick, like Angus was saying, in all kinds of racist sentiment on campus. Any increase is obviously in anti-Semitism is very disturbing, and we as an organisation do condemn that unequivocally. That being said, it is essential for this inquiry to distinguish between the actual anti-Semitism and the criticism of Israeli state policy. Pardon me. In the context of universities, any lumping of these students together is incorrect, and no Jewish student should be held accountable for the larger actions of the Israeli government. But I do think that it is possible for people to hijack this movement and try and actually be anti-Semitic. I don't think that's the larger goal of the movement at all. I think that it's extremist groups that exist in every corner of every single movement that will happily hijack it for their own purposes. And like what Dia said, these people aren't the ones turning up to the protest every single week because they believe in the plight of the Palestinian people. They just want to accelerate their own causes and their own beliefs. So I think that they exist everywhere, but I think online spaces are primarily where they do proliferate.
It's really helpful, thank you.
Okay,
That's
questions?
my 10 minutes.
Opposition?
Thank you. I might start with you, Mr. Fisher. The term globalise the intifada, do you support that term, or do you support that movement?
I think in terms of that term, it's obviously a term that is used by members and part of the sect of the Free Palestine movement. And I think it's important to recognise that the movement that's fighting for Palestinian liberation and freedom and against the genocide in Gaza is a very broad very broad movement that focuses on a lot of beliefs. And I think that's its strength in the fact that it, for example, people who believe in a two-state solution versus a single-state solution, they can come together in a singular cause to believe that. In terms of the SRC, do we support that? I suppose on an absolute level, a motion might be passed, for example, at SGM, and in absolute fact, it might get voted up, and in that case, that becomes the SRC's policy for the year.
But you can understand how it could cause fear, immense fear, in fact, amongst Jewish students if they felt that that term or that movement meant an armed or aggressive uprising against Jewish students.
If I may, the term intifada in Arabic just means a shaking off. It refers to, yeah, that's right, it refers to the resistance of Palestinian people who have faced 77 years of an ongoing project of colonialism and occupation and siege. This is a call, I think, quite a just and supportable call for an attempt to globalise the movement in solidarity with the people who have faced 77 years of genocide. And I think, the kind of attempt to single out this demand just because it has a word in Arabic for a struggle that centres around people who speak Arabic, I think is quite dubious. We just like we say we support resistance in the climate movement, just like we say we support the resistance of the students and activists who fought against South African apartheid. Like, in all of these instances, we stood with the people fighting against their oppression, and we stand for that in the case of Palestine also.
But hasn't the term also been used for an armed or aggressive uprising against Israel and against the Jewish community in the past? Hasn't that term been used in that way as well? It's not just simply shake off.
Resistance in the Palestine movement has taken many forms, as you can imagine. Occupied people for 77 years have had to come up with all sorts of forms of resistance, including many instances of peaceful resistance in which they have been met with extreme violence and snipers, such as in the 2019 Great March of Return, in which unarmed Palestinian protesters marched up to the walls of Israel trying to demand their freedom and peace, and were shot at by snipers. So there have been many different kinds of forms of resistance led by Palestinian people, and within our movement there are many different opinions about exactly what form that resistance should look like and take, but we are a broad movement that represents all those who want to stand up against the ethnic cleansing and genocide of now more than 55,000 people that has happened in the last 2 years in Palestine.
I read an article that you wrote, I read it this morning from the 14th of June, so a couple of days ago. Safe Work New South Wales report on anti-Semitism at Sydney University is fake news. You wrote that?
Yes, that's right.
So is anti-Semitism at Sydney University fake news to you?
No, I don't think that anti-Semitism is a fake concept, not at all. As an anti-racist movement, as anti-racist activists, we of course oppose racism in all of its forms, and we have made that very clear in all of the activism we have organised. I think, importantly, what I mean when I say the report that was written by Safe Work New South Wales into anti-Semitism at university, when I call that fake news, I refer to the fact that, as I stated earlier, some of the instances complained about in this report that have been put forward include stickers that say "Free Palestine." The idea that this is rooted in anti-Semitism is simply ludicrous, I think. They include the fact that students organise protests to claim that the organising of protests, that the use of megaphones is anti-Semitism, makes, frankly, a mockery of real anti-Semitism, which, as Angus mentioned earlier, is a real phenomenon in our society, but it is a phenomenon which the terms of reference of this inquiry, I think, give little credence to, which is that there is a massive rise in the far right. And there is a huge neo-Nazi movement. The richest man in the world was found to do a Nazi salute at the inauguration of Donald Trump, one of the most televised events in the world. If you want to campaign about anti-Semitism, if you want to really point the finger at the source of these ideas, I think you have to point them squarely at the people responsible. And that is not the anti-racist pro-Palestine campaign, which welcomes people in all forms, whatever their religious or ethnic background, if they oppose genocide.
And what about this billboard on the Gadigal Green at Sydney University that depicts a Hamas militant leader, Mohammed Daif. Is that a legitimate form of protest to post the images of Hamas leaders on campus?
I'm unfamiliar with the circumstance you're referring to, but even if that was the case, I'd note that, for example, the encampment, which was the largest action organised and at least partly organised and facilitated by the SRC, that would never have been the case, and that simply wouldn't have been allowed. But as has been said and reiterated over and over again, Honourable Member, is that this is a very broad movement, and it's a movement that has debates and contestation in and within of itself about the best way to achieve appropriate change. And so I think part of the struggle and part of the difficulty of any social movement or anything you're trying to do is that you have infighting, you have different ideas within the movement. And so I think that is a situation there that you're referring to.
Yeah, but a broad movement, I mean, you would agree, a broad movement shouldn't include posting images of a Hamas leader on campus and promoting that type of hateful ideology. It can be broad and inclusive, but not that broad and inclusive. Wouldn't you agree?
It's always a difficulty with every movement to organise and to pick and choose who you want in and who you want out. And because this is effectively a grassroots movement of people who just want to stand up against injustice in the world, it's an impossible task to manage effective membership, which is obviously not the movement that we're existing in. So I think the burden you're pushing on us, honourable members, I think an impossible burden to describe.
And just back to this article, I mean, do you deny that this billboard existed?
The claim that was made in the Safe Work New South Wales article was that student activists in the pro-Palestine encampment paid for a giant billboard on campus in which the names of every listed Hamas terrorist was run through on a cycle at the encampment. This is a ludicrous claim. There has never been any such billboard. There's no photographic evidence. There's no evidence other than a complaint. And as Honourable Member Stephen Lawrence earlier mentioned, which I agree with, the idea that simply a complaint, apropos of, in the absence of any evidence beyond that, the fact that this is seen as enough evidence on which to base incredibly punitive, incredibly regressive new anti-protest policies by university administrations, I think that is highly dubious. The other claims made in the Safe Work New South Wales report include that students marched into a lecture hall chanting Jews get out. Again, another absolutely ludicrous complaint. The idea that something like that could have happened at Sydney University without any evidence outside of one individual complaint arising from this matter, I think it's right to actually doubt the veracity of these complaints. We know that there is a contested political issue on the campus about Palestine. There are people who hold all sorts of different opinions, whether pro or anti the genocide that Israel has waged in the last 2 years. And I think that there are reasons why our institutions want to take the side of one of these, one section of the movement and making these complaints and not the other. And I think that we are perfectly right to actually demand a higher burden of proof when it comes to passing such punitive policy.
Well, I would say that your claim that this billboard didn't exist is indeed fake news, because I have a photo of the billboard here, and I'd like to table that for the committee members and for you to look at. I mean, how can you make the claim that the billboard didn't exist in your article? You said nobody took a photo of this billboard that promotes Hamas terrorist leaders. You've made this wild claim, wild accusation in your article, when indeed this billboard did exist. And what you need to explain, or what I'd like to ask, is whether you think this is a legitimate form of freedom of speech at Sydney University.
If I may, well, I think the point stands that as one of the main organisers of the pro-Palestine encampment at Sydney University, who was there camping in a tent for many days, we never saw any of this billboard. I'm not sure where the photograph, I'm not able to see it at the moment, so I'm not sure what the photograph you're referencing refers to, if it's necessarily from the same protest or what have you. But I think, like, in any case, the reality is, from the front of the protest, none of the organisers of the protest have ever once made a claim that is rooted in anti-Semitism. In fact, on the contrary, we had very many leading activists of the pro-Palestine movement at Sydney University were themselves Jewish anti-Zionist students who resented the fact that their beliefs, their heritage was being used and weaponized to justify a support for another genocide. I think that when it comes to freedom of speech on university campuses, I think that it's right to say that there is a wide range of political views and opinions that many students hold in either direction. There are people in every camp who have a whole range of different views that I think, are necessarily going to exist. It's a university, this is a place of that supposedly is meant to be a place of freedom of speech, of clash of ideas, where people can work out through disagreement and debate a way forward. So I think that the idea that even individual isolated instances that the university might actually take issue with, the fact that some isolated incidents here and there could be used to try to silence entire criticism of the state of Israel, could be used to silence criticism of the genocide that our universities and government have been complicit in. I think that, this is totally unacceptable.
Are you going to ask a couple?
Yeah, sure. No, I'll go ahead, please. I'm sure in preparing to come today that you might have actually prepared an opening statement. In my 2 years in Parliament, I've actually never seen any inquiry other than budget estimates where witnesses haven't been invited to make an opening statement before facing questions. So I'd actually like to offer my time for all of you to make your opening statements.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. And I did prepare an opening statement, so thank you, honourable member there. I'll provide it in as if I hadn't spoken yet, because why not? Thank you for having us today. I really appreciated the opportunity to speak at this particular inquiry. I'm here with the Student Representative Council at the University of Sydney. We are the peak undergraduate union at the University of Sydney. We represent 40,000 undergraduate students who are automatically our members and can vote, and can speak at council meetings. I'll note that every individual of the SRC who has an office bearer position are democratically elected each year. Last year we had 3,000 individuals who took part in these elections, so it's an entirely democratic process, and each of these office bearers receive induction training to be appropriate leadership individuals. The thing I'd like to preface is that the SRC were against and resist all forms of discrimination and injustice, and as I've noted, have increased in the last recent years due to the rise of the far right, and that particularly and also includes anti-Semitism. I think the issue at USyd is well highlighted already, which I'm glad, so I don't have to use too much time in this. But we've conducted, with the support of the National Union of Students, the NUS, People's Inquiry into Campus Free Speech on Palestine. It found three things in particular that I think align closely with the University of Sydney. First is the notion is that Australian universities are restricting speech on Palestine. And I think that means there's a crisis of free speech and free debate. I provide the example of the anti-Semitism definition as an example of this. It's, for example, who is to say what the calling for the elimination of Israel is? There's ambiguity around that, and it's up to the interpreter, and that is dangerous and that is risky. The second thing is that there's been increased surveillance, there's been increased discipline, and there's been effectively police tactics used on our campus. On November 6, 2024, GIPA showed that the University of Sydney management had near daily surveillance over students of Palestine, SRC, and other related accounts because we were supporting this particular movement, which showcases a really, really close eye. And in fact, these particular posts have been used in disciplinary proceedings, which is super, super worrying. And lastly, is that university policies in and of themselves are targeting pro-Palestinian staff and also members. We've highlighted the campus access policy, the 5 key policies, and the Hodgkin Review civility rule in of itself, even though, and this has obviously had the effect that the number of actions in terms of protest and debate have decreased dramatically. The SRC's position on anti-Semitism in particular is that we're obviously against it, and I'll reiterate that over and over again. We're an anti-racist organisation. We echo in particular the Jewish Council of Australia, Jews Against the Occupation 48, that the Jewish community is not a monolith, that the conflation of Judaism and Zionism can breed anti-Semitism, the sensationalizing, the exceptionalizing, the politicizing of anti-Semitism can fuel racism, and this particular committee, this inquiry, and also the federal inquiry should be very notable and respect that in of itself. We're deeply concerned about the rise and the normalization of the far right and its extremism, that being the key source of racism that really we think this inquiry should focus on. And we think that university should be a free space of debate, a free, good space of good faith debate as well, which particularly includes contested spaces and contested ideas. During a Palestinian genocide conducted by apparently legitimized state of Israel, we should be able to speak up without being afraid of being punished on a university level or even worse. Thank you.
So I will be speaking on behalf of the UNSW Student Representative Council. So we are the student advocacy body on campus. We serve as a limb of our student union, which is ARC at UNSW. And we are made up of both councillors and office bearers who are elected to their roles. So they are elected to serve as the bearer of whatever position they were elected. I, for example, am president. So as a whole, the UNSW SRC stands for a community where all students are represented, regardless of their race, religion, or cultural background. This includes firmly opposing all forms of anti-Semitism where present. What we reject, however, is conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. One is being against a political belief, whilst the other is being against the existence of a group of people. Conflating the two has been harmful to students across university campuses, many of whom are suffering disciplinary actions for acts of peaceful protest. At UNSW SRC Students for Palestine General Meeting, several guest speakers self-identified as Jewish anti-Zionists. Never were they isolated due to their heritage, something the UNSW SRC is staunchly against. Instead, they were uplifted alongside every other speaker regardless of their background. While we do not seek to minimize experience of students who have experienced anti-Semitism, we believe that the scale of these incidents at UNSW specifically have not been cause for alarm. We reject the notion that should there have been more disciplinary measures, anti-Semitism on campus would have been minimized and eradicated. Rather, the instances that occur are so fringe that they are dealt with covertly and swiftly through the Conduct and Integrity Unit. What we do, however, believe is a concern in the acts of anti-Semitism occurring in Sydney more broadly. From racist graffiti to firebombs, not only do our students feel the presence of these instances in their communities, but also on social media. This activity occurs off campus, yet tangible impacts on Jewish students are felt across campus. This would undoubtedly affect their mental well-being, something that would unfortunately carry across their personal life and their studies at the university. To a student activist body, what fighting discrimination looks like is empowering students to engage in meaningful dialogue, political expression, and broadcast regardless of their background. Universities should be a place of public discourse, critical thought, and free political expression. They should be somewhere students are safe, represented, and feel uplifted regardless of their background.
I might just take the last one on notice because you're in my time now and I want to ask a question. I want to ask some questions. Maybe starting with the University of Sydney, how many Jewish members do you have in your SRC?
We have, I can't give you an exact number because it's not a KPI we track. That would be a completely ridiculous thing to do. But I can tell you we have Jewish members elected to office bearer positions and also council positions. One comes to mind is the social justice office bearer, for example. And as well, I'll also note that being that we have 40,000 undergraduate members, the entire population of University of Sydney undergraduate population can speak. Our council can put forth motions at council that will become our policy. So whatever the Jewish population is of the University of Sydney undergraduate body is your answer there.
New South Wales?
Yeah, we similarly do not track it. It's not something that is listed along with your name and your position. And once again, we represent all students at UNSW, not just undergraduate students, and they are free to move motions through our councillors and office bearers.
Thank you. And UTS?
We don't track it either, but I can tell you that we do have Jewish members on our SRC alongside Palestinian members, and we represent the 48,000 students at UTS, many of which are Jewish, Palestinian, Arab, and so many others. So no, we don't track it either, but our campaigns have involved people beyond just our SRC as well, many of which have been Jewish students.
Do you believe that all Jewish students are sympathetic with the Palestinian plight?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Do you believe that all of the Jewish students in your university are sympathetic with the with the plight of the people in Palestine?
Well, I would hope that everyone would be against a genocide of any people.
No, but you're not answering the question. The question was simple. Do you believe all Jewish people who are members of your SRC are sympathetic? Because the answer you gave me in relation to the Jewish people that are participating in the SRC are obviously people that are sympathetic. But we've received evidence that the Jewish population, probably no more than 5 to 7% would be in that category. What about the rest?
I would reject those numbers, but I'd also note that at least that there are members of people who are involved with the SRC, perhaps not so much as much anymore, as we take a more deliberate stance in our position and in our policy that did not think that there was a genocide happening.
Are the Jewish students at your university who are not supportive of the Palestinian plight or simply don't want to be involved at all, are they being fairly treated in your view?
I think in terms of the procedural policy of the SRC, they have a vote, they have the ability to put forth up a motion, and they're treated no different from any other individual or student.
Do you believe that they may be afraid to put up a motion?
I don't think that's the case. They can even put up a motion on notice, and that's totally fine. And we've had people who've had very strong beliefs in the opposite direction that myself holds put up motions before, and they've had no issues doing that.
We're talking about the current circumstances.
Yes, I'm talking about the current circumstances, and people at the University of Sydney also have who don't think there's a genocide happening. Also, are not scared to have their own sort of action happening at the University of Sydney, calling on Mark Scott to resign because they aren't doing enough for Zionist Jewish students.
And University of New South Wales, what do you say?
Yeah, we think that no religion is a monolith. There will be people who have all different values and beliefs, and I guess for us it's making sure that all students get adequate support regardless of their experience and directing them to those support services.
So is your SRC in your positions democratically representing all of the members?
I think that all students have the right to put forward motions to be voted on, and they should not be barred from doing so in any capacity.
UTS?
Yeah, I was elected on a platform that was openly pro-Palestine, and I got over 75% of the vote. Our Student Representative Council includes both Jewish and Palestinian members, as I've said, and all of our Palestine-related campaigns have been voted up unanimously in our SRC meetings. Our SRC meetings are also open to all students at UTS. I want to note that we know that we can never represent every single viewpoint within the student body. Our way of election imitates the election of state and federal governments in Australia, in which majority voices end up holding the most power. Our continuous engagement throughout the year with students through our services and campaigns, our open and transparent decision making, and our cultivation of student collectives like the Queer Collective and the Ethnocultural Collective allow elected student representatives to be continuously engaging with a huge number of students beyond just the people that are on SRC.
Do you offer outreach to Jewish students who may not be in agreement with you, the minority? You're the majority. Do you offer them outreach?
Well, we offer them all of the same student services that are available.
No, do you offer them
to everyone
outreach?
else.
Because obviously there are many that don't feel safe on campus.
Not specifically, but we continuously reiterate to all students that our SRC meetings are open. All of our decisions are published on our website. We frequently use
Do you honestly
social
believe
media.
that they would turn up to an SRC meeting and feel safe?
Well, unfortunately, that's the way that we can express democratic views, but we also have another way, which is that we can get responses through our social media platforms, through our emails, and that's continuously where I get different issues from students raised. And I have to say that over the last year and a half, we have not received more than 1 or 2 complaints against us for the different campaigns that we have run.
New South Wales?
Yeah, I think
Do you believe that Jewish students feel safe with your representation and meetings?
I think that I would just echo what's been said by UTS, because similarly our majority carries a big stake, and to the minority groups we just offer them the same outreach that we have with existing services, but also specifically the university broadly has offered a limb to August and Jewish organisations to go directly through to Chancellery and Conduct and Integrity.
But does your SRC reach out to Jewish students who may not be sympathetic with your view of the majority in the SRC?
Whenever we get reports, because occasionally we will get reports our way, we deal with them the same way that we deal with anything else.
And how's that?
We, I guess, take the complaint, take the specific complaint and address it and investigate it and refer it to the appropriate channels.
And what's the sanction if it's found to be true?
Frankly, that's often outside of the SRC's jurisdiction and it gets escalated to UNSW conduct and integrity.
So in other words, you do nothing.
In other words, it's outside of the scope of my role to be able to deal with anti-Semitism on campus as a student
Okay,
representative.
thank you. And Sydney?
Can you just rephrase the question? It's been a minute now since you've spoken to UTS.
Sorry, say that again?
Can you just rephrase the question again? It's been a second since.
Well, I'm talking about how your SRC may deal with minority groups, minority Jewish
perfect, thank you for
students who may not agree with your position.
100%.
How can they actually feel safe if they turn up to an SRC meeting to put their position?
100%. I can actually tell you straight up that Zionist Jews have told me that they feel safe in SRC meetings. A few weeks ago.
Can you name them for me, please?
Yeah, I can name you their representatives of August. I believe it was the secretary or vice president, somewhat of that. A few weeks ago, we had a student.
Will you take that on notice?
Take that note on notice. You want the names? I can take that on notice and give you those names. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, our time is up. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. And we'll take a break and come back at, 10 minutes? Thank you.
Yes.
coming, Mr. Carmichael and Mr. Nemesh. Could someone close that door? Not you, but someone shut the door. There's a bit of chatter going on out there. Can I ask you, starting from my left, perhaps with you, Mr. Carmichael, to please give me your full name and title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. Thank you.
Sure. So my name's Sean Edward Carmichael. I'm speaking on behalf of the, I suppose, as Deputy Mayor of Woollahra, and I'm giving an oath that I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Nemesh?
William David Nemesh, the Mayor of Waverley. I'm taking the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Questions? Who would like to start? Would you like to start, Scott?
Should we do?
Well, I think we should invite them to have an opening
I
statement.
beg your pardon. Let's have an opening statement. Good idea.
Good, allow the students.
If they so wish. Well, I was happy for the students to start.
Okay.
Who would like to start?
I can start?
Yep.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. I would like to thank the New South Wales Parliament for establishing this important inquiry into anti-Semitism and for the invitation to speak today. Waverley is home to a thriving Jewish community that can trace its history back to the start of European settlement in Australia. Over many decades, the Jewish community has enriched our local area through arts and culture, business, education, communal and civic leadership. Despite this long and enduring connection, the Jewish community within Waverley and more broadly across New South Wales has been subjected to an alarming rise of anti-Semitism, taking the form of targeted vandalism, hate speech and in some cases violence. Anti-Semitism in all its forms poses a direct threat to the safety, well-being and social cohesion of our society and cannot and should not be ignored. Combating anti-Semitism therefore requires a coordinated effort across all tiers of government, local, state and federal. Each level has a unique role to play in addressing social cohesion, ensuring public safety and fostering inclusive communities. As the level of government closest to the people, local councils have a pivotal role in this fight. Waverley has been especially proactive in combating racism generally, but anti-Semitism specifically, as outlined in our submission. And I would like to draw the committee to several successful initiatives of Waverley Council, which could be replicated across local government. The first is to adopt and to endorse a local government strategy to combat anti-Semitism. Waverley is the first council in Australia to do this. The second, to collaborate with other councils and other levels of government on developing security frameworks. The third, to develop or initiate a council internal multicultural advisory committee or equivalent to promote social cohesion. The fourth, to provide grant funding for social cohesion programs and projects that also include social cohesion forums. And lastly, promote education initiatives in relation to Holocaust education and local Jewish communities. Lastly, I would like to stress that local government should be about local issues and not focused on international affairs. This only serves to create division and erode trust.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and committee members for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Sean Carmichael and I'm the Deputy Mayor of Woollahra and a Liberal councillor representing Bellevue Hill Ward, home to one of the largest Jewish communities in New South Wales. I'm here primarily as a community leader, but also bring my perspective as a Sydney University policy student. And while a lapsed Anglican, I do live in a kosher home with my partner of 7.5 years, who is himself Jewish and practicing. Woollahra's submission reflects our deep concern about the sharp rise in anti-Semitism over the past 2 years. We've seen more hateful graffiti, open threats, and shockingly, even car firebombings on our streets. There is a real climate of fear. Many Jewish residents feel less safe in their own neighbourhoods, and indeed so do all of us. Council has acted. Woollahra has adopted the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. Woollahra supported the Mayors of Sydney joint statement on social cohesion. And Woollahra worked closely with New South Wales Police to improve safety and inclusion for all. Our submission highlights that anti-Semitism threatens not only Jewish people, but the unity and safety of our entire community in New South Wales. We need better data, simpler reporting, and stronger support from state and federal governments. More funding must go to education and youth programs to teach respect and stop hate before it takes root. Security grants should allow councils to protect the public streets and spaces and not just private sites. And we call for changes to privacy laws so vulnerable residents are not exposed to doxing. On a personal note, my partner, a remarkably talented high school teacher, left the public education system last year after ongoing anti-Semitism made him feel unwelcome, unsafe and unsupported. This has shown me firsthand that anti-Semitism is not abstract. It disrupts lives, it limits choice and causes tremendous pain. As someone who's been openly gay since I was 14, the anti-Semitism we see today, here in 2025, feels like it has backslid to the same social acceptability of homophobia that existed in the 1990s. And I gently suggest to my progressive LGBT allies, the story of Iran in 1979 should serve to you as a warning, not a manual. The allyship you seek will never, ever be reciprocated. As Deputy Mayor, I want to thank both Premier Minns and Opposition Leader Speakman for treating anti-Semitism with the seriousness it deserves. And I urge the committee to think about Wallara's recommendations so all communities in New South Wales may feel safe, included and respected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Scott, do you want to start?
Yep. Thank you very much, both to Councillor Carmichael and Mayor Nemish for appearing today. Just in terms of the impact on your community, I guess as we've seen, what was seen as the summer of violence and the summer of anti-Semitism, your communities were particularly impacted and targeted by some of those attacks. What sort of costs did Council incur as part of that response? And what are some of the actions the Council had to take during that period for your community?
Thank you for the question. So there was definitely a feeling of fear on the streets. There was ongoing targeted, in particular graffiti, but that also escalated to fire bombings in Dover Heights and the targeting of other Jewish community institutions and also public domain. There was a considerable cost to Council. I can take it on notice and provide the exact cost to you, but it wasn't insubstantial in terms of graffiti removal. We saw a huge spike in that, but there was also damage to public domain, particularly when there were fire bombings, and we saw that down at Kaluas Continental, as well as in Dover Heights, and there were other examples as well. So there had been both tangible costs in terms of fixing damage, but also there was the cost to the community, the psychological cost as well, that had occurred where people felt more vulnerable, and the feedback to myself and to my colleagues, less willing and less able to go outdoors, spend time with friends, attend Jewish community events because of what was occurring.
Thank you. Councillor Carmichael.
Thank you. Well, there's the, through you, Mr Chair, there's the direct cost incurred to Council through things like our graffiti removal policy, which has been in overdrive throughout the summer of anti-Semitism, as you described. My own building was targeted in November last year as one such example. Excuse the language, but "fuck Israel" was written across the front of our building, and I woke up to that one morning. And my partner and many other residents of our own tower, for instance, were particularly distressed, thinking that they had escaped from other places around the world, war-torn, for safety to come here in Sydney, Australia, and that now it was coming here and they didn't feel safe here. So that's, that I suppose, an indirect cost. For that direct cost financially, I'd need to consult with the General Manager and table that formally to you on notice. But the indirect cost, the trauma of all of this, not knowing the masking of it, our immediate past mayor had to, and he said this on record, had to disguise, or his wife had to disguise her surname and make up other names for themselves so they didn't immediately expose the fact that they were Jewish in a public space when speaking with people. My partner's had to disguise his Star of David around when walking into other parts of the city, such as Newtown, and just for their own safety. The cost indirectly is incalculable for a city that prides itself on equity, diversity and inclusion.
And to that point as well, in terms of the graffiti incidents, and I know, Mayor Nemish, you outlined that in your submission with a map effectively, and it's extraordinary, the number of sites that are encapsulated in that. I take it these graffiti incidents, we've of course seen many on homes, and Councillor Carmichael, you indicated that on your own property, but in terms of council premises, are council premises also being targeted and attacked as well?
So, to my knowledge, not directly council-owned assets, but certainly in the public domain, private residences were targeted. It could be partly that council wasn't, or assets not targeted, because we do have some CCTV in around council-owned premises, but not in the public domain.
And is that similar in Wallara as well, Councillor?
Oh, our public assets absolutely were targeted. Wallara Libraries had swastikas scribbled all over it. When we were flying the Israeli flag at Chambers as a statement of support for our community at the time, in the immediate aftermath of October 7, 2023, our flag was actively ripped down on several occasions in a very hostile act, and that came with financial costs. I think the flagpole needed replacing. And it just, hate comes in many flavours. We've had also on council power poles as well as other community assets, stickers likening Israel to a Nazi, I need to table it formally, the sticker that going around on power poles likening it to Nazi Germany. It's just, they're acts of hate, and they're read as that. It's the distinguishing feature between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. It's so blurry. What people, when they make an anti-Zionist statement, don't often realise is that it gets read differently. So it's one thing to say it with one intent. It's another that gets read very differently, and it makes people feel very unsafe when they think the world's closing in on them.
Sorry, can I just add just one thing
Yes,
to that, if
indeed.
that's right? So in particular, in the area that I live in, the Diamond Bay Vaucluse area, there was a particular individual, he's now subsequently been caught, it was in the media, but putting stickers on bus stops all around that area, in a particularly Jewish area, would be around probably 50-60% Jewish, with an image of a religious Jewish figure that said on there, you know, if I didn't steal the land, or if I didn't steal it, someone else would. And this would happen on a regular basis, and I would often get phone calls from friends, family, acquaintances, members of the public on both my phones, basically saying this is what's happening, you know, we need to act, we feel really unsafe, we don't know what, you know, where this can escalate to. And that was a real feeling of vulnerability, but then again, that example was on bus stops, so public domain, not on council assets specifically.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Carmichael, you raised the very valid point in terms of anti-Zionism, and that is something that the committee has heard differing levels of evidence on. Some would say that anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism, and it provides people some excuse for being able to say things that would otherwise be anti-Semitic, but they're designed as anti-Zionism. Others would say that there is a level of free speech, that you should be able to criticise an ideology such as Zionism, and you should be able to criticise the actions of a nation such as Israel in this regard. Where do your councils draw the line in terms of that point of where there is fair comment in terms of the actions of a nation state, and those where you see it as actually impacting upon your people and their identity?
Sure. So Wallara Council last year adopted the IRA definition of anti-Semitism as a shorthand way to answer that question. No country, no state, no people are off limits from criticism where it's warranted. It's as simple as that. But when you go into excess overdrive, when you're doing nothing but criticising that single individual nation, when you are just not focusing on your daily core business, whatever organisation that you might be, in Wallara's case as a municipal authority, when does that start going? Is it a bit too obsessive? And that's what the whole point of the IRA definition is, to try and capture. It's to try and allow for that, you know, robust criticism where it's warranted, where it's deserved, but then to say, no, you can't go too far and just allow this to go into a hate spree. That's what we're trying to do. And look, again, I realise there are different points of view, and if it's warranted, it deserves to be called out. But again, Wallara is a local council. We probably shouldn't be talking about this too much, and should be talking more about roads, rates and rubbish where we can. Unfortunately, this is such a massive global issue. People do ask me to speak out. So that's, I suppose, why we are talking about this in this context.
Thank you. And Councillor Nemish.
I have a very strong personal view on this matter. and that is I do believe that what we're seeing in relation to anti-Zionism sentiments very much has bordered into or strayed into the territory of anti-Semitism. Having said that, though, from a council perspective and being a mayor of a council, and in my opening statement I mentioned that local government should not be around international affairs, I have tried and will continue very hard to ensure that conversations around Israel specifically are not part of the council dialogue. I think where there is a local impact, which there is when it comes to the Jewish community, absolutely that needs to be discussed. And in light of that, both Woollahra and Waverley are undertaking a commissioning of a joint public artwork that will commemorate what occurred on October 7, but specifically the impact that it's had on the Jewish communities of both municipalities, and also take into account rising anti-Semitism. That, I believe, is really where local government, in the core function of local government, should be representing local community, but discussing issues more broadly around international affairs, I think, just becomes a bit of a minefield and erodes trust in local government.
Thank you. And just one quick one as the bell rings. Councillor Carmichael reflected on the joint position of the mayors, which I think Councillor Nemish, you were one of the leaders of that position. Just interested in terms of what progress that has made at a local government level across Sydney.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pleased to say quite considerable. So just to give really two examples in the interest of time. The first is the joint statement spoke around strengthening strategic frameworks between councils as part of our suite of documents and strategies we have. We've been working very collaboratively with the state government and Multicultural New South Wales, and I'd like to just put on record they've been fantastic to work with, incredibly supportive of local government in this respect. And about 2 weeks ago, there was a sort of online Zoom discussion with 80 attendees from councils all around New South Wales, looking at putting together frameworks around social cohesion. And that's something that's really, I think, quite important. The second thing that came out of that, and really specific to Waverley, a month later we were the first council to adopt a policy to combat anti-Semitism, which I'm happy to talk more about if there are questions on that. But that really is a landmark, I think, document that could and should be adopted by other councils around Australia, that has really tangible actions that local councils and communities can do.
Thank you.
Government?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you both for coming along. It's much appreciated. Might start with you, Mr Mayor. Your submission on behalf of Waverley Council talks about key trends that you've observed, and it's really helpful in that it structures these matters. I certainly, I think, have a good understanding of the graffiti and vandalism issue. It's been well reported, and a good understanding of the firebombing and other criminal acts, which I would note that I do regard as anti-Semitic, even though there's been this question of a criminal motive and so forth. But I'm interested in more detail, if you can, on the category that you identify as harassment and intimidation, where Jewish individuals, particularly those wearing identifiable religious attire, have reported being subjected to verbal abuse and physical threats. Have you got more detail on that? Have you got any sort of database or more detailed accounts of those matters?
We do, and I'm happy to provide that.
Oh, if you could, that'd be really
taken
good.
on notice. One of the key issues, I suppose, that when discussing anti-Semitism or incidences, is having a good set of data. And Council has been tracking that. One of the motions I put forward that was endorsed by Council was also providing that data to law enforcement and New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, and the to have consistency. But there are many examples, and many that have been also reported to me directly, where someone walking down the street with a kippot, easily identified someone as Jewish on a Saturday, someone will drive past and say fuck Israel, or pardon the language, but to hammer home exactly what's being said, or F the Jews. And I've even witnessed such activities as well.
So the reason I ask about that is, it seems to me that it might afford an opportunity to gauge the true extent of the rise of anti-Semitism, because this question of graffiti and vandalism and other criminal acts seems to have been somewhat clouded by this criminal conspiracy motive, and this fellow overseas apparently was orchestrating it. And there'll be views, I suppose, about whether those acts were anti-Semitic or not, though I certainly think they were. And there's been some revelations about his personal feelings, if I can put it that way, as well. But it seems to me that this question of verbal abuse, harassment and threats on the street might give us some sort of insight into what truly is going on in the context of a lot of ambiguity around and politicised sort of discussions about what is anti-Semitism. So that would be appreciated if you could take it on notice. I might ask you, Councillor Carmichael, the same question. Are you able to provide any insights in that respect?
So in terms of formal data, I would need to take that on notice. Informal anecdotal evidence, again, is I sourced from my partner who has had to disguise walking down the street on Oxford Street one time. He was walking and someone saw his Star of David around his neck on his necklace and verbally abused him. I must say, I'm pleased to say, anecdotally anyway, it feels better in Sydney than it does in Melbourne. My partner and I went to Melbourne over the summer holidays and we counted 15 times in the space of a week walking through inner city Melbourne of people making mutterings, walking past him or outright scoffing at him and saying anti-Israeli comments. Again, the distinguishing feature between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, you go to a shul or synagogue and I don't think I've ever been to one and not heard the word Israel in there. It's almost one and the same issue. It's almost. I know it's distinguishing, but it's very hard to separate that out. And so the other aspect I would say with that data is not all of it will be reported. Whether it's to the Board of Deputies or to the New South Wales Police, some people do feel uncomfortable or it's just too tedious to actually go and identify that, or they downplay it to themselves or someone downplays it to them. So the data, while it will be valuable, won't capture it all.
Yeah. There seems to me to be various extremes in this debate about the Middle East, if I can put it that way, and obviously different perceptions about what conduct means. So, for example, I don't think it's terribly unusual to hear people suggest, and this I think is one extreme of the debate, that the Palestinian flag is anti-Semitic or the chant Free Palestine is anti-Semitic because it's interpreted as representing the antithesis of Israel, I suppose. And then on the other side of the debate, some people will take exception to the Star of David and immediately impute the actions of Israel to anyone that they suggest is identifying as Jewish or something of that nature. How do we as a community get past these extremes and to a point where we have a better understanding of the distinction between states and individuals, and also a better understanding, I suppose, on the other side of this issue of the Palestinian side of things and their grievance and why they have a flag and why they have legitimate aspirations for statehood? How do we get beyond these extremes, do you think, Councillor Carmichael?
Well, I think it starts with what the Anti-Semitism Roundtable that Mayor Nemish and others got together with. It's and look at, and that's basically trying to build a better understanding with each other and breaking down barriers. I think ultimately that's what I would like to see, is Sydney side is getting together, talking and understanding each other, where they're coming from, and just breaking bread with each other. It's such an important basic act, but just when people get siloed with extreme language, whether it's in social media discourse or in the online media proper or anywhere, it just pushes people into those siloed bubbles and it makes it harder to break past that. And the problem we've got, particularly for the state of New South Wales, is the Greater Sydney Basin is a multicultural melting pot. We will not survive if we can't live next to each other and understand each other and have a little degree of circumspection with each other. We just won't. So we need to deal with that.
So you've spoken very passionately about the personal impact on people feeling, I think you said, under siege or feel like the world is closing in as a consequence, really, I think you were saying, of people conflating Jewish people with the actions of Israel and obviously expressing anti-Semitism. But do you also see that the conflation of criticism of Israel, particularly from Palestinian and Arab people with very genuinely held grievances and beliefs, with criticism of Israel, conflating those things with anti-Semitism, is also incredibly harmful too.
So I think there are a lot of very well-intentioned people in this debate on all sides who are doing what they think is the right thing.
Yeah.
What I would say at a higher, more abstract level, if you don't mind, I might actually read a little bit, just a small excerpt from the IRA definition speech I gave to Council. Thank you. Because I think to get to the bottom of the wave of anti-Semitism, we do need some background, and that America has been key to global peace and prosperity since World War II, and that criticism of Israel, and this is, by the way, from the elites that do know better, as opposed to the masses, whether it's people at uni who are listening or so forth, trying to do the right thing. Criticism of Israel is often a proxy for challenging American influence and links to a broader and very familiar anti-Western alliance, whether it's China's reclaimed Hong Kong and eyes Taiwan, or Russia attacks Ukraine, and Hamas, backed by Iran, wants Israel gone from the river to the sea. And unfortunately, that debate around Israel is poisoned by old Soviet propaganda. And that's whether it's terms like imperialism or settler colonialism or racism. These terms that are ostensibly used today were actually as pro-Soviet as they were anti-British and anti-American back in the 70s. And they were put forward by the Russians to drive out the West out of the Middle East to try and create a pan-Arabian state as a Soviet Belt and Road. And that would pave the way for a global Soviet empire. And unfortunately, those off-the-shelf terms are ready-made for polluting this conflict. If you add a vacuum of quality journalism in a war zone, add the AIN and social media disinformation, this is where we're here. And unfortunately, this global environment has energised what I see as two key groups. And that's some on the hard environmental left who are already in it, in the Soviet handbook's power. They may not be loud about it, but they actually are trying to remake the system themselves. And that's into eco-socialism or as eco-Marxism. Yeah. And that's an important version of the eco-colonial global project that's far more ambitious and red than just sustainability. Like, for instance, cancelling Australia Day, defacing war memorials and statues, and this is all within the past 2 years, by the way, breaking apart AUKUS, closing Pine Gap, redefining proud moments of Australian history into sources and shame, and rallying for months about a war that's so far away. I take your point, there are good people in this, but why are we doing this? This is all in this whole aggregate thing. It's actually madness, because it's this imperial settler colonial propaganda is so powerfully corrosive to our national psyche. It's through Western consumerist nation states. It's so brutally effective at inducing population malleability and compliance into eventual eco-colonial takeover. And for them, Israel and the Jewish people are collateral damage. They're collateral damage in their broader quest for roads, rates and revolution. Yes, I heard, and even from one of the last speakers, I heard about the far right, those nationalists. Yes, they happily say Israel and Jews are part of a corrupt globalist empire, but they're much more well known. We know about the George Soros tropes. Well, I don't need to go into this, but the thing is what I would say to you is, yeah, I get there are legitimate concerns about what's happening in Palestine. They're heart-wrenching images, but and again, a nation like Israel, like Australia, like America, like anybody, deserves criticism where it's warranted, but we just don't want to get into a thing where it's Israel, 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 or Palestine, 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 just forever, because that's when it turns into anti-Semitism.
Sure, but do you agree that the conflation of criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism is a very harmful factor in the public debate around these issues?
Sorry, what do you mean?
So do you agree that this conflation of criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism...
Oh, sorry, yes, I do, absolutely.
That it is a harmful driver
absolutely.
Of the debate? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Ms. Cohen?
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about your councils have both adopted the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. You've made that very clear in your opening statements and in your written submissions. I mean, it's a definition that's been criticised by leading Australian experts in these matters. We've heard that evidence to this committee. Do you accept that there is a degree of contention of that definition. If it weren't contentious, you wouldn't need to clarify that that's the definition that you've chosen to adopt in your local government strategies.
That's to me, I assume.
To either or both of you.
Thank you. My opinion is it's the best definition we've got to work with, and a lot of these rules, whether it's something like the IRA definition or a planning and environment document, it doesn't actually matter. There's all a degree of subjectivity involved in this, and you need good, sensible players to be reading and interpreting these things at the time, and we have to rely on our systems and keep trust in our systems as well in order to do that. But I do think it's an effective tool, and so did our council.
I also concur with Councillor Carmichael's description of that. I mean, the IRA definition in of itself is anti-Semitism as a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestation of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. I believe if we're going to talk about anti-Semitism, you need to be able to define it. And that is, I think, a very apt, succinct definition of what anti-Semitism is. Whether or not some people agree with that or not, I think is somewhat immaterial to the fact that we need to have a definition. This is the most, I think, the most accurate definition of what can be described of anti-Semitism. It does go on to describe examples.
Yeah. Can I just follow up with something? I've got a question to follow up something you said then, which was that you sort of view it as immaterial whether or not people disagree. But you've both put forward these local government anti-Semitism strategies to improve social cohesion, to reduce division, with stated goals and intents that are really admirable. But do you accept that if there are people in your communities, including members of the Jewish community that you represent, who disagree with the definition that you've adopted, that actually might undermine some of the goals you're trying to achieve?
In short, no.
Council's adopted this position. This is what we're working with. It's, dare I say, the law's the law, so to speak. This isn't the law for the community itself, but this is a rule to govern our organisation. And having dealt with issues such as, I'll speak in a circumspect manner, but with individual staff members having differing positions, I think this is a good guidebook, if nothing else. The world is not perfect, but we need to have something, and this is what we've selected as a council.
To Wulara as well, you made a passing comment earlier about your view being that council should really be focusing on roads, rates and rubbish and not international issues. How do you reconcile that with having flown the Israeli flag for several months outside the local council chamber, which is is the flag of a foreign nation state? Yes. It's not an official Australian flag.
Well, I'd also say that we have a sign in my street, which is incidental, by the way, but we stand with Ukraine because we stand with Western civilization. They're actually one and the same. An attack on one is an attack on the West, whether it's Israel or whether it's Ukraine. I don't want to be talking about this. I'd be running for federal parliament. I haven't given 20 years of my life to be talking about, in local government to try and get out of it. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because I care about the eastern suburbs of Sydney. I think it's the best place in the world, and I'm trying to do my bit to hold it together. But this international situation that we have is hurting the eastern suburbs. It's hurting my partner like you wouldn't believe. And I'm not ashamed of standing with my people, who a lot of whom have relatives and family and friends in Israel at the time, grieving. It was a horrific attack. I don't know if you've heard from any of the survivors, but I was in tears afterwards. It reminded me of the exact same moment at the event that was attacked. Sorry, I forgot, the name's escaping me, I apologise, but it reminds me of the same experience of being on a gay cruise in 2017 in the United States, absolute freedom, but then it just goes absolute downhill and the world starts attacking you, shooting at you, killing you. And I just think that moment is lost. The fact
I'm
that this
really
was
sorry to interrupt, and I'm not trying to minimise your genuine distress or the genuine distress of people in your community. I'm genuinely trying to clarify your understanding of the role of local government in international issues when it's a council majority that you're a part of choosing to fly a foreign flag as official policy of the council.
So after a year of mourning, we have removed the flag, and what we did was we dovetailed into the sculptural piece that we're now working with in Waverley. So this was our view. I don't want to be talking about this. None of us should be, ideally, but this has been too big to ignore. It's as simple as that. So thank you.
I'm out of time.
Okay, I've got no questions. Would you like to ask a question? Or would you like to ask a question?
I suppose to both of you, are things
2.5 minutes each?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Are things getting better now? Like, what have you noticed in the immediate aftermath of October 7? And then I think over the summer, in particular in December, January, things were really bad. Are things getting better a little bit now in Woollahra and Waverley compared to where they were 6 months ago or a year ago?
In short, I would say yes. And I would say that for a couple of reasons. One is there's been, I think, very strong leadership on the issue of anti-Semitism in particular, and the community has seen that and felt safer, more valued and also respected. And I think words matter, and we've been very proactive in trying to reassure our community that we do know what is going on and we are taking action. Secondly, I think the police have done a wonderful job with the various strike forces and the taskings they've done, particularly Operation Pearl, in providing physical security. And there wouldn't be a time where you'd go up and down sort of Old South Head Road and not see a police vehicle stopped out the front of a Jewish institution or some other community facility. It was visible, it was noticeable, and people felt reassured by that. And also the ability for Waverley in particular to work with other councils more broadly outside of Waverley, so Woollahra and Randwick and further afield in addressing some of these issues. What I will say though is that there's a bit of a counter to that, and something I wanted to raise is very local government centric, and that is that even though some people in the Jewish community are feeling safe, and I think the vast majority, and that's been my lived experience, it has also affected others who are sort of not Jewish, that are worried living next to Jewish institutions, whether they are going to be a subject or a target of attack. And this has come up particularly where DA applications are lodged, so Jewish institutions, particularly synagogues, require a higher level of security. It could be blast walls, higher fencing, CCTV cameras, and there does exist this conflict then with the neighbouring neighbourhood or surrounding area and residents around how does council deal with this particular tension around DA applications for security. And that is, as I said, a very local government issue, but one that is quite real and alive, and something that as local councils we should be taking very seriously.
And to that point, I take it you're seeing a significant increase in terms of these applications coming before council, in terms of security implementation at some of these community organisations following all these attacks.
There has been an increase, and even examples of where a synagogue has requested, or synagogues, additional public domain works. So in areas that council owns, increased security measures. And that becomes, a question of what to do with public land and balancing competing interests around security. And they are very live issues that we're facing at the moment.
Government?
Yeah, thank you. Mr Mayor, in the Waverley submission, you talk about the IRA definition, and you helpfully excerpt some of the specific examples of criticism of Israel that are said by the IRA definition to be anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
Talks about, an example is denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavour.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a Palestinian resident who came to you and said, well, I was expelled in 1967 from what is now Israel, I've been denied a right of return, I think Israel is a racist endeavour, is that resident an anti-Semite?
I think that there can be, there are strong views in terms of Israel and Palestine. I think what is crucial is understanding there are two peoples, and both claim connection to the land, and I think both are very valid. The Jewish people have had a connection to the land of Israel going back 6,000 years. That's undeniable. But of course, there are others that have been living there as well, side by side. I think what is more productive is having, as Councillor Carmichael said, breaking bread and having, one-on-one sort of conversations.
I think that's probably right, but it is in your policy, so I think I'm entitled to ask you for a direct answer.
So, in that particular example that was given, I suppose if it was just a flippant statement, as you put, like racist endeavour, would they be held to be anti-Semitic? In my view, they would be holding strong opinion, but probably not anti-Semitic in of itself.
I should say I wasn't putting it as a flippant statement. I was putting it as a statement from a person that had been expelled and then denied a right of return. Are they an anti-Semite if they say Israel is a racist endeavour?
I think it's complicated to give an assessment on someone's perhaps character based on a statement. That's where I sort of made the point. The remark itself is obviously important, but a one-off statement I think doesn't go to the core whether someone is an anti-Semite.
Look, it's obviously a hard question and quite hypothetical, but it arises from the formal policy of a council, and therefore I put it to you.
I think what's important is if somebody, and again hypothetically here, with everything else going in the world, with Russia and Ukraine, with issues that China has with Uyghurs and other conflicts, if there's an obsession or a singular focus just on Israel, and there isn't a conversational recognition of
Except I'm
other
talking
conflicts.
about a hypothetical person who was themselves expelled and was themselves denied a right of return. Are they not entitled to a singular focus and to ask that sort of question of an elected representative in light of this policy?
I think that the beautiful thing about Australian democracy is we have free speech and the ability to talk about of issues that are important. I think what the IRA definition does by example, lists examples, is where there's repeated patterns of behaviour in relation to the definition of anti-Semitism.
Except the person I've spoken of would probably, in a repetitive way, seek to advance their position, right?
I think we're getting to very much hypothetical territory. Firstly, I've never had such an inquiry in my time on being on council for close to 8 years. We're very much in hypothetical territory.
You might receive some depending on how many viewers we've got.
Even Waverley, I'm very happy to consider it.
Cheers. That's my question.
Okay. We have 2 minutes to go.
I've got a few more if there's time.
I'm sure you do.
Can I just ask one and then I'll go?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my question was for Councillor Namesh. We heard from the owners of Lewis's Continental Kitchen that no member of Waverley Council visited them after the fire. Why was that, and have you now?
So I was in contact with the owner. I didn't visit at the time, but I was in regular contact. I can't speak of other councillors.
Just lastly from me, I might go back to the same topic in terms of the IRA definition and what's in the written submission. Another example given is drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Look, obviously the Nazis are the example par excellence of state evil, if I can put it that way. And it's often said that if you invoke the Nazis that you immediately lose the argument. But at what point, for example, are Palestinian Australians, perhaps even constituents of yours, entitled to draw that comparison in light of what is going on in Gaza, the extent of human death, the extent of the destruction of all of the institutions and facilities of civilization, really?
I think fundamentally the question is one of Holocaust education, and I don't believe there is enough of that education. Part of the strategy to combat anti-Semitism, which Council adopted, was to partner with the Sydney Jewish Museum in particular and other Jewish institutions and work with them, particularly when it comes to our schools, to provide that necessary education. I don't believe there is any equivalence between what occurred, I think there is absolutely no equivalence between what occurred in World War II and what is happening in Israel. And as the grandson of Holocaust survivors, I know more acutely aware of exactly what happened, and that was the complete and utter extermination of my family on one side. That was systematic, depraved, and occurred not just within the context of World War II, but the discrimination that occurred well beyond then.
Sure.
And those scars, shall we say, are still within the family today.
Okay.
And I just make that point that there is absolutely no equivalent.
Yes, but we read in the papers of whole family lines being destroyed in Gaza. At what point is a Palestinian constituent of yours entitled to draw on the example of the ultimate evil to argue against such things?
I think
in terms of what is legitimate political discourse.
It comes back
not to make a kind of technical comparison, because all genocides are different. But at what point in a political argument are they entitled to draw upon some comparison?
So two things I would make, and I respect the questions, but I do want to talk more around local government and what we're doing,
sure.
In at a local government level, rather than what is occurring in the Middle East and what is a genocide and what is not.
I wouldn't ask you, except it's in the formal council policy.
I understand. Again, it goes back to education, and there is no equivalence between what happened in Nazi Germany to the Jews and what is occurring in Israel. Absolutely none. At what point does somebody, you said, feel that, so to paraphrase, can you just sort of repeat the question?
Yeah, look, I think I said, at what point is a person, for example, who may have had entire parts of their family destroyed, entitled to draw upon a comparison with the ultimate evil in some moral or ethical sense? It's obviously a question of degree, to make a political argument against what's happening, against what is happening.
They're two very different circumstances. And that's what I'll say on that. I don't want to prosecute a conversation around sort of Israel and the history and what is genocide. It's not what I'm here to really discuss at the local government level. I've also been, from a Waverley Council perspective, the IRA definition was endorsed unanimously by Council 2021. The policy to combat anti-Semitism was endorsed by our council as well in March of this year.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much for coming. Did you take anything on notice? I don't think there was there?
There was one in relation to my question about the pattern of intimidation and threats.
Try to find, yep.
All right. Thank you very much for coming, and we'll now take our next witnesses.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for coming. Could I ask each of you, starting with you, Professor Rees, to give your full name and job description and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm Professor Stuart Rees, originally from the University of Sydney. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Dr. Slezak?
I'm Dr. Peter Slezak from the University of New South Wales, and I'll just read the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Would either or both of you like to make a short opening statement?
Sure.
Yes.
No, I'm happy to.
Okay.
I suppose the first thing to say is that I've spent a lot of time in the Gaza Strip and on the West Bank. I've spent a lot of time also with Israeli human rights activists and peace negotiators. With regard to the written submission to you made a few months ago, I'll just make three simple points. The first is that as for 40 years off and on the campus of the University of Sydney, and as a elected member of the governing body, the Senate of the University of Sydney, I witnessed numerous examples of what I would call Islamophobia, attacks on Palestinians, attempts by certain groups of students to break up seminars about boycott, divestment, sanctions, and to abuse a distinguished doctor in the Palestinian doctor in the medical faculty. So I saw no complaints were made about those incidents. Yet we're now being told that anti-Semitism was rife. The very reverse happened in my observations. That's my observations as a long-term senior professor at the university. Second point I'd make concerns the incidents that happened in 2003 when, as the director of the Sydney Peace Foundation, which awards Australia's only international prize for peace, we brought to this country a very distinguished Palestinian educator and politician, Dr. Hanan Ashrawi. We were then subject for about 6 months to the most almighty abuse from all sorts of sources, claiming that this distinguished lady was an anti-Semite. Why were people like me bringing a terrorist to our midst? I'll finish that example by saying that spontaneously, certain politicians, certain key citizens of this country came to my and Dr. Hanan Ashrawi's support. One of them was Gough Whitlam, the former Prime Minister. Another was the former Dame Leonie Kramer, at that time the chairperson of the ABC and the Chancellor of the University of Sydney. And the other person, of course, was the former Premier, former Foreign Minister of this country, the Honourable Bob Carr. The third, so that's the second example. The third one, and I'll try to be brief, concerned my observations about the encampment of students at Sydney University quite recently. And remember, those students included fairly large numbers of Jewish students. They were a diverse group of people. I talked to them about human rights, about peace with justice. I witnessed absolutely no evidence of racism or anti-Semitism. Of course, there was a denunciation of what we now know to be, by the Lancet's estimates, about 62,000 deaths of disproportionately women and children. Quite how the protest about that slaughter could be dubbed anti-Semitism bewilders me. I mean, there's lots of other pretty convincing evidence I could give about the claims about anti-Semitism, but for elderly academics to speak for too long is an abuse of power, I think, so I better close at this point.
Thank you.
If I may, I'd like to make
please.
a brief statement as
Yes,
well.
please.
My parents were survivors of the Nazi Holocaust. My mother and grandmother survived the Auschwitz concentration camp, where most of my family were murdered in the gas chambers. I was born in 1947, immediately after the Holocaust, And I grew up hearing my parents' stories and my grandmother's stories. And so I think I know anti-Semitism when I see it, and so did they. And it's very important that neither I nor my parents ever experienced anti-Semitism growing up here in Australia. I think that's an extremely significant fact in light of the current, what I'd like to call hysteria. In other words, I know what anti-Semitism looks like, and it's to desecrate the memory of my parents and the victims of true anti-Semitism, of which there is some undoubtedly, when it's weaponised to silence justified criticism of Israel's crimes. Among prominent Jews who understand anti-Semitism is the significant American Jewish scholar Norman Finkelstein, and I suggest we should heed his warning when he says, "The real enemies of the Jews," I'm quoting, "are those who debase the memory of Jewish suffering by equating principled opposition to Israel's illegal and immoral policies with anti-Semitism," unquote. Those who debase the memory of Jewish suffering in this way include organisations such as the Executive Council of Australian Jewry and a number of others, leading Jewish organisations in this country, ECAJ and others are apologists for the crimes of the State of Israel, and they shamefully equate opposition to those crimes with anti-Semitism. So we must ask, why has anti-Semitism supposedly exploded since October 7, 2023, and the concern of this inquiry? I've only got a short amount of time, and the short answer is it hasn't. I provide a longer answer in my submission, which I table, together with published articles and speeches I've given to rallies where I've been proud to appear for Gaza in Sydney. These rallies, of course, which are part of your concern here, have been condemned as hotbeds of anti-Semitic Jew hatred, but they're not. I'm among several Jews who regularly appear at these rallies to speak, and we're joined every week, now for well over a year, by prominent visible presence in the crowd, including Jews holding the large banner, "Jews Against the Occupation." And in my speeches, I always make a shout out to that crew, so it's on the public record that there are Jews here, and it's not unsafe, and there's no anti-Semitism there. I might add, I've been to every rally for over a year, including previous years. I have never seen any hint of anti-Semitism at any of the rallies. And if you're going to find anti-Semitism as a result of what's going on in Israel-Palestine, you think you'd find it there, and I'm privileged to be very close to the Palestine activist movement. So particularly the student encampment at Sydney University, as significantly at American universities, it's been condemned as making Jewish students unsafe. I was regularly at these encampments where I also spoke, and there was also a significant presence of Jewish students and Jewish academic staff. An important point that I want to make is that being uncomfortable by chance or seeing a Palestinian keffiyeh scarf is not the same as being unsafe. And I'd like to just end by referring to matters which will undoubtedly come up and have been discussed. The whole issue of the IHRA definition. The IHRA definition is notorious, and there's a huge literature about what a scandal it is, a pernicious definition, because 7 of the 11 examples, it's not the definition, which is too vague to make sense of, but it's always accompanied with 11 examples, of which more than half are about Israel. This is a scandal. And in fact, what's rather interesting is that about 500, several hundred authorities, Jews, experts on the Holocaust and on anti-Semitism, have drafted an alternative definition, the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism, which sensibly doesn't mention Israel. If you care about anti-Semitism, you really care about it, you'll adopt the JDA and not go on about criticism of Israel. Finally, I'd like to just say, the question arose just a moment ago before we came up here about whether Israel is a racist endeavour. I have a lot to say about that in my documents, but I'll just mention the fact that hasn't been mentioned as far as I can tell. The leading human rights organisations, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and Israel's own B'Tselem published immense reports documenting that Israel is a supremacist apartheid state. So the answer is Israel a racist, or Zionism a racist endeavour, according to the IHRA definition? Of course it is. And if you wanted more clear evidence of that, in 2018, Israel passed a nation-state law in which the nation-state law now declares that Israel is the state of the Jewish people only. 20% of the citizens of Israel are not Jewish. So That's one of the central questions about whether anti-Semitism is something we should be concerned about or obsessed about. And let me just end with one sentence. In light of what's going on in Gaza and the West Bank, it's an obscenity to be obsessed about anti-Semitism when there's a plausible genocide going on, and that's where I think we should be paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to start? Or would you
Yeah,
like?
thanks, Chair. Dr. Slezak, I want to read to you something that Mark Liebler tweeted on the 8th of February 2025.
I could tell you what it is off by heart.
Nothing but nothing is worse than those Jews who level totally unfounded allegations of genocide and ethnic cleansing against the state of Israel. They are repulsive and revolting human beings. Their relatives who were murdered by the Nazis, the role models for Hamas, will undoubtedly be turning in their graves. Their avowed anti-Zionism is clearly no more than a cover for the reality that they are vicious anti-Semites. I might put that to you because I think he's talking about someone just like you.
He's talking about me, yeah.
What's your response to those statements?
Where do I begin? Well, you've heard what I've said. If you read what I'm tabling, mind you, there's a great deal of concern about that kind of remark from Liebler, who I have to say is notorious for his role as an apologist for the crimes of the State of Israel. I don't think you can put it any differently. So, in a way, I'm sort of lost for words. So someone like me, and I've told you my credentials, he's now saying that I'm a disgrace, to my parents, or that I don't understand.
He says that you're a repulsive and revolting human being.
Well, I'll let you judge that. I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? You know, I'm standing for international law, for human rights. If that's, well, you can, how can one answer that kind of personal abuse where not only am I standing for international law and human rights, the Palestinian movement is similarly. I've got quotes from the leading Palestinians who are very clear about their ambition, their hope for the future, which is in a cooperative, secure state, sharing the state with Jews in equality and in justice and in peace. And if promoting that warrants this kind of abuse, I think I'm lost for words, because really I don't think there's a sensible answer to such a stupid accusation.
So do you regard that tweet as anti-Semitic itself?
Well, not if it's directed to me. I mean, it's a bit hard. I mean, people like me are called self-hating Jews. That's the best they can do. It's hard to accuse people like me, given my track record. But it's not anti-Semitic. It's an attempt to push back against the justified criticism. And look, resorting to ad hominem personal abuse shows you how weak the other side is. In fact, if you look at the documents that are produced by Liebler and the Zionist Federation and the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, I've exchanged a lot in print with them. And I will list the litany of crimes that the State of Israel is guilty of, according to international law and human rights organisations. They never respond to that. Instead, they resort to personal abuse. Their answer is ad hominem accusation. Even if all of us are anti-Semites, that doesn't let Israel off the hook for the crimes it's committing. That's the simple answer. It's an irrelevant thing to be bellyaching about our alleged, failures as racists. Even if we're all racists, how does that answer the immense evidence of Israel's crimes, which is what all of us and the Palestinian movement and the demonstrations are all about?
Are you aware of the Bruce Hodgkinson SC or KC, I'm not quite sure, his independent review into the way the University of Sydney has handled...
I've heard of it. You'd have to remind me. I don't know exactly what that was, no.
I see Dr. Rees saying that he has a mic.
Yes, I'm aware of it. Look, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You employ this gentleman to confirm evidence for which there was widespread advertisements, widespread invitations for people to contribute to the outcome of the story, which the QC then dutifully produces. I'm highly sceptical of that. There's other much more substantial research evidence, which I'm going to present to the Vice-Chancellor of Sydney University in 2 days' time, saying that you and the other G08 were very naughty. to swallow this Bruce Hodgkinson report, which you paid for enormously. What else did you expect? You paid for the evidence that you said you wanted in advance. I mean, a priori, I'm not. That wouldn't pass muster in Research 101 principles. That's the problem.
So Mr. Hodgkinson makes a recommendation that it should be academic misconduct to utter a phrase or a word, perhaps, and not convey the contested interpretation of it, not to say what you intend it to mean. And the example that arises from his document as perhaps the preeminent one is from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Sure.
So he's clearly suggesting that when students, or that if students don't convey what they mean by that, and particularly say that they are talking about a one-state solution where Jewish people will be allowed to remain and respected, that it's academic misconduct. I want to ask you a few questions about that suggestion. Firstly, perhaps for you both, as academics, do you think it's workable or plausible or reasonable to put a fetter on free speech at universities that requires students to explain whenever they make a particular statement which of the contested interpretations they intend to convey in making that statement?
It would be a terrible shame if the sort of recommendation from Bruce Hodgkinson QC, or KC now I think, was to become the principle which governed the nature of free speech. After all, I mean, in the 40 years that I've been on that campus, we created not only a brilliant Centre for Human Rights Investigations around the world, including in the civil war in Sri Lanka, including in West Papua, in particular in the Gaza Strip and on the West Bank, and we were not limited in any way because the culture of the university at that time, as illustrated by the attitudes of people like Gough Whitlam and Bob Carr, and indeed Dame Leonie Kramer, who was regarded as to the right of Genghis Khan. It was a culture of reciprocity and professional respect. That appears to have been lost by this sort of recommendation, partly because the gentleman concerned, even if he might be an eminent lawyer, knows nothing about, has never been from the river to the sea, has never made direct observations, and therefore has no understanding of what that really means. But at this point, I better defer to my wonderful colleague, because I usually do.
I'd like to respond to your question. It's a very good question, because that slogan, the chant at every rally, which I participate in, let me explain how it's understood by the leading Palestinians, and I'll quote from them. For example, of course, in America, the Palestinian Rashida Tlaib, she said, if you want to understand what it means, it's not hard. So here's a Palestinian woman. She says, it's a call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence. It's not a call for death, destruction, or hate, as it's always smeared. Let me also quote my colleague, Dr. Lana Tatu, a Palestinian woman at New South Wales University. She pointed out, they ought to listen to Palestinians, she says, who have been articulating liberation as an inclusive project of equal rights for all. She says, this liberation means, quote, equality for all the inhabitants of the land and the dismantling of the settler colonialism, the apartheid regime that exists now. She says this is the demand for the right of Palestinians to live in dignity and equality in their homeland. Let me quote one more, which I think is very important, because your question is an important one, to show you the kind of resort to smearing what is perfectly clear. You don't need to explain it. Let me just quote you now, the president of the Australia-Palestine Advocacy Network. I was a member of that and founding member of it for 10 years, the APAN. He says eloquently, the call is, quoting, a vision for a shared political reality beyond Israel's current brutal colonial apartheid. Quoting, it should not be controversial for Palestinians to reject oppression or to aspire for liberation, to live a life in their own homeland free from Israel's racist system of control. And he says, That's why we say Palestine will be free from the river to the sea for everyone. And he adds eloquently, and if you have a problem with everyone being free because you want only some people to be free, the problem is not the chant, it's you.
The author of that report is, as I understand it, an employment lawyer. There is no reference in the independent review to any material extent to human rights jurisprudence or free speech jurisprudence. How does the University of Sydney, such an eminent institution, fall for such a legalistic but heavy-handed infringement on free speech?
Look, history, I think, is made by the people who tell the best stories. And for almost all of my life, the dominant narrative has come from the Zionist lobby, so that the university, somewhat stupidly, has fallen for this. Because one lobby is dominant and says that anti-Semitism exists and we must have an anti-Semitism envoy to repeat that it exists, doesn't mean to say that it exists. That I experienced that, as I mentioned, in 2003 when the abuse hurled at the very distinguished Hanan Nashrawi. We had to wait until people like Gough Whitlam and Leonie Kramer and Bob Carr and the brilliant political journalist of the Sydney Morning Herald at that time, Alan Ramsey, said, "This is a nonsense, you people must stop." And because that was significant, because it was almost the first time in this country that we were unable to discuss openly the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Prior to that date, it had almost entirely been suppressed and only one narrative could be heard.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Slizak, would you like to table those documents you're quoting from?
Yes, what do I do to do that? They're here.
Just hand them to the Secretariat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you very much.
So you're quite dismissive of any increases in anti-Semitism over the last 2 years. Do you not consider the recent vandalism and fire bombings acts of anti-Semitism in any way?
You asking me?
To both of you. You've both made comments dismissive of recent waves of anti-Semitism.
I'm pretty dismissive. I think there's something which historically in other parts of the country over other similar issues, most notably with the teddy boy uproar in Britain, there has been a moral panic. And yet if we look at the evidence, I've looked at the 700 submissions to the Federal Parliament's inquiry, I suspect that when the evidence is concluded, less than 10% of the estimated 700 submissions will show any evidence to confirm what's being said. I don't deny for 1 minute that certain people have experienced anti-Semitism. Certain people have experienced Islamophobia, homophobia. I don't. But to listen to certain federal politicians saying that this phenomenon has reached epidemic proportions is grossly irresponsible. For a certain amount of time, it became a distraction from one of the most inhumanitarian slaughters of innocent people, tens of thousands of them, nightly on our screens. I'll just repeat, how on earth the charges about anti-Semitism should be used to deflect attention from one of the worst slaughters since the Second World War, I am at a loss to explain.
If I could add to the specific question you ask about those cases of apparent anti-Semitism. Firstly, the graffiti, usually as far as I can tell, most of them didn't refer to Jews, it referred to Zionists. And if I can quote them, to say fuck Zionism and fuck Israel is not anti-Semitism.
What if it was F the Jews?
Sorry?
What if it was F the Jews?
Well, okay, that certainly is, but the question is, how legitimate were they? How were they perhaps a genuine reflection of some sort of meaningful anti-Semitism in the community? Overwhelmingly, the evidence looks like this was a put-up job by people that were paid from unknown sources. Why did it disappear immediately after the hysteria made the newspapers? Why isn't there any more evidence of it? If it's a plague of anti-Semitism, why is it suddenly no longer visible?
What about on the 9th of October, when an angry mob marched on the Opera House?
No, I was there. It wasn't an angry mob. You're going to tell me that the anti-Semitism slogans that were chanted were examples.
F the Jews was definitely...
No, the tape was apparently doctored. And in fact, I was there. And whatever happened in that melee that you can see in the video, firstly, the video hasn't been released for forensic investigation. I'm telling you, I was there. And I was every rally for over a year. There is never any chance of anti-Semitism at any of them. So clearly one can't take seriously whatever was supposed to happen. And the evidence of that particular case is very, very unclear and not worth taking seriously.
What about a statement such as, we have a duty to make Jews uncomfortable?
Yes, that's right, and I've said that.
Yes, you
and
have.
If you're quoting me, I misquoted Randa Abdel Fattah, and I apologise for that. In print, I corrected what I said. She talked about Zionists, but I'm able to say that I think we should make Jews uncomfortable, and let me perhaps spell that out a bit clearly. I think I need to explain that. In stuff I've been writing, I actually quote other Jewish figures. In fact, I said this to a rabbi, a distinguished rabbi, when I told him that I was criticised for saying that, and he answered me by saying, no, Jews should not be uncomfortable, they should be ashamed. Let me explain. I quote a rabbi, the famous Joshua Heschel, who marched with Martin Luther King for civil rights in America. And he made a point which is relevant. He said, some are guilty, but all should be, I've now forgotten the quote, not all should be ashamed, all are responsible. He said some are guilty, in other words, some commit the actual atrocities or crimes, but everybody should take responsibility for them. Another quote which helps explain this. Famously, Desmond Tutu, he said, in cases of injustice, to be silent is to side with the perpetrator. And so the slogans the Jews actually use, which says the same thing only a little bit obliquely, Jews at the rallies and elsewhere say, not in my name, and silence is complicity. That's just saying what I'm saying, because if one Jew is saying it's not in my name, it's saying, is it in your name, to other Jews? And so the fact of the matter is the Jews can't avoid the fact that the state of Israel is claiming to act on behalf of all Jews. The Jewish organisations claim to represent all Jews, the Jewish Board of Deputies, Australia-Israel Jewish Affairs Committee. So it's not an option for a Jew to sit on the fence and not say anything. It's a responsibility we have to dissociate ourselves from what are the horrors that Stuart referred to. And so, yes, I'm saying not just the Jews should feel uncomfortable, they have responsibility to dissociate themselves from the crimes that are being committed in their name.
Well, what is anti-Semitism then to you? Because it seems like almost nothing is anti-Semitism.
No, that's not true. It's very simple. Anti-Semitism is a racist attitude that is hate against Jews for being Jews, not for what they do. It's for what they are. Listen, I make here a remark, I don't know if I said it in my speech. If it was Buddhists that were committing the crimes, we would be just as angry and just as full of outrage. So it's not about the fact that these people have an ethnic origin. The trouble is that Israel and the Zionist organisations have played on conflating this. It's notorious. I've got quotes in these documents from going back as far as Abba Eban, the famous Israeli representative of the United Nations. He says very openly, he says, when we're dealing with the Gentiles, we should make out that criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism.
Yes, but you're not protesting out the front of the Israeli embassy or consulate. You're making comments like, we have a duty to make Jews uncomfortable, and then you point to a Jewish student and say, and that includes that fellow over there.
Exactly.
Surely that is quite
What was that fellow doing? He was holding up a blood-soaked Israeli flag, which is responsible for a genocide. And of course he should feel uncomfortable. He should be ashamed. And it's a disgrace. And I'm being accused of making him unsafe? That's bullshit.
Let me I think it's a very reasonable question you ask about whether there's been an exaggeration in the claims about anti-Semitism. Let me refer to a very substantial piece of research by Michael West Media, a highly reputed organisation, which had undue influence on the thinking and recommendations of the G08 group of chancellors, of vice chancellors. I mean, I don't want to drown your committee in figures. It'll only take 60 seconds. August 2024, the Zionist Federation of Australia and the Union of Jewish Students sent in 3,330 invitations to students seeking evidence of experiences of anti-Semitism. Okay, 3,300. 560, 17% only, responded to the invitation. Of the 17%, 360 of them, namely about 2/3, 64%, said yes, they experienced anti-Semitism. At that point, and even the Zionist Federation of Australia acknowledged that only 7% of Jewish students actually experienced anti-Semitism. But the figures also suggested that 2/3 of the 17% experienced anti-Semitism. So the report that so impressed these uncritical vice chancellors was that 2/3 experienced anti-Semitism, when the evidence shows that 93% of the total sample didn't experience anti-Semitism. That's the evidence for the beat-up, for the claims about awful exaggeration. This substantial piece of research, which, and I've spoken to the G08 and told them, sorry, you're supposed to be the leading scholars. You didn't read the research. You didn't read the figures correctly. But it's interesting that some of them have now, in particular, for example, the Vice-Chancellor of the Australian National University, have rejected the attempt to impose a definition of anti-Semitism and punish students for not students and staff for not complying with it, because subsequently, as a result of evidence of the kind that I've mentioned, they've, at least at the ANU, revised their judgment.
Ms. Khan, do you want to ask questions?
Yes, thank you. There's been significant discussion about the IRA definition, and Dr. Slezak, you mentioned it again in your opening statement. You've helpfully proposed an alternative definition that the committee should be considering. Could you talk us through the Jerusalem Declaration and why you think it's a more appropriate definition?
Yes, again, in the documents I've submitted, I've given several articles by leading Jews who are authorities on anti-Semitism and the Holocaust, and they have been very critical of it. So there's a very large literature which is addressing exactly the question. I can only be very brief and summary, and thank you for that question. Again, to repeat, there's also a very large literature on the shortcomings, the scandalous, pernicious aspects of the IHRA. To repeat, more than half of the examples that are given are about criticism of Israel, including the one we talked about before, whether Israel is a racist endeavour. So it's completely inappropriate, and leading scholars have pointed this out extensively in the literature. So as a result of that, again, Jews who are experts on Holocaust and anti-Semitism drafted a definition, which I've referred to and you can find in my material, where they explain what anti-Semitism is, which makes no reference to Israel. And my point is that if you really care about anti-Semitism, for all of the organisations that are promoting the IHRA or versions of it that the universities have adopted, if you really care about it, you would adopt the JDA, because that, if you need one, I mean, a lot of universities rightly point out you shouldn't need a definition of anti-Semitism. They've got anti-racist principles, which are general. You don't need one for anti-Hindus and anti-Buddhists and anti-Jews and anti-every other kind. They have perfectly appropriate anti-racist principles, and they recognise that. But because there's this moral panic and people need to show their credentials, okay, adopt the JDA to show that you care about anti-Semitism specifically, and then you're not vulnerable to these justified criticisms that you're trying to silence criticism of Israel, which is what the IHRA does.
It's interesting that the JDA, the 200 Jewish scholars who produced that definition that Peter's just referred to, was partly in response to Mr. Stern, the author of the IHRA definition, reminding people that he had no intention that it should be the golden yardstick by which to measure anti-Semitism. It was meant to be a discussion document, not the standard from which to penalise people, punish people, if they did not comply with it. So the author of the IHRA definition was extremely cautious and careful in adding that caveat: please don't use this as the yardstick to brandish claims about anti-Semitism.
If I could add, he was more explicit. Kenneth Stern, he said it's being weaponised to silence criticism of Israel. He was very clear. That was the author of the IHRA statement. So anybody with any integrity would drop it.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask you, Dr. Slezak, you're a second-generation Holocaust survivor. I'm a third-generation Holocaust survivor. To what extent do you see, principles of social justice or standing up for other groups of persecuted people as part of your Jewish identity?
What an interesting question. Yeah. Look, one of the lessons from the Holocaust we're supposed to have learned is the slogan which Jews have been using. They say never again. And the trouble with that is that, sadly, shamefully, Jews have interpreted that to mean never again only to Jews. But actually, it should mean never again to anybody. And to their credit, in America, at the front of the civil rights movement were Jews. In South Africa, people at the forefront of the anti-apartheid movement were Jews. So we have responsibility. And in fact, one of the most important exemplars of what I'm describing was Hannah Arendt, the Jewish woman who covered the Eichmann trial. And your question is very important historically because she was criticised because she was criticising the prosecutor of Eichmann, who wanted to make out Eichmann's crimes in the Holocaust as crimes against the Jews. And she said, no, they were crimes against humanity. And she got into trouble with the Jewish organisations who didn't like the fact that she was generalising it. So your question is a very deep and very important one about we as Jews have a lesson that we should learn, and that's why, as I say, the exemplary cases are Jews who stand up for human rights, and particularly in this case, the ones that are standing up for the Palestinians. And I'm thinking of Norman Finkelstein and Noam Chomsky, and in Israel, Gideon Levy and Amira Haas, and around the world, Ilan Pape, the historian. They're at the forefront, and many of them, like Amira Haas, she has Holocaust parents as well, and so does Norman Finkelstein. So the right lesson to learn. And thank you for your question. It's a very deep and very important one. Thank you.
It's an interesting question in respect of what's going on at the moment in the claims about how brave 5 countries have been to condemn 2 thugs in the Netanyahu government. Gideon Levy, the very distinguished Israeli journalist, said no, these sanctions should be against all the people of Israel. Not just the government, but the people of Israel who are complicit in the genocide. It's not stop the differentiation. It's a cowardly cop-out to feel good only about sanctioning a couple of religious zealot thugs.
If I could just add one more example. Sorry, I forgot one important example to your question when I was thinking. The most important scholar, one of the most important scholars on Gaza and experts on Hamas, is the Harvard professor Sarah Roy at the Harvard Center for Middle Eastern Studies. She's a Jewish woman whose parents are Holocaust survivors, and she's the leading supporter of human rights for Palestinians and in the line of the others that I mentioned. And so I just wanted to add her name to that list of exemplary Jews who understand the Holocaust because they grew up with it as she did.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you. Just looking, and thank you for the bundle of papers, Dr. Slezak. Just looking at the one 3rd of April 2025, which I presume is one of the more current ones. It's the one from the publication Pearl and Rotations that you're obviously well familiar with. I just wanted to compare 2 quotes and just seek your opinion first and then the opinion of Dr. Rees. On the first page, about halfway down, you say, this is a quote from the paper or the speech, saying, quote, "F-U Israel" or "F-U Zionism" is not anti-Semitic. You say that.
I repeated that here.
Yes, indeed. And I'm just reconciling it with something that's been in the media in the last few days, 36 hours or so, about a casual lecture at the University of Sydney. And I'm reading from a newspaper article, so take it for what it is. It's a Sunday Telegraph, so I'm not saying it's necessarily a journal of record, but I'll just read the quote. It says Palestinian activist Fahed Ali, biology teacher, goes on, and he's apparently retweeted a statement that says, if you sanctions, I want Zionists executed like we executed Nazis. So it's clearly not an identical set of words, but there's overlap between the words. Using the FU and the issue of, I have to say it's more extreme. I accept that, if you would be prepared to accept that. But the issue of saying FU Israel and FU Zionism, where do we see that there is a crossover where it's gone too far, if I could sort of use that generic phrase? The statement of one and the statement of others, obviously not identical. One's more extreme, if I could sort of put that proposition to you about executed like executed Nazis. But is there a point where there is an intersection and overlap, or one can make these distinctions between these, dare I say, strongly worded statements?
It's very hard to answer your question. You're worried about the strength of statements that people are making when they're justifiably angry about a genocide. Okay. I think Fahed Ali perhaps stated what he did incautiously. One could spell it out. He probably could have said it in a more qualified way. That I don't think we should get our knickers into a knot about every subtle nuance in what people are saying.
No, I'm not getting my knickers into knots.
Subtle nuance? This is about execution. Subtle nuance.
He made a comparison between the Nazis that the Nuremberg trials hanged for their crimes, if I understand it. And if I understand what I've read of that case, perhaps incautiously, he might have been suggesting that there are criminals. And in fact, Netanyahu and his offsiders, in fact, our own Prime Minister has been referred to the International Criminal Court. Well, okay.
But I'm saying for the purpose of public discourse and civility and cohesion within society, and I mean, I'm sure you want to argue a number of points on that. Just let me complete, please, the question. Is there a line that you draw? In other words, do you, not you, or just ought that be denounced, the issue of the reference to the execution like the Nazis? Should there be denouncement of that and accepted that should be denounced vis-a-vis that other statement perhaps that you put in your paper where you say F-U Israel and F Zionism is not anti-Semitic? Is there a distinction between the two, or are you just saying it's by a matter of degrees? I'm trying to understand.
I'm having trouble understanding what you want to distinguish. What are the two that you're trying to ask about?
Well,
what's on one side, what's on the other side?
Well, I'm trying to understand, is there a point that one reaches where there should be a denouncement, a clear denouncement, and it's gone too far, or in fact, that's just a matter of opinion, whether it should be denounced?
No, I agree with you. You could go too far and say things that are unjustified.
Well, could I ask you this then? Is that unjustified, the statement made by the casual academic at the University of Sydney?
I would have said it differently. We'd have to ask
No,
him
I didn't ask you the question about would you said it differently. I didn't ask you that question. Is that something that you would say is denounceable and should be denounced?
It depends on what he meant.
Oh, so on the plain reading of his words, and the quote is, open quotes, FU sanctions, comma, I want Zionists executed like we executed Nazis.
Right, so if
No, let me finish. No, you're saying there's a context that could justify that. Is that what you're saying?
Of course.
Right.
Of
So
course.
what would be the context which would justify this?
Because if he's talking about war criminals that we would have prosecuted and hanged in Nuremberg, I'm not saying hanging, I don't believe in hanging, But if
Well,
he's
they use
making...
piano strings, actually, as you would know. So
Sorry?
they use piano strings, as you knew. So anyway, go on. Yep.
I'm trying to suggest what might be a charitable interpretation of what he said, and which would be justified. He's saying that criminals, war criminals, pay a price, and maybe the current war criminals should pay a price like they did before. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to say.
So you think
That's not what he said, though.
Well, it's not exactly what he said. That's why
No,
I said
it's not
it
what he
depends
said
on
at
what he
all.
meant. It depends on what he meant.
Look,
if it's a matter of what he meant and what he said,
Sorry, point of order, Chair.
Order.
There's a responsibility to give witnesses procedural fairness here, and there are two different committee members demanding an answer from a witness about a statement that he didn't actually make. This is a statement made by somebody else.
It's a perfectly reasonable question.
Can I intervene at this point,
please,
briefly? Look, I think we all have a huge intellectual, moral, political problem in dealing as constructively as possible with a genocide, with the cruel elimination of a people occurring right at this moment. So I would be cautious. I would probably reject words, language that hinders, that gets in the way of the demanding task of deliberating clearly and justly about bringing a peace with justice end to this dissemination of a whole people. That's that would be my, if you like, more pragmatic approach. I'd just reject that denunciation on those grounds as getting in the way of the major objective, was to say, for God's sake or for anybody's sake, end this. Because at the moment, the only repeated intervention that comes in this country is when the newsreader announces every night, viewers may be offended by the following pictures. That's about the only consistent intervention in a massive inhumanity that occurs on a regular basis in this civilized country.
I'd like to add one more thing to your question, if
Please,
I may.
yeah.
Fahad Ali is a Palestinian, and I know him and I know a lot of the Palestinians. They are grieving and traumatized by what they are directly suffering and their families are suffering in Gaza. And I think to police their speech is really inappropriate. And okay, they might say things which you think are extreme, but it's unfair of you. It's unfair of you to pick out somebody who is justifiably angry and distressed by what perhaps his own family are suffering. And I think we shouldn't waste time over something like that.
Well, can I put it to you this way, that is quite incendiary language. But I can ask you, would you agree with that statement?
You keep asking me whether I agree with it. I wouldn't have said it exactly the same way, but that's what... Look, I'm a philosopher of language, and that's why I said before, it depends on what he meant. Right. You're accusing him of something, but it's entirely a question of what he had in mind when he said those words. And I think we're sadly wasting too much time on the remarks of people who are justifiably angry and traumatised, and we should give them some slack.
Dr. Sleazer, thank you very much for your contribution.
I just refer...
No, Professor Rees, we're well and truly over time. I'd just like, if you would like to make further statements, please put them in writing and we'll put them on notice. I think we've given everyone a fair run today. We'll finish now for lunch, and can we just have a brief talk once the room's empty? Sure. Deliberative? Thank you.
Are we invited to lunch as well?
Well, no one's inviting
Don't worry,
us
we
to
bring
lunch.
our own.
We're having a lunch break.
We're going to own egg sandwiches, yeah.
We have to get our own lunch. Thank you.
I was hoping for more questions.
Now 3 o'clock, we might go on the air. Thanks very much for coming, Mr. Rifkin. Would you please give us your title or job description and also take either an oath or an affirmation?
Sure, it's Alex Rifkin. I'm the Co-Chief Executive Officer of the Executive Council of Australian Jury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Thank you. I'm deeply grateful to Mr. Borzak and the members of this committee for your work, which goes to the heart of freedom and fairness in this state that we are blessed to call home. I appreciate the opportunity to meet before you. I'd like to speak about the impact that anti-Semitic incidents have on individuals and families by sharing how my family was affected by the attack on our former home in Dover Heights in the early hours of Friday the 17th of January of this year. I became aware of the incident at around 5 a.m. that morning. My family and I had returned the previous evening from a holiday in Brisbane, and the day after the incident I was due to fly overseas. The Friday on which the attack occurred was supposed to be the solitary day of rest at home with my family, ushering in the Sabbath before taking off again. My wife shook me from my sleep and handed me her phone. It was footage taken by our old neighbours across the street, flames rising high into the night sky, scorched cars with the words F the Jews and F Israel daubed on them, and the facade of our former family home disfigured with red paint. I switched on my phone and it began ringing immediately. One after another, journalists offering condolences with one breath, looking for the scoop that it was indeed my former home with the next. We thought of our 3 daughters who would soon be awake and jumping into our bed as they do every morning. My wife arranged for her mother to collect them to allow us to deal with the chaos. By early afternoon, the story broke that the house had for 5 years been our family home. My wife and I then walked to the house to inspect the damage, to comfort our friends and neighbours, and to answer the questions of the media assembled there. That evening, I asked my wife if I should cancel my trip. How could I leave them? How could I not go, she said to me. As much as she wanted me home, what could be more fateful and appropriate than representing the community at the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, to honour and remember, to contemplate man's capacity to burn and destroy, to hear the final testimonies of the survivors. And so at 6 a.m. the following morning, I was on the plane, leaving my wife to answer the questions of our daughters, to explain to them why someone had replaced the whitewash I had lovingly applied with the red paint signifying blood, why they had scrawled words cursing the Jewish people on the cars out front, targeted the place where we had built our family and experienced the happiest days of our lives, a suburban street where families slept just meters from the inferno. And the toughest question of all, which came repeatedly from our middle daughter, aged 9, are we safe now? Are they going to come for us again? A question we still don't fully know how to answer without deceiving ourselves and them. A few weeks later, as I was boarding the long flight home, I checked in with my wife and my colleagues. At that moment, news about the Jewel caravan was breaking. I received the update that a list of Jewish targets was found in the caravan. There were rumours that an attack was imminent. Fear was sweeping through the community. My wife asked me another question I didn't know how to answer. Was it safe, or should she wake the kids and leave the house? This is, of course, how terror is intended to work, to alter our perceptions and decision-making through fear, shatter the sense of predictability and order which allows us to live our lives. For the Jewish community, we have been targeted day after day, and it has forced families to ask whether their children are safe sitting in a classroom in a Jewish school, or were they sitting ducks? Would their loved ones receive proper care in our hospitals, or would they encounter more people who thought and felt like the Bankstown nurses? Could they enter our CBD with a Star of David necklace or a Jewish head covering? Was that a humble act of faith, or just asking for trouble? In reflecting on the attack on my former home, I don't wish to mislead this committee. I'm here giving something of a victim impact statement, but I in no way consider myself a victim. The attack may have made national and international headlines, but it is not nearly the most serious or life-altering incident. Every day for 20 months, I've spoken to members of my community who have been abused, threatened, who face the risk of being pushed out of their industry, of losing their livelihood, of being denied the ability to do what they love because they are Jewish and hold ordinary mainstream views. Each such incident changes a person. It changes their sense of worth, their state of mind, and how they engage with those around them. This in turn changes how communities interact, and how society functions. The summer of fire bombings may have passed, but the daily experiences of Jews in New South Wales and around the world has not changed. Indeed, in the short weeks between the hearings of this committee, we entered a dangerous new phase. A young couple engaged to be married was murdered, shot to death from point-blank range outside a Jewish community event in Washington, D.C., hosted by an organization that is a close partner of my organization. 8 people were burned during a peaceful walk in Boulder, Colorado, to raise awareness about the plight of Israeli hostages. An 88-year-old woman, a Holocaust survivor, remains in a critical condition. In both cases, the terrorists yelled "Free Palestine" as they attempted to kill innocent people in a Western country. A few days ago, a long-time organizer and leader of the Free Palestine movement in this country, an academic at Sydney University, said he wanted to see Zionists executed. The inability to distinguish between political activists and those who just want to execute Zionists has allowed anti-Semitism to shift from the margins to mainstream, even educated and fashionable society. And it has signaled to other violent elements, including neo-Nazis and organized crime, that publicly attacking Jews is a legitimate and effective form of action. Those who deny anti-Semitism, or say it is provoked by things Jewish people say or do, or think it is invented as a ploy to shield Israel from criticism, not only re-injure those who have suffered, they threaten the stability of our society. Excusing attacks on one minority serves to normalize abnormal conduct that threatens society as a whole. If we don't solve this problem, anti-Semitism will degrade this country and strip away the virtues of fairness, rationalism and decency that make it the greatest country in the world. And so I wish you great success in your important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you so much for appearing today and for your opening statement. The 2 individuals that were involved in the incident on your former home, they've now been charged, and my understanding is that they were on remand from previous attacks, whether it would be graffiti or fire-related incidents, I think with Newtown Synagogue. Is that correct?
Look, my understanding is based very much on what's in the public domain. I mean, I had conversations with counterterrorism in the hours after the attack in connection with my own personal safety and the safety of my family. But since that time, I've had fleeting conversations with the AFP and state police. So it's really a matter of what's been reported. I understand that 2 individuals, as you say, have been arrested or were already held. And the police are investigating the probability that it was a larger conspiracy involving drug smugglers and low-level criminals and so forth. But there seems to be a strong organised crime component to it, is what I understand.
And I think this is important because I've heard some commentary recently about, oh, this is all from criminals, it's not anti-Semitic. But when you see red paint that says things like F the Jews on a home that they assumed was owned by you, I mean, how can it be anything other than an anti-Semitic attack? I mean, how do you, all of the media commentary that's come out over the last few months in particular, how do you differentiate that between incidents that are involved with, criminal-inspired incidents versus anti-Semitic incidents? I suppose the line being, or the connection being, that these criminal acts are only taking place on Jewish targets, or assumed to be Jewish targets, so they themselves are anti-Semitic attacks in nature, aren't they? I mean, how can you differentiate it?
Look, I agree with that analysis. I think that there have been segments of society and the media and the political class that have sought to deny or minimize anti-Semitism. I think they had that agenda from the beginning. And when the police announced that the Jewel incident appeared to be a hoax, in the sense that it wasn't intended to be a live attack to be carried through, I think a lot of people rejoiced that the entire summer of terror that jeopardized the lives of the Jewish community, that targeted very specific Jewish homes and institutions and places of worship with very clear slogans referring to the Jewish community, which were clearly materially anti-Semitic without question. But I think it served the agenda of some to deny that, or to obfuscate, or to confuse or divert the discussion. But when you have attacks of that sort, firebombings of Jewish-owned businesses, a place of worship, of the former home of a community leader, it's very clearly anti-Semitic. And I think the more that was revealed about this organised crime syndicate and the alleged kingpin and his own personal background and his views and ideology, I think that reinforced the view that it was very clearly anti-Semitic. But I think the critical thing is the outcome rather than even the ideology or the motivation. And one thing I was asked a lot in the aftermath of the police press conference was, do you feel a relief that this was organised crime rather than more, say, conventional anti-Semitic actors? And I can tell you that relief was the furthest thing from my mind and the minds of the community. When you suddenly have, in addition to more conventional anti-Semitic actors, people with ready access to guns and explosives who were clearly willing to set things on fire. That's right. It's another dose of danger and terror that was struck into the community.
So in some ways it was, some of these incidents were not anti-Semitic by intention, but they were anti-Semitic by effect or by implication. The end result of what's happening is that Jewish businesses, homes, cars are being targeted, even if the intention was criminal and maybe not anti-Semitic inspired. The effect of what is being undertaken is it's only Jewish targets. So the implication or the community that's bearing the effects of that is the Jewish community. So I think there's almost a I think that it's. Would you agree? It's almost unhelpful to downplay the anti-Semitic nature of some of these incidents, whether it be graffiti or fire bombings or various other incidents that we've seen throughout all of the summer in particular. I mean, it's getting a little bit better now, but I think the summer was the worst of what we saw.
Yeah, well, look, I think it's absolutely impossible to downplay the anti-Semitic element to all this. When again, when you have synagogues burnt, attempted attacks on other places of worship, Jewish businesses, homes, we all know the list of targets, all unequivocally Jewish targets. I think it would be insane to try to remove an anti-Semitic component from it. The effect was very clearly anti-Semitic, and the effect was very clearly to terrorize the Jewish community without question. As to the motives and intent, we can't fully know that until obviously, the matter is brought before the courts. But again, I feel like there are segments of society that are bending over backwards to try to find motives which may not be there, purely because it advances their agenda. It allows them to minimize or distract the eye from what's happening in our society. But the other point that I'd note is that while the fire bombings were the most high profile and the most terrifying incidents, my organisation has logged merely in the year after October 7 over 2,000 incidents of anti-Semitism. And as I mentioned there, every one of these incidents affected someone's state of mind, their quality of life, their ability to do what they love. It made them feel estranged and separated from wider society. It has an impact on our social harmony and how communities function and interact with one another. So while what we call the summer of terror has thankfully subsided and hopefully we've seen the end of it, but again, I caution, given what's happening abroad and given the incidents in the United States to which I referred, I think the end is not upon us yet. I think the worst might still be to come. But every day, Jewish Australians in this state are suffering incidents, whether it be in schoolyards and university campuses, in workplaces, whether we see global campaigns on TikTok calling for the destruction, the obliteration of Israel and its people. This continues on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks so much for coming along to give evidence. It's appreciated. I remember around the time that the existence of that criminal conspiracy was revealed, the Daily Telegraph had a front page that said it was all a vile hoax. That, to me, rather seems to understate the matter. And I was just wondering if you could talk to, and you already have to an extent, but can you talk to what significance you attached in terms of what had happened to you to this revelation of the criminal conspiracy, and in what ways, I suppose, it didn't change what had happened to you?
Look, when something like that happens, and I described in detail how it unfolded and how we experienced as a family, all of these analyses afterwards and revelations about a criminal syndicate or whatever the motives were, it doesn't really alter anything because what happened. And the incidents that have struck the Jewish community, whether my family or others, they occurred. Multiple media, it wasn't merely the Telegraph, multiple media ran with that lead bulletin of it was all a hoax. And again, I think some of it was self-serving and others were perhaps misinterpreting exactly what the police were saying. But again, the effect of that was to quell the conversation about anti-Semitism, because prior to that point, there was a necessary public examination of what was happening in our society, the impact it was having on Jewish Australians and wider social cohesion. It was a conversation that had to be had. And I feel like with this inaccurate and careless reporting about it all being a hoax, it kind of killed that conversation. And the other thing that it did was, social media was for a long time awash with conspiracy theories that all of this was concocted by the Jewish community. There was an inside job, a Mossad plot, all of these nonsense theories that tend to attach themselves to the Jewish people. So you can imagine the storm that kicked off on social media and in other recesses of society. They felt vindicated. They felt like indeed none of this had actually happened or it had been inflicted on the Jewish community by itself. So it was careless and I think it was counterproductive, but it's important that we reset and recalibrate the conversation to talk about what actually transpired and how we as a society can move to actually curing this problem.
Yeah. Having worked in the criminal law for 2 decades, I'm pretty sceptical about the proposition that a person who would create this criminal conspiracy to achieve this ulterior motive and would so focus it on the Jewish community wouldn't also be anti-Semitic, even if they had an ulterior motive. It seems to me that the revelation of the conspiracy, though, is relevant to, I suppose, what that spree of terrible attacks said about community-wide sentiment, because I do remember throughout that time that there was a lot of understandable things said, that this spree of attacks, I suppose, reflected some community-level rise in anti-Semitism in and of itself. And it seems to me that the true relevance of that plot is not that the whole thing was not anti-Semitic, but rather that it seems to have been the actions of one person. He, of course, used agents, but there's no suggestion that they were anti-Semitic, and it's my understanding. They seem to have been people not with an ideological motive and people in the criminal milieu. And I'm just wondering if you would agree with that analysis.
Look, I do. And again, it's based on conjecture and theories, because until we have these people in custody and brought before the courts and we see the evidence, it's difficult to draw any kind of definite conclusions. But for a criminal mastermind to concoct a scheme of this complexity involving so many moving parts and individuals, and to identify individual Jewish targets, source addresses potentially of Jewish communal leaders, to do all of these things.
From Turkey.
That's right. and to have no ill feeling towards the Jewish community, I don't buy it. I think it's highly implausible. And then, of course, you mentioned the Telegraph. The Telegraph broke a story that identified this individual and looked through his social media history, and he's got a long record of posting viciously anti-Semitic statements, glorifying Nazism, calling for the death of Jews, and so forth. So I think the case became more complex at that point in time. No one was surprised by those revelations. But again, I think we're in the realm of theory and conjecture here, but I think what happened is what's critical here. And what the Jewish community experienced is no hoax. The flames, the abuse, the harassment, the exclusion, it's very, very real.
Yeah. An issue before the inquiry, which I'm sure you're aware of, is the conflation of criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. And it seems to be one of those issues where, to work out what anti-Semitism is and the extent of it, we perhaps need to also work out what it is not. And you've been, I think it's fair to say, a vigorous advocate in the public sphere for the state of affairs as you see it, and you're probably someone on a particular end of the spectrum in terms of how you analyse certain criticisms of Israel and what you see as anti-Semitic that other people might see as legitimate criticism.
I'm not sure if you could elaborate on what you mean by the
Yeah, I mean, I
spectrum
don't
and-
mean to put words in your mouth, and
No,
I think
sure.
I think the question I finish with is going to give you the chance to
Okay,
explain this.
great.
And I'm just wondering if you could tell us, what do you see as the line between legitimate criticism of Israel, particularly from a Palestinian Arab perspective,
Mhm.
and anti-Semitism?
To me, it's very clear, and I don't think there's a genuine conflation. I think that people can very clearly distinguish between critiques of policy and politicians, which is utterly fair game in this country, and about Israel, within Israel and outside as well, and a deep contempt and hatred for the Jewish people. I think there's a very clear distinction between them. If we talk about, for example, Itamar Ben-Gvir, or Bezalel Smotrich, a couple of firebrand, far-right politicians in that country. You can criticize them freely. I have. We criticize them when they're brought into the opposition. No element of that would be considered anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist. It is a criticism of individuals and their rhetoric and their policies. But something happens when we talk about Israel that is peculiar to Israel, and that seems to happen with no other country. We can talk about Iran, China, Russia, whatever democracy or autocracy in the world. The conversation never then becomes about denying the right of that people to be a people, the right of that people to have a state. We never transfer classic anti-Semitic or racist views about a particular people to the country and impute motives to those people and say, you do what you do because this is how Jews behave and have always behaved. So to me, we can talk about settlements, we can talk about the war, how it's being conducted, ceasefires. None of that is illegitimate. And I know some people will use more trenchant, aggressive forms of criticism, which doesn't, again, of itself constitute anti-Semitism. It could be wrong, it could be ignorant, it could be hateful, but not necessarily anti-Semitic. So to me, it's very clear. And I think the greater conflation occurs not with anti-Semitism and, say, anti-Zionism, but between anti-Zionism and criticism of Israel. You know, you can criticize Israel and its policies and actions and politicians and not talk about the right of the state to exist, which again occurs with no other country.
It seems to me, though, that there's a number of aspects to the issue that are almost unique. For example, I'll just give you an example. It's often said that it would be anti-Semitic to deny the right of Israel to exist. There's obviously this contested issue of the right to return, for example, and it's often said that if the right to return was granted, it would be the end of Israel. So sometimes for some people to say Israel has the right to exist necessarily for them involves the denial of the right to return, because the right to return on that analysis is inconsistent with the existence of Israel going forward. How do we unpick, for example, a view of a Palestinian perhaps expelled in 1948 or 1967 who thinks Israel is a thoroughly racist endeavour and would like a right of return, and therefore might be taken to be questioning the right of the Jewish state to exist? How do we analyse their statements and their opinions in light of this line between anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel that sometimes, as a threshold issue, is said to involve acceptance of the right to exist?
I mean, look, you've chosen a very specific example to do with the right of return.
Yep.
And I'm not suggesting that any Arab Palestinian who bears a grievance from 1948 and the population transfers of Jews and Arabs that occurred as a result of that needless war waged by 7 Arab states on a nascent Jewish state. Things happen in war, population shift, people suffer without question, and I wouldn't deny anyone suffering. But I suppose the question you're asking is if a Palestinian says, my great-grandfather lived in Haifa or Akko prior to 1948, they were displaced, and people were displaced for all sorts of reasons, including fleeing a war zone, including because they were caught up in the battle lines.
And including ethnic cleansing.
I would deny that there was no program for ethnic cleansing. There was no policy of ethnic cleansing.
Well, but you wouldn't dispute that it occurred, I presume.
No, I firmly would dispute that it occurred. I mean, when we talk about ethnic cleansing, you talk about the forcible expulsion of a particular ethnicity or race of people from a territory. Now, that did not occur as a program. If that did occur, then you wouldn't have had 20% of Israel's population being Arab. You wouldn't have had the mayor of Haifa going on broadcast to the people saying, do not leave, this is your city as well.
So you say not as a program. but you don't deny that in particular instances that it occurred.
I resent and I reject the use of the term ethnic cleansing. I will say that certainly people who lived in certain places prior to 1948 ceased to live there, and as I said, that occurred for a number of reasons, including the natural human compulsion to flee a war zone, including the leaders of the Arabs saying, depart this war zone and then return once we've driven the Jews into the sea. There were a myriad of reasons, and one of those reasons was that there were Arab towns and villages caught up in the war and the fighting, because Israel was invaded from many fronts, but also from within, and certain villages were removed of their populations because they were caught up in the battle zone and they were behind the lines of the Israeli fighters, so it was necessary from a military point of view. Horrible things happen in war. You know, people are displaced, and I think the lesson from that is don't start wars, and don't start wars that you lose. We also saw about 800,000 Jews living throughout the Arab world forcibly removed, plundered, and expelled from their countries. To me, that far greater constitutes ethnic cleansing than a defensive, legitimate war and what happened as a consequence of that war.
Sure.
Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, finished, am I?
Oh, yeah,
about 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago.
Oh, sorry. I've got a lot more questions.
We can
but
pick it
I'll
up
yield.
afterwards.
Yeah. If I could ask one question, just
Sure.
following up on
That's
this
a
line of
good line of
questioning, and I've
questioning.
been reading the ECAG report on anti-Semitism for 2024,
Yeah.
which you've quoted. First of all, to say that some of the examples in this are really chilling for anyone who's going to accuse me of trying to minimise anti-Semitism. But one of the examples in that report, in the section on graffiti, was an example of graffiti that simply said "Free Gaza," and that was given as an example of anti-Semitism in your report. Can you explain in what way you or your organisation view that statement as anti-Semitic?
Sure. I mean, I don't have that specific incident in front of me. I don't know to what exactly it refers. But if you're asking me the question whether graffiti saying "Free Gaza" of itself is anti-Semitic, I would say no. But context is critical, and every single incident that's in that report is there because of context. So, for example, if one were to daub that on a synagogue or proximate to a Jewish site in a way that implies that Jews are collectively responsible for the situation in Gaza, that would be anti-Semitic. But if someone walks down the street at a rally and waves a banner saying "Free Gaza," I wouldn't consider that anti-Semitic, and the report certainly wouldn't either.
Okay. So I think a part of the challenge that I'm facing, and certainly the committee is facing in trying to establish the problem that we're trying to address, the report says that based on the definition of anti-Semitism you've used, or the way that these incidents have been compiled, that there was an increase of 316% in anti-Semitic incidents following 30th September 2023. It's a deeply concerning statistic.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to understand is how many of those incidents are, in the order of the really distressing, clearly anti-Semitic physical assault examples that are described in this report, versus political messages that may be, contested even within the Jewish community, whether that's anti-Semitic or not. Is it possible to provide a further breakdown of that data to help us understand the nature of the anti-Semitic incidents that you're counting?
So the report does break things down in terms of general discourse, incidents, whether it's physical assault, whether it's graffiti, whether it's vandalism. So it's broken down by category of incident. And some of them naturally are more extreme than others. So an attack on an individual is going to be more distressing than graffiti, certainly. But they're all incidents. They're all incidents of anti-Semitism. Now, political slogans in and of themselves are not counted in this report as being anti-Semitic incidents. Again, if the context in which it occurred leads one to conclude that it was an act of anti-Semitism because of the way that it targeted Jewish individuals. If a Jewish student, and again I'm just raising examples here, but this occurs frequently, if a Jewish student, visibly Jewish, is walking through a university campus and someone starts taunting them with "Free Gaza, Free Palestine," merely because they are visibly Jewish, that is the harassment of a Jewish person because they are Jewish. That's all that is.
Yeah, no, I
So
understood.
the
and
slogan
what I'm
of
trying to
itself-
unpick, so you have provided the breakdown in the report, and I've got it in front of me. So you've got 33% of the incidents being posters, 19% graffiti, 14% messages. And I'm focusing on those ones because they are much more difficult to understand than the 3% assault, which are which are well described in the report. It's a significant proportion of the incidents that you're reporting that are in this category of sort of a poster. surely it's difficult to work out whether a poster is targeted at somebody, a
Sure.
political poster is being targeted at someone because of their ethnic background.
Sure,
Surely
sure.
a poster is not targeted at a person by definition.
No, look, that's right. And if that's the case, it doesn't make it into the report. We have a very stringent threshold as to what goes in there. So if a poster about, let's say even genocide, which is a very extreme, ignorant accusation, but people make it, and I wouldn't consider that to be of itself anti-Semitic. So if that is plastered somewhere on a public street, I think it's pretty disgraceful and inflammatory and devoid of truth, but I don't consider it to be anti-Semitic. But again, if it's done proximate deliberately to a Jewish site or at a Jewish facility, then that's a different situation. So, but again, as with Mr. Lawrence's example with the right of return, I think we're identifying very specific examples and perhaps outlying examples. And when you talk about messages and slogans, the vast majority of them are unequivocally, viciously anti-Semitic and very clearly targeting the Jewish community, including wishing death upon members of the Jewish community. Sometimes they use euphemisms like Zionist, frequently they don't. So there are those examples that we would consider to be on the lower spectrum of things, and some might be a little bit debatable, and we can have that conversation. But we're talking about over 2,000 incidents. We're talking about an experience the Jewish community has lived through for a long period of time. We know what hatred against us looks like. And the things that go in that report are anti-Semitic incidents, they're not political discourse.
I might just ask a question if I can, Mr. Richard.
Sure.
Has yours or your family's relationship and belief in Australia changed at all?
Oh, that's a very fine question. Look, I consider this, as I said in my remarks, to be the greatest and freest country in the world. I came to this country as a refugee from the Soviet Union, having seen the alternative, despotism, socialism and communism and autocracy, the denial of human dignity and human rights, and so I cherish these things in this country. And of course, in the past 20 months, I've seen things which have shocked me, which have saddened me deeply. The house that I spoke about was, I don't want to digress too much, but when we first migrated to the country, I would drive up and down that street with my grandfather, who drove a van taking Holocaust survivors to a Jewish community center. And he was so taken with that road because it looked out onto the ocean, and to him that road symbolized the greatest of Australia, the freedom and beauty of this country. And then to have a house on that road, which I'd purchased, defiled in that way, it hurt me on a very deep and personal level. But it has made me more determined to fight for this country, fight for the goodness of this country, and to banish the hateful elements from it, because it's not Australia. I mean, I've encountered racism and anti-Semitism throughout my life in limited instances, but this is not a racist country, this is not an anti-Semitic country. And I think we have a duty to drive those horrific elements from our sight. Otherwise, this country will change in its character. But I remain a great lover and a great patriot of this country.
You talk about coming from what is now Ukraine, and my ancestors actually were expelled from eastern Poland by the Soviet Union, just as the World War II was beginning. So, and I have relatives that now live in what is the current Poland on the east, and they certainly talk about what was going on in those days. So I have a little bit of sympathy, or a lot of sympathy actually, for what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Do you actually believe that we could go back to the old ways before all this got started? Can we ever get to that level again, that perfection you're talking about?
Look, I'm an eternal optimist, which might sound paradoxical with being a Jewish person and the things that we've experienced, but I do think the best of human nature and certainly of this society. But I do know that what has been allowed to move into the public sphere, into mainstream discourse and conversation, will be very hard to push back. There was always elements of this society that was anti-Semitic, and people held certain stereotypes and beliefs and prejudices, but we didn't have what one would call active anti-Semitism. People maybe latently harbored certain views about Jews, but they weren't compelled, they didn't feel the right or the freedom to act upon that. And that's the real thing that's changed. People feel they can voice this anti-Semitism. And then what's happening with social media, the disinformation, the recruitment, the radicalization, it's the sort of tool that Henry Ford or Martin Luther and certainly the Soviets and the Nazis could have only dreamed of having to advance their agenda. So it's going to be extremely challenging, and it will require a wider approach than merely government and merely community. but I do believe fundamentally in the goodness of this country, and I think we need to arrest this problem before that character is forever changed.
All right, well, thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you so much. Great pleasure.
Come to an
Thank
end,
you.
And
Thank you.
we'll now ask for the next witness, Ms. Sloan. Not have to swear an oath, as you already swore an oath to your office. So would you like to make a short opening statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee members. So my name is Kelly Sloan. I'm the member for Vaucluse, which is the eastern suburbs of Sydney, and I have the great privilege of representing a really diverse community. But one of the biggest populations is the Jewish community, which represent about 20% of the population. They designated their religion as Jewish in the last census. And of course, that doesn't capture everyone in our community, not the secular Jews or those who are culturally Jewish as well. And there are, unfortunately for many of the older Jewish people in our community, a real reluctance, even now in this day and age, to identify themselves as Jewish on government papers. A real, very tragic hangover from the Holocaust. So it's a large community, and as a result of it being such a densely, condensed Jewish population, we of course have borne the brunt of most of the anti-Semitic acts, particularly over the last year and certainly since October the 7th. I'm a fairly new member of Parliament, although they do say parliamentary years are like dog years. It feels like about 7 in 1. It certainly felt like a very long time since I was elected as the member for Vaucluse. And when I was first elected, the community felt very, very different. And certainly the Jewish community felt like a very free community, a safe community, one that, quite frankly, I didn't have to really think much about, just like I didn't think very specifically about our Catholic community or any other cultural groups within my community. But that changed very markedly after October 7th. And I saw it in people's faces and I saw it in their eyes. And it was a real sense of fear, of complete shock, and betrayal as well, because they felt like this country that their grandparents had arrived en masse after World War II, escaping the horrors of World War II, to a country that provided refuge and safety and a great way of life where everyone was equal. It felt like that country had betrayed them. They had friendships dissolve almost overnight without explanation. I think that was one of the most hurtful things for many people in the community. They didn't understand why people that were their friends, who they'd so generously donated to or been part of thriving cultural institutions and arts institutions, suddenly treated them like enemies, doxed their private information, that their students who were going to Sydney University, as an example, felt like they couldn't go there safely, like they couldn't let their kids walk to school in our local community wearing their school uniform. So many things fundamentally changed. There was a rise in graffiti in our community, even paint daubed on local school bus shelters, so they didn't feel like their kids could go there. And you've heard over and over the criminal activity in our community, very frightening activity, all directed very specifically at Jews. So I felt very ashamed, and I have to say I felt quite naive that this community that I'd represented, that didn't need singling out for special attention, so clearly did, and that the social cohesion that we witnessed in our city and that we celebrated, I think we took it for granted. We thought we didn't need to invest in it. We so clearly did. And so I say today, even though I feel like there's been a quietening in the anti-Semitic activity, that it is still there and we cannot be complacent.
Thank you. Questions? Who would like to go first?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
You
government.
go. Yeah, we can alternate.
Yeah, we'll alternate.
Thanks, Ms.
Okay.
Lowe, and thanks, Jim.
Yep.
I think you were in here for some of the questioning of the previous witness, but I asked him about a headline on the front page of the Daily Telly after the revelations in terms of that criminal conspiracy, and the headline was, "It's all a vile hoax." And I'm just interested in your response to that headline as the member responsible for the part of Sydney where certain of these events occurred, I think. What's your response to the appropriateness of that headline?
Well, the term vile was appropriate. The term hoax, it felt like an affront, I have to say, because for our community, it was so very real. Every other morning, waking up to some form of violent attack next to people's homes. And this is not just the Jewish community that felt this way. It was the entire community. You've got to remember, in the eastern suburbs, there were helicopters flying low over our community at night to keep us safe. It was surreal. People being woken up at night because there weren't enough police on the street. Our police did an incredible job and they were well resourced and the resources increased, and I thank the state government for that as well. But this was a surreal situation. Fire bombings of synagogues, of people's homes, that was real. There was nothing that was a hoax or fake about that. So I appreciate what was meant by the term hoax, but it felt like a very painful slap in the face to our community.
Sure. One of the issues before us, unfortunately perhaps, is the line between legitimate criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism. And it's obviously tempting in respect of an important issue like this to try to avoid international affairs, but it seems that in discerning where that line is, which is relevant to assessing things happening here, it's necessary to delve into some of those issues. And just firstly, just wondering how you, as an elected representative, how do you balance in terms of your responses and reactions and understandings, on one hand, the legitimate grievances of the Palestinian people, and on the other hand, strong political interests that I imagine exists among your constituents in terms of support for the State of Israel?
So I think it's pretty clear. I'm there to look after a community who has witnessed, deep hate and even violence. But we're in a pluralist democracy, so robust discussion about political events domestically and abroad are important. And we should be able to criticise foreign governments, whether they're Israel or other governments. That's all fine. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think it's healthy. And even within Israel itself, there are very many different points of view about the political activities of the Netanyahu government. That's very different than forms of hate spreading in our city, in our beautiful country, when we're supposed to keep people safe, allow them to express their culture or their ethnicity or any other identity that they want. That's what we should be protecting, and that's what I see my job as.
Sure. So you wrote a piece in the Daily Telegraph. I actually don't have the date of it, but I think you might be familiar with it once I read you a bit of it. You said twice in the past few weeks we've witnessed hateful attacks in the dead of night while people are sleeping, cowards painting disgusting slogans on cars and buildings, torching cars. We wake up to the scene of a Melbourne synagogue in flames. We see protests outside Sydney's great synagogue and Jews too scared to attend university because of institutionally sanctioned protest camps on campus that are indirectly focused against them. And early yesterday morning, another car was torched in a quiet suburban street because its owner was thought to be Jewish. You do seem there to be putting all in one category. Protests, I think, at Hyde Park, the encampment that it's being called at Sydney Uni, and a whole lot of really serious criminal acts. And I'm just wondering if you're comfortable in retrospect with the way that you've clustered all of those things into the same category.
100%.
100%?
Because it's about context. So people aren't just living in their house experiencing the firebombing of their neighbours or their synagogue. Their kids are also going to Sydney Uni and feeling fear. Or they might be headed into the city and having to cross Hyde Park and having someone shout at them when they go past. They're still putting their kids on the school bus in the morning and worried about whether they should cover that up with a sloppy Joe that has Quicksilver on it instead of, Mariah College or whatever it might be. We don't live in isolation with singular events affecting us in a singular way. We live in context. And unfortunately, the context was pretty brutal for so many people in my community.
Yeah, but do you think you're helping with the fear levels? And I'm talking in particular about Jewish students attending the University of Sydney, when you put into the same category protests at that uni, partly led by Jewish students, and these most vile of criminal attacks. I mean, doesn't that tend to amp the fear in the Jewish community?
No, because the fear is real and it's there, and I couldn't possibly add more fear than what they were going through at that time. And I really believe context is important because it's about the landscape. So we shouldn't, it's not seeking to equate one to the other. It's saying this is all happening at once. How scary is that? And it was frightening and intolerable. And often one would feed into another.
So do you speak to Jewish constituents of yours who are non-Zionist and involved in these protests?
Yeah. I've spoken to many people with many different views. And I think the thing that troubles me also, I talked about this amazing city that we live in, one that I've celebrated so long. And I hate what happened to our city, not just to the Jewish community, but to all parts of our city, because hate intersects and it allows other hate to creep in through the cracks. So when you allow anti-Jewish sentiment to proliferate, it kind of enables hate in other areas. So Islamophobia ends up on the rise as well. Islamic friends of mine feeling like they were treated with a sense of fear and suspicion when they walked through other parts of Sydney. So none of it is okay. And we have to call it out, and we have to say that hate breeds hate and fear breeds fear. And this is why complacency, we can't allow that to happen even as it quietens down. It's important not just for the Jewish community, it's not just important for my electorate, it is important for every electorate.
So do you regard the protest movement at Sydney Uni?
Chair.
Order.
We've all got to stick to time. We can have a
Yep,
podcast
I give up.
for this.
I give
maybe.
up.
We have a podcast, okay. Please.
Get on Jazz's one.
Thanks, Ms. Lowe.
Yeah. Thank you for appearing today and for your evidence so far. I was wondering if you could talk through with us your recommendations and sort of what is the New South Wales Government and New South Wales Parliament doing enough, and what could we be doing better?
I've appreciated the genuine efforts of the Premier and the government to tackle anti-Semitism, and I'd like to commend Mark Speakman for his leadership on this too. I feel like this is something we should all be in together. Having said that, I think there's so much more that we could and should be doing. And some of the criticisms that I've had, or the things that I've noticed, have been how anti-Semitism and other forms of racism have been allowed to take root in our institutions. And I'm particularly concerned about the education department and in our health system. I feel like we have policies in place, but we haven't been vigilant about enforcing those policies. So a number of my recommendations are around resilience around those policies, making sure that they're enforced. I think there should be a racism hotline that people can ring up as a whistleblower without having to escalate it to the most high levels. We should be rooting out any kind of political discourse within our institutions and making sure that they're free of politics and that people can go to work and feel safe. That politics has no place in our classrooms and no place in our hospitals. So that's a couple of those recommendations. I think we should be building more awareness. As someone who worked in education before I came into politics, employed teachers who delivered programs around racism and bullying in schools. I think we need to double down, triple down, quadruple down on education. Education is such an amazing tool to raise the next generation of young kids. I think we need to be looking at social media and how there is this enormous proliferation of falsehoods and other messaging that we need to attack from the level of the e-safety commissioner preventing misinformation, but also encouraging the use of socially cohesive messaging. I think there's so much more we can be doing across cultural groups as well, working together to stamp out all forms of racism in our society.
What about, I know you've spoken already a fair bit about schools in your area, like Mariah College and so forth. What are you hearing from your community when it comes to universities and university students and what they're facing, when they go to campus? In particular at Sydney Uni, I think is probably where anti-Semitism is the most prevalent. But what's the feedback been from your community, from university students?
I think there was a concern specifically about the encampments that were allowed to stay week on week for 8 weeks in total, I think it was in the end. The fact that it was very difficult to understand who were legitimate Sydney Uni students and even foreign actors having influence. I know that students certainly in my electorate were very fearful about going into the university. It was very hard to find a pathway where you weren't confronted by anti-Israel certainly, but more concerningly anti-Jewish sentiment. And this wasn't just the Jewish members of our community, it was also many other students who found the whole found it incredibly confronting. I know I've met with Sydney Uni, I've expressed my concerns to Sydney University, and as recently as last week I've sat down with them to look at the actions and how they're following through. And I congratulate them on the review they've done and the steps that they are taking, and feel like there's a lot more they can do. What I was most impressed with is a campus like University of New South Wales, where they started very small, very early, on simple things like allowing outlets for students to express their political views in ways that didn't impact on other students. They increased security, they removed graffiti early, simple things like additional cleaning. It all made such a difference. And that was one of the only, one of the universities that didn't, they took a safe campus approach rather than having a safe room, as we've seen in a couple of the university campuses.
The convoys that came into your electorate probably over a year ago now, I don't think there's been any more recent examples, but what impact did that have on your community? To me, it seems like an outrageous example of anti-Semitism, where people are deliberately coming into an area that has a very high proportion of Jews for the sole purpose of intimidating and threatening them. What impact did that have on your community?
It was incredibly frightening and confronting for the community. When word spread that a convoy was on its way, the WhatsApp groups went into meltdown. People were fearful. You've got to understand the Jewish community keeps to themselves sometimes in the community. They are not known for going out and harassing others. They don't want confrontation. They want peace. I'm speaking broadly. And when this happened and we heard about the motorcycle convoy coming into the community, there was genuine fear. I was able to get information from the police. I remember my initial phone call with the police was to express concern because I'd heard about the motivations of some of the lead motorcyclists. I think there was an unwillingness by the junior person I spoke to believe that. They said it was a charity ride and nothing more than that. But it was so much more than that. Why did that charity ride have to finish in the deepest concentration of Jewish people in the state? Why were flags having to be... and the police, to their credit, prevented, I think, a lot of damage that day.
And are things getting better? I think you said that it might not be as bad now as it was previously, but you worry that it's still potentially there in the background. But are things noticeably better now than they were over the summer, where it seems like there was anti-Semitic incidents almost every day?
It was a terrible summer, a very traumatic summer. And while the nightmare has finished in the short term, everyone's eyes are wide open now. And anti-Semitism is always there. It's been ever present for millennia. And I think we thought in this amazing city of ours that we wouldn't be confronted by the scenes we saw last summer. But I would say the community is still on high alert, and particularly with the conflict in the Middle East, I don't believe the community is resting easily. They're a community that is drawn into themselves. Some have pulled their kids out of regular public schools and into the Jewish schools, so they feel like there's a sense of protection there. I think that's sad, from a community that's always been so outward focused and generous and integrated. So I would say that while there's a period of relative calm at the moment, we should not be complacent. We cannot. We must take this opportunity to embed principles of how we want to live together, invest in social cohesion across all cultures and ethnicities and other different groups and minority groups in our state, because I want our old Sydney back. I want the city that I loved and still love, but I want it to be better because we deserve better, and we are one of the greatest countries in the world, and we need to regain our reputation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for appearing. I had a couple of questions about your recommendations, particularly in the health sector, noting we both have a strong interest in that area. So particularly you're recommending a new hotline for reporting of racism, and so my question is, given organisations like AHPRA and the HCCC are responsible for health practitioner conduct, including misconduct, and racist behaviour would certainly be misconduct. Why do you think an additional system is needed, or what have you seen that has formed your view that HCCC and AHPRA processes haven't been adequate?
A lot of people in the medical profession have said to me that they feel like it's a stretch too far, that sometimes they believe their immediate superiors will, there'll be consequences if they take their complaints to that level. I think sometimes you can nip things in the bud pretty early if you have an outlet, or say this is uncomfortable for me in the workplace. People are concerned about escalating it to AHPRA. I know there was a lot of criticism at the time from certain people that were talking in the media about AHPRA taking their complaints seriously. So you can imagine if there's something that's making you feel uncomfortable in your workplace, if there's an outlet for you to express that, it can sometimes, prevention is better than waiting for it to become a full-blown issue.
So last year, AHPRA had to issue a public statement to provide guidance about, I suppose, what was or wasn't likely to be investigated, and it was in particular because there was a large volume of complaints about health professionals expressing legitimate political opinions being reported to AHPRA en masse, including the doxing of healthcare workers expressing support for Palestine, which was really distressing for those people. With this kind of new body that you're proposing, there's obviously significant nuance and expertise required to unpick these allegations. This is complex and sensitive. Whose responsibility do you think it should then be if you've got this anti-racism hotline on top of HCCC or on top of AHPRA processes? Who in your view is then responsible for unpicking very serious and complex allegations?
Well, if there were serious and complex allegations, they could be escalated to AHPRA. But I would suggest that there are many things that could be handled at a lower level. And just because it's hard, we shouldn't shy away from it, because there are so many people that were reporting, including in surveys to medical groups, and I think I put it in my submission, about how they felt that even in staff rooms they were being isolated. Maybe they didn't know how to identify that as an issue worthy of sending to AHPRA, but if there was a simple HR person on the end of the line that could answer some of these inquiries and direct them to the relevant place, I think that's helpful. I don't know who resources that. I think that's a question for the health department. But I think to go from zero to AHPRA, like surely there's something in between. And prevention in the workplace and policies that work and are scrutinised are a good start as well.
I don't think I've got any more time.
Okay, I don't have any questions.
Oh, I've got one more if that's all right.
Yep.
We've had the Australian Jewish Association here earlier in the hearing. I put to them what seemed to be some pretty concerning Facebook posts that seem to be inciting racial hatred, endorsing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and different quite heinous things. I'm just wondering if you're comfortable with your association with that organisation. I notice online that you've done videos with them and different things.
I did a video before I entered Parliament with them, talking to the Jewish community that watched their social platforms. I haven't seen the posts that you're referring to, so I'm afraid I can't comment about them.
Sure. So if I sent you a copy of different posts, would you be comfortable taking that on notice?
I'm happy to.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Sloan.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Afternoon, Chair.
Afternoon. Could I please, perhaps starting with you, Mr. Dukas, your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Yep. Peter George Dukas, Chair, Ethnic Communities Council of New South Wales, and I'm swearing an oath. Can I have a seat?
Yep.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Moses?
Thank you. Joshua Moses, Board Director of the Ethnic Communities Council of New South Wales, and I'll provide my oath now as well. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Other than what's in our submission, the Ethnic Communities Council of New South Wales is the peak body representing multicultural communities in this state. The Jewish community was one of the foundation members of our organisation, and we welcome this inquiry into anti-Semitism. The broad details of our submission are set out in the written submissions that we have, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. And we start with the opposition now.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for your attendance here today and for the submission of the Ethnic Communities Council as well. We've heard often throughout this inquiry that we shouldn't be making the distinction between anti-Semitism and other forms of racism. I'm interested in your perspective, representing all ethnic communities across New South Wales, whether this is a valid argument or whether there should be a special focus on anti-Semitism, and whether you have observed through the Ethnic Communities Council a rise in anti-Semitism in recent years.
Thank you. We have. There are, in our view, two forms of anti-Semitism that take frame, and hence our position with regard to this inquiry. The old form of sort of fascist-style anti-Semitism that we had 50 or 60 or 70 years ago is known to all of us, and a new version that stemmed from a front about Israel, or questions raised about Israel that comes more from the left. So there's the old right-wing anti-Semitism that we were accustomed to, and also the form of anti-Semitism that we see in more recent years. So yes, and that's what makes it unique. It doesn't mean that there's not other racism or other forms of racism, but the anti-Semitism that we have observed is unique in that it comes in two streams.
And just to that point, in terms of in recent years, have you seen an increase in that in both forms of anti-Semitism?
Not necessarily the first, and certainly not in the scale that the second has been evident since October 7.
Thank you.
In particular at universities?
Yes, but not exclusively.
Yeah.
I think.
You talk in your submission about the erosion of social cohesion caused by anti-Semitism. Could you explain that in a bit more detail, the impacts that has had?
Well, it's not just anti-Semitism. There are other forms that I'm on record have condemning, including Islamophobia, among many other forms of racism. And we saw, and as recently as 2 weeks ago in the eastern suburbs of Sydney, attacks against Asian Australians as well. So anti-Semitism is a symptom of a wider question of social cohesion being placed under threat as a result of racism.
And you're noticing other forms of racism increasing as well. I mean, obviously, racism's always been there for decades now. But are you also noticing an increase in hatred towards other, cultural communities, or is it mainly the sharpest increase is on anti-Semitism?
There's a general trend upwards.
Yeah.
And there are spikes that stem from international events.
And what could we be doing better as a New South Wales government and New South Wales Parliament to address that? We obviously can't assist here in this jurisdiction, a state jurisdiction, when it comes to solving the Middle East crisis, although on a Wednesday we sometimes try in our chamber. But yeah, we all try. We've got very different views of what it looks like. But
maybe I can't be.
But what could we be doing better as a New South Wales government and New South Wales Parliament to try and address some of those issues when it comes to social cohesion, combating racism, combating anti-Semitism? What could we be doing better?
Well, I think the New South Wales Parliament has broadly got it right, that anti-Semitism, amongst Islamophobia and other forms of racism, is an attack on Australians. And the protections that have been put in place by the government in this jurisdiction, and also the Parliament more broadly, and I understand a lot of the stuff has been bipartisan, has been a positive contribution, particularly when you look at the Anglosphere more broadly and Western reactions to it. I think we've done a relatively good job. Our submission, while our submission has, I think, has sort of vied away from our tradition of criticising the government in calling for more work to be done, because anti-Semitism is one form of the bigotry that exists against many cultures in Australia and in New South Wales. It often sits side to side with Islamophobia, and we have we as the only peak body that represents multicultural communities in the state have an ongoing call against all forms of bigotry, and this is just yet one other symptom of what we've been seeing.
How do you navigate as an organisation the, I assume, very different views sometimes, between, say, the Jewish community and the Muslim community? You would probably have very different voices. How do you navigate that with your organisation?
I say very well, and better than everyone else. I'm sitting next to Josh Moses, who's a member of who's a senior board member of us, and is a leader in the Jewish community. Yeah. And we sit with members of the Muslim community, and we haven't missed a board meeting since October 7. And not one of the resolutions that we've taken in our board has been contentious to the extent that there's been a fight about the resolutions that we've taken. Our role is defining what it is to be an Australian in a multicultural society, and I'm on record saying that we're all stuck on this desert island together, and we have to get along. So. As an organisation, I think we do well. I think that there are challenges, and there are, and I would be lying to say that that October 7 did not pose a challenge. But we've done it respectfully. We've had organisational meetings on a Tuesday, and on a Wednesday, members of that same board attended a Palestinian rally and a Jewish rally, and then returned the month afterwards. So I'm very proud about the way that we've approached it. I think that we have expressed a degree of moderation in this, We have certainly not taken a side. I'm criticised by everyone, which is a good thing, and I think we will continue to focus on our primary objective, which is the elimination of racial discrimination in Australia.
And Mr. Moses, what have you experienced in the Jewish community since October 7? What's life been like as a Jewish leader before? What was life like before October 7? What's it been like since that time? And are things starting to get a little bit better now after what was I assume, truly awful summer?
I think prior to October 7th, we saw a side of Australia that was welcoming, inclusive, and we went about, I think the Jewish community largely went about their daily lives with ease, so to speak. I think since October 7th and since what happened, I guess, at the Opera House on October 9, it was a rude awakening, I think, for the Jewish community, and it led us to see a side of Sydney, a side of New South Wales and Australia that we hadn't been accustomed to in recent years. And I think that shocked a lot of the community. I think a lot of the community were distressed for a long period of time. They were, some were fearful. Some were fearful to put a kippah on their head. Some were fearful to put mezuzot on their door frames. Some were fearful to join Jewish community events as well. And then you had the other side of the community as well that still rallied, still sought to unite as a community and show that we won't be I guess, fearful. But yeah, I think in recent times, over the weekend, we saw what happened overseas. I think that's, again, affected the community here as well, and I hope to not see any ramifications in the local community, but there may be a situation where we do. So again, I think members of the community are still fearful, but prior to that, in recent months, I think we have seen the community largely getting back to where we once were.
Thank you.
No? Oh, no, sorry, it's opposition.
Sure.
Beg your pardon.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to you both for coming along. It's much appreciated. Mr. Dukas, firstly for you, you spoke about in your evidence earlier about broadly two types of anti-Semitism, and I think you couched them roughly as right-wing and left-wing anti-Semitism, and you talked about, I guess, a far-right type of anti-Semitism, such as we saw in Europe half a century ago, but of course it still exists. But now a left-wing anti-Semitism that manifests itself through criticism of Israel. My understanding, in a fundamental sense, of anti-Semitism is that it involves a hatred of Jewish people. Now, you weren't suggesting in respect of left-wing anti-Semitism that it's not that, were you?
Well, I think I've set out in our submission that that a hatred of Israel and a criticism of Israel are two very different things.
Indeed.
And to expand on that, a criticism of Israel and a questioning of Israel's legitimacy or right to exist is also very different things.
Yeah.
I have attended many functions in the Jewish community, and no one criticises Israel as well as they do. Whereas the placards that bring into question the right of the country to exist itself is a different conversation. And that has nothing to do with solidarity with Palestinian people. And that's been the point of our submission.
So when you talk about left-wing anti-Semitism, are you talking about hatred of Jewish people that, in a sense, disguises itself through criticism of Israel?
Indeed.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that. Do you think that all racism against Israelis is anti-Semitism?
Well, not all.
And Mr. Moses, you might want to answer that as well.
If I can butt in, not all Israelis are Jewish.
Indeed. Yeah.
So the answer is no. I just think it's convenient. But I think that and again, where we're dealing with international issues while looking at it from a prism of New South Wales. But overall, I think that that form of criticism is a degree of laziness in terms of a policy debate.
Yep.
And that's where it comes from.
Okay. I might focus that question for you, Mr. Moses. Sure. The reason that I ask it is that I spent some time living in the West Bank, and like everywhere, you meet people that are chauvinistic and stereotype people and caricature people. And I certainly met Palestinian people there who didn't like Israel much, and there was obviously a range of circumstances that explained that or might explain that. Is chauvinism or racism on behalf of such people necessarily anti-Semitism if it's aimed at Israelis? Or is there some form of racism that people might have that is short of this ancient anti-Semitism that has just wreaked so much havoc?
I think it's nuanced. I think that the targeting of Jewish Israelis specifically, under the guise of just the targeting of Israelis, is anti-Semitic and it is racist. I think if you look at the targeting of Israelis in comparison to the targeting of any other nationality and the population of a different country, they would be typically on the same level. But where incidents do escalate in the targeting of Jewish Israelis, you can clearly identify a direct link to racism and anti-Semitism.
Yeah, so you do accept that there could be a distinction there?
I haven't noticed a situation where the targeting of Israelis, specifically Jewish Israelis, was not broader racism and was not linked to anti-Semitism.
Was not linked to anti-Semitism.
Yeah. So I haven't identified an example or a situation where that has occurred. So I can't make a conclusion to that.
One of the issues that is confronting us is trying to understand the extent of anti-Semitism in the community. And we've got the police coming along for an extended period. I think on the 4th of July, we'll be asking questions of them. And some other witnesses have spoken about databases that they keep of incidences. And we're obviously well aware of the serious criminal acts that occurred, particularly over the summer. But does your organisation keep any sort of a database of complaints or allegations of anti-Semitism?
No, we've, from an Ethnic Communities Council purpose, we take our lead from the communities that we represent. So the Islamophobia Register, we were a founding member of that a couple of years ago. And unless the Jewish community specifically asks us to do that, it's data that sometimes is best in the hands of authorities in some instances. I can speak anecdotally about the way that those instances have affected the interaction of the Jewish community with our other members, it has radically changed since October 7th, and particularly since the summer. But it's and it also affects the way that the Jewish community does its inter-community work. That's often sanctioned by the Ethnic Communities Council, and so that's often been the impetus for us to get involved. But in terms of keeping raw data and maintaining raw data, unless and until a particular community asks us to get involved, we don't.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, would you like to go?
Thank you. Thanks so much for the time you've put into the written submission and for appearing today. I had a question about the definition that you've adopted for anti-Semitism. It's something the committee spent significant time on because it's very important for us to get right. And noting that your submission has adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, we've had a number of witnesses strongly recommend that to us, and we've had a number of witnesses strongly recommend against that, and arguing that that's a harmful approach to take. In adopting that definition, who did you consult with, or how did you ensure that a diversity of views across Jewish and other multicultural communities were represented in making that decision?
We consulted our community and our board, our Jewish community and our board. of course. So our board is as diverse as it can be, and our Jewish community members. So we settled on the definition because it was the submission made to us by our Jewish community members, and because it affects them the most. The question of self-identification of what they see as important to them is the same approach that we took during the debates around the Islamophobia register, the same approach that we're taking now, and I'm taking advice now from our Asian Australian communities about recent spates of racism. It is a complex and difficult question for an organisation like us that is a peak body representing all communities. So we take the overwhelming lead by the community most affected, which in this case is the Australian Jewish community. I accept that this committee has a far more difficult job than what we have in settling on the definition. That's how we've come to it, and that was what informed our submission.
And just to clarify, I try to elucidate this further. You talked about going to the board, and I appreciate, Mr. Moses, you're providing a valuable perspective, and you're also a director at the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, who we've also heard of. They provide an important perspective. But in recommending the IRA definition to Ethnic Communities Council, did you undertake any additional work, or were diverse views sought from the Jewish community in New South Wales?
I would first clarify that I'm not a director of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies. I'm a board director of the Ethnic Communities Council of New South Wales, but I am involved with the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies.
Apologies if I've got that wrong. I was just quoting off the website, so there must be an inaccuracy on your website.
No, I just wanted to clarify. That's okay. So I just echo Peter's comment before that we did work with through our board, and we engage with the members of our organisation, the constituent members of our organisation that are Jewish organisations, and there are a number of them. And through those communications, we did identify the IRA definition as being the most suitable definition to utilise as our organisation, given that it is more widely internationally accepted and what we consider to be best practice. Again, we note that there are other definitions of anti-Semitism that organisations do use. I will note in that respect, though, that I think that if other organisations are going to utilise definitions of anti-Semitism, that it must be done with great consultation across the Jewish community, and that is done with an understanding that it must be used to assess policy and procedures of that organisation.
No worries. And you just mentioned the Jewish community organisations that are your members. You're going to have, on notice, just because I'm about to be out of time, could you provide us with a list of which organisations those are?
We can take that on notice. Sure.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Dukas, we got some evidence this morning from various student representative councils, in particular perhaps the SRC at Sydney Uni, that said they didn't believe that there was a general rise in the level of anti-Semitism, certainly in New South Wales and perhaps in particular in their institutions. And I noticed in your submissions you say the opposite. What's your argument?
Well, I think the media sets it out. I think the data...
Can you perhaps talk a bit more?
Sorry. Well, we can only go on the evidence that we're given from our communities. We can only go on the increase in attacks on Jewish students on campuses since October 7, and we go off the anecdotal evidence that's given to us. It was not happening as much, to be frank, it was not happening as much before October 7, and it is afterwards. So it is. It's just the information that we've been given, the submissions that the approaches that have been made by the community. I understand, though I'm not by far not an expert in this space, that the raw data backs up what we've said, and I understand that the universities themselves, as institutions, have confirmed this.
Well, in fact, the evidence from the universities themselves is quite the opposite to what the SRC's is. That to an institution, I won't say to a man or a woman, they were all saying that they believed there'd been a general rise in anti-Semitism. Have you had any discussions, any disclosures with students from those institutions that have expressed a feeling of being unsafe or unwelcome?
Not formally.
It can be informal. Maybe you, Mr. Moses?
Again, not formally through the Ethnic Communities Council of New South Wales, informally through my relationships that I have with those Jewish students at universities. Offhand, they have told me certain situations. I'm not probably best to report on those given the offhanded nature that they were provided to me, but I have heard of those.
Mr. Dukas?
I would say the same. I've interacted with people who've come to me either off the record or informally and told me of experiences of direct racism that they'd never experienced in their life. So in ways that have never, so with the reports that I've received of people having been spat at or screamed at universities, and they didn't want to provide any other details than that. And it's not a formal request for my role.
I gather that from your evidence. Have you had the same feedback in relation to Islamophobia?
We have, but not on campuses though. Not within the context of institutions. It's often on either public transport or in public somewhere else. Not within universities.
Mm. Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
I've got a few more if there's time.
Yeah, fine.
In terms of this rise of anti-Semitism and what you've just said about not a corresponding rise in Islamophobia reports at universities, does that perhaps suggest that much of what has been complained about at the universities, in fact, is criticism of Israel that has intensified since the events of October 7?
Well, I can't attribute one to the other. We get, again, we are not. I again reiterate that we are not a repository of complaints about anti-Semitism in universities. So the anecdotal reports that we've received are particularly since October 7. In terms of their links to, in terms of where they're linked to, I can't comment. All we can see is increased examples of it on campus, increased examples of anti-Semitic behaviour towards individuals on campus that we did not, and the kind of reports that we did not receive in the past.
And in terms of those reports, are you generally in a position as an organisation to investigate and interrogate them to understand whether they are in fact true allegations of anti-Semitism as opposed to some other thing, including perhaps really complaints of people being exposed to criticism of Israel, even if that criticism makes them feel deeply uncomfortable?
Well, it depends if that criticism results in fear for personal safety.
Sure, but has your organisation been in a position to interrogate and investigate those complaints to actually work out whether they involve that or not?
We are in a position to do so, but we don't do it out of deference to the Jewish organisations that take it on themselves, that have that mandate.
I can understand now.
So we have the capacity to conduct those investigations. If we're asked to do that by one of our members, we would, but I would not be committing our resources into those forms of investigation without the permission, A, of the Jewish organisations, and B, of the institutions that these allegations are happening on.
Sure. In terms
if
of
I can just ask one question
Sure.
really quickly. Just, Mr. Dukas, you outlined before, I think just in passing, saying things like spitting on students at university campuses, correct? That spitting on somebody cannot possibly be a fair criticism of the State of Israel, can it?
It can't be anything. It can't be any form of fair criticism. But yes, agreed.
And I take it with these students who are making complaints like that, it's because they're identifiably Jewish, potentially.
Yes.
Thank you.
In terms of the IRA definition, one particularly controversial part of that, as I understand it, is that it suggests that calls for the elimination of Israel are capable or are anti-Semitism. That, I suppose, gives rise to an issue about what it means to call for the elimination of Israel. Does your organisation have a position, for example, on whether a call for a one-state solution in which everyone lives in a secular state that doesn't accord supremacy to any group over another, whether such a call is to call for the elimination of Israel and is therefore capable of being construed as anti-Semitism?
Well, the controversy around a one-state solution is a much deeper question. We haven't gone into a deep definition of it. We're on record calling for a two-state solution. We're on record calling for the solution to be sovereignty and legitimacy for Palestinians in their own land.
Sure, but if you're adopting a definition of anti-Semitism that might mean that calling for a one-state solution, one secular state, is anti-Semitism, isn't it really incumbent upon you to address that ambiguity either way and spell out what that actually means?
Not for the purposes of this inquiry, but probably we could. I concede your point, but for the purposes of anti-Semitism in New South Wales, I don't accept that it's necessary. At least for the way that the Ethnic Communities Council approached its submission to this inquiry. From a broader philosophical level, I agree, but that's a far deeper conversation than the questions of anti-Semitism in New South Wales.
Yes, except that it seems to be necessary for the purpose of the inquiry to identify what is not anti-Semitism in order to understand what is anti-Semitism. Now, you've got a definition that arguably would render calls for a one-state solution anti-Semitic.
Yes.
So is it necessary, do you think, for your organisation, and indeed for anyone who wants to properly classify this behaviour, to really address that question?
Well,
it's a long-standing criticism of the IRA definition, and I've made the same criticism, I should say, at the University of Sydney, who put it in their documents without explanation.
Yeah. The difficulty with the one-state solution argument is that the Jewish community itself is broadly not in favour, as far as at least my anecdotal evidence gathering has and the submissions that have been made to me.
I think you might find broadly the Palestinian community is in favour.
I accept what you're saying, and that's and hence the debate. But our position has been, and as encompassed in my personal view and also the view of the organisation, is this principle of a two-state solution. Though it does, I accept that there are many difficulties with that, and as we are seeing. We also have to look at it in the context of the imagery that we've seen in New South Wales, particularly this notion of from the river to the sea that has been
Palestine will be free.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, there's many things that happen. There's many words that are used after that, but
the common one is from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. With the last part generally left off.
The last part is up to
which is a shorthand, obviously.
Right. It is an issue, and that's what has brought, and it's those notions that have brought this particular part of our submission, this IRA definition. Again, we have our submission is based on collaboration with the Jewish community and our Jewish community members, because it affects them.
Except you must have other members that are also affected.
Of course.
Yeah, so what do they say about it?
Well,
Has there been an internal process
of
deciding this?
Absolutely.
And is that a majority vote that you have? Yeah.
Yes. I mean, the question of anti-Semitism in New South Wales and the question of the two-state solution, at least for the purposes of our review, the purposes of racism and our consideration of racism against our Jewish community members and the broader Australian community that is Jewish, is what birthed this submission.
Yeah.
That's what informs us that's what informs our answers now.
Yeah, sure. Except it just seems that a large bulk of what is said to be anti-Semitism, and you've described it in part as left-wing anti-Semitism, a large bulk of it does revolve, whether legitimately or otherwise, around criticism of Israel. So I'm struggling to understand how you can proffer such an ambiguous definition in the position that you're in.
But But there is a difference between criticism and extinction. There's a difference between criticism and denying legitimacy.
And there's a difference between elimination by way of ethnic cleansing or genocide and elimination of a state structure where it's replaced by a secular one-state solution.
Absolutely.
That seems to be the ambiguity posed by the definition that your organisation perhaps hasn't addressed. I see Mr. Moses wanted to say something.
Just to the question of a one-state solution, when you say that when you differentiate it between a one-state solution where it eventuates with ethnic cleansing and genocide in comparison to a secular state, what I think we have seen a lot of the time is, and when I say we, I mean the broader public, when we do see calls for a one-state solution, typically that comment is made with the understanding that the one-state solution is for the Palestine state to take over that territory. and that in itself is typically associated with ethnic cleansing and genocide. When you say that one-state solution can be interpreted as a secular state, typically that's not what we see when we hear the shorthand of from the river to the sea, and typically not what we see when it's associated with other libels and slurs associated with that. So you may have made the distinction, but typically when a call for a one-state solution does take place, it typically is associated with the rejection of self-determination for the Jewish people, the delegitimization and demonizing of the State of Israel, and the erasing of Jewish history in that region. So that I think is where the distinction needs to be made, and what often has been seen in New South Wales recently.
Yeah, I think that might be an example of people interpreting precisely the same statement in different ways, which seems to bedevil this issue, if I might say so.
When you say example, I would rebut that by saying it seems to be the majority.
Yeah. So when you talk about the self-determination of the Jewish people, does that mean to you within the context of a Jewish state?
Are you asking my personal opinion?
Or just the question, I mean, whether you speak personally on behalf of the organisation's a matter for you, but I'm just curious why you counterpose this idea of the one-state solution with the idea of Jewish self-determination. What do you mean by that?
Again, I'll reiterate that typically when the one-state solution comment is made during protest and during discourse, it typically means the elimination of the Jewish population within that territory.
Really?
And that is the larger example.
I must say, I've been a fairly close observer of these matters, and I haven't seen that as a predominant view. It seems to me to be very rare to see anyone publicly advocate the extermination or expulsion of Jewish people from that place. I much more commonly see calls for one secular state, which all people can live in. Now, you might have different views about how feasible that is, but to impute ethnic cleansing and genocide to the majority of the Palestine movement, if I can call it that way, I just don't see that, I must say.
We might bring questioning to an end.
Sure.
We've gone past time. Thank you very much for coming today. I think you took one question on notice.
Yes.
Secretariat will be in contact with you in relation to responding. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
We might
I solemnly, sincerely, and
excuse
truly...
me.
Yes.
Oh, no, you will do that in a second.
Sorry, hello.
Could you please give us your full name
Of course.
and job description, please?
Of course. Anthony Lowenstein, independent journalist, author and filmmaker.
Okay. Would you like to swear an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to speak to the committee today. I would like to begin by acknowledging the Gadigal of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of this land, and pay my respects to their elders, both past and present. My name is Anthony Lowenstein. I'm an independent journalist, filmmaker, and author of many investigative books, including recently the global bestseller, The Palestine Laboratory, How Israel Exports the Technology of Occupation Around the World. I regularly appear on local and global media outlets such as CNN, ABC Australia, and Al Jazeera English. I've been writing about the Middle East for over 20 years and spent years working and living in Israel and Palestine. I'm Jewish, Australian, and German, and a proud member of the Advisory Committee of the Jewish Council of Australia, an organisation that exists to represent the growing number of Jews who don't blindly support Israel's actions and want to fight real anti-Semitism. We're living in a moment when Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, engaged in ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, occupying parts of Syria and southern Lebanon, and bombing Yemen and Iran. None of this is making Jews around the world safer. In fact, it's making all of us more vulnerable to attack. We need to separate Judaism from Zionism. It is not the same thing. A growing number of Jews, according to polling in the US, UK, Europe, and here in Australia, fundamentally reject the government and concept of Israel itself and want to deepen a relationship to Judaism that isn't tied to the Israeli albatross around our necks. Understanding anti-Semitism and its root causes is for sure a vital task, but we need to be clear-eyed about what anti-Semitism means and not be swayed by political and media operatives who want to use this tense time here to censor or curtail legitimate speech. A visceral hatred of Jews is anti-Semitism. Attacking synagogues and Jewish individuals because they are Jews or Jewish spaces is almost certainly anti-Semitism. Making Jews physically unsafe because they're Jewish is completely unacceptable. However, chanting something like Free Palestine or From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free is not anti-Semitism, despite the fact that it may make many Jews uncomfortable. Discomfort is an unavoidable part of living in a democracy. There will be people who say things that you don't like. You might find them hurtful or offensive. But as a Jewish Australian, I reject the pressure imposed by the Murdoch media, the pro-Israel lobby, and some conservative politicians who claim that any legitimate criticism of Israel and its most rabid supporters is anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a virus that's existed for millennia, but to tackle it today requires us to recognise that Israel and its actions represent one of the greatest drivers of this ancient hatred. It's never acceptable to target Jews for being Jews, but it's my responsibility as a Jew to honestly explain what I know to be true. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Who would like to start?
Thanks. Sure, I can start. Thanks, Chair Mr. Lowenstein, for your evidence.
Thank you.
And for the body of work that you've produced. I wondered if I could firstly ask you this. There was a witness earlier who attended this morning and talked about how some of the criticisms of Israel come from a Marxist or anti-imperialist perspective. Mm. He was saying that in a disparaging way of those critiques. But it seems to me to be true, and it seems to me that that could be maybe one explanation for why some criticisms of Israel seem to resonate with anti-Semitic tropes, because most people that are of an anti-imperialist mindset will be talking about some form of empire that seeks to control the world and seeks to regulate world affairs in its own interest, and those criticisms are commonly made of the United States, for example, and they could resonate in some way with anti-Semitic tropes. I'm just wondering if you think that that's an explanation for criticisms of Israel that is sometimes lost on some people and maybe lost on some people of the right, who then see some of those critiques very much through a lens of anti-Semitism.
The way I'd answer that is this, that if one looks at the studies about what anti-Semitism is, who's causing most anti-Semitism, US, Europe, Australia, the vast bulk is coming from the far right, not from the left. Now, that's not to suggest that people on the so-called left are never anti-Semitic. It happens, it's real, I'm not denying that. The question, though, is whether some on the left see it through an anti-imperialist framework, Marxist framework. Let's not forget the reality. For a lot of people who are, and this is based on polling in the US, UK, and here, there was a Pew poll that came out literally a few weeks ago which found that a majority of Australians polled were against what Israel was doing in Palestine. It's not my opinion, it's what the polling said. And that was reflected in many places around the world. Now, to suggest, I'm not saying you are, but to suggest that somehow that's coming from a position of animus towards Jews, let's not ignore the fact that for a lot of people, particularly young people who spend their lives on their phones, for better or worse, what we are seeing, and I'll call myself young for the benefit of this comment, what we are seeing day in, day out, and I've spent time reporting from Gaza, not since October 7, but from Gaza in the last 20 years, the West Bank, Israel, the Middle East, we are seeing, the images are not lying, what we are seeing. It is mass slaughter. Now, none of that is to say that Hamas is never at fault, that October 7 was okay. October 7 was an abomination, in my view, and I've said that publicly from October 7. But the idea, ultimately, that what Israel is doing in Gaza is somehow to fight Hamas or is to eliminate terrorism is absurd. Hamas is growing. Hamas, that's based on Israeli estimates. So whatever people's reasoning for being against what Israel is doing, those who are not anti-Semitic, anti-imperialist, Marxist, anti-empire, anti-US, whatever it may be, I would argue for many people that I speak to over the years as a journalist or others, they simply know what's going on the ground. Whether it comes from a deep political understanding or it's simply the fact that if you spend any time in the West Bank or Gaza, there is deep injustice there. It's just a statement of fact. So putting aside, I would say, the small minority of those on the left who may be anti-Semitic, legitimately, when I say legitimately, as in they are anti-Semitic as opposed to anti-Israel, I see that as a distraction. I'm not saying we should ignore people like that. We have to fight that. And I've said that for years. But if one looks at the figures, the statistics that we have, not particularly from a pro-Israel lobby, from official figures in government here and overseas, the vast bulk of hatred, both verbally and physically, is coming from the far right. And that's growing. Because of October 7 or not. That was growing before October 7.
When you've moved amongst the Arab community in Australia, the Palestinian community, when you've lived in the West Bank, spent time in Gaza and the West Bank and other places, have you felt as a Jewish person that you are in an anti-Semitic environment?
I have not. Look, I don't walk around with the signs saying I'm a Jew. I mean, you could argue my name is pretty self-evident who I am. I mean, I've written publicly about this for 20 years. I've spent time in Gaza and often interviewed, this is again before October 7, people in Hamas. I mean, Hamas in Gaza is moderate compared to some groups there. This is talking about there's a far more extreme militancy there. Hamas are not the extremists in Gaza. I hate people to maybe don't realise that in Australia, but they're not. It's not to excuse Hamas by any means. I think they've been largely very destructive for the Palestinian cause. That's a personal opinion. But I have not felt anti-Semitism. I'm not suggesting there are no Arabs or Palestinians or Muslims who don't like Jews. Of course there are. But I've not felt that. I lived in East Jerusalem with my partner for 4 years, between 2016 and 2020. And if there was any fear, it was coming from brutish Israeli soldiers who we saw every day, literally outside our house, beating up Palestinians for no reason. No reason. Under the guise of security or whatever they tell themselves. When you've got 16, 17, 18-year-old kids with guns, particularly in Israel, Palestine, but arguably anywhere, it goes to their heads. So I did not feel anti-Semitism. I didn't feel threatened. I've travelled across the Arab-Muslim world. I've been to Afghanistan for work and various other places. Again, I'm not walking around with a kippah in Kabul, no, or Gaza for that matter. I mean, I'm a secular Jew, so I'm not religious. I might call myself an atheist Jew, but I'm proud of the Jewish tradition of dissent that exists. So the short answer is no.
So what do you think explains armed resistance against the state of Israel and antipathy towards Israel in the West Bank and in Gaza? Is it long-running ancient anti-Semitism, or is it something more contemporary that we need to understand?
Yeah.
And I say we need to understand because it relates to a state of affairs to some degree that exists here in our community as well, among different communities.
When you say resistance, do you mean violent resistance, or just people who might go to a protest in
I mean the
Ramallah?
full spectrum of resistance that might come under the rubric of this apparently controversial term intifada, which obviously might be peaceful protest, and it might be extreme armed resistance. Are these things that are manifestations of anti-Semitism, as some would have us believe, or are they some other thing driven by some more contemporary events?
In my experience and reporting, the vast bulk of it has nothing to do with animus towards Jews per se. There is deep criticism, frustration, anger towards Israelis, yes, who are Israeli Jews, to be sure, but if you live in Gaza or the West Bank, or frankly even in Israel, as a non-Jew, you are not treated as an equal citizen. It is wholly legitimate. It's like saying to someone in South Africa in 1985, do you hate white people? I'd say a lot of blacks in South Africa would say, yeah, I do hate the white government. They're horrible. If you ask a lot of people in Ukraine today, how do they feel about Russia? Do they hate all Russians? Some would, many would, and you can understand why they would. Now, that's not based on religion, I understand that, but this idea somehow that it is wholly impossible to understand why a Palestinian, or for that matter, an Israeli Jew, is opposed to what the state of Israel is doing. You have every major human rights organisation in the world, every leading Israeli Jewish human rights organisation, every Palestinian, all saying in the last 5-10 years basically the same thing, that we have a system of Jewish supremacy here, it's unequal and it's apartheid. Now people might not want to hear those words, but that is what is happening. So I have seen over the 20 years plus of reporting on this that the vast, vast bulk of people who are opposed to that system are not anti-Semitic. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm not saying those people aren't a problem. They exist. But it's a tiny minority of people. And I think it's easy in the West, and certainly in more so-called establishment circles, to say that any animus towards Israel is because, well, they've always hated Jews. And yes, there are some people historically, I mean, I'm Jewish and my family were killed in the Holocaust. I'm very well aware what anti-Semitism can lead. But the vast, vast bulk of criticism and opposition and resistance to Israel, both in the Middle East or beyond, in my experience and view, is not about a hatred of Jews.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for appearing for your evidence so far. Do you accept that Sydney has been dealing with terrible forms of anti-Semitism since October 7?
I certainly accept that there has been an apparent rise in certain circles of fear amongst elements of the Jewish community. I think there is certain evidence that whether it's physical attacks against Jews who have obvious sort of so-called Jewish garb, attacks against synagogues, is real and utterly unacceptable. But the however is important here. If one sees on the streets of Sydney F Israel daubed on the side of a house, a police car, is it anti-Semitism? I would question whether that is. Does that make Jews uncomfortable? Yes, some Jews. Is that anti-Semitism?
What if it was F the Jews?
Not something I would ever do or support or like. I think that, I guess the confusing part about this question is, as we all know, that a lot of these so-called attacks were done, from what we understand, not by anti-Semites. They were done by criminal gangs for perceived hopeful benefit with the police. None of that's to excuse firebombing a synagogue, which I know happened in Melbourne. None of it is acceptable. And I understand, as someone Jewish, and just as a Sydney-sider, that sort of behaviour is completely unacceptable, regardless of the reason. But I think it is a mistake to operate under the presumption that Jewish Australians, roughly 110,000 of us, give or take, are living under a situation here which is akin, as often so-called Jewish leaders say, to 1933 Berlin. That language is used regularly. We are living in, so we're told, unprecedented times of anti-Semitism. I do not accept that. I accept it's rising. I accept that there are problems with certain animus towards Jews, but I think Israel is a key factor here. We cannot simply argue, and I say we, the wider community somehow, that Israeli actions have no impact on people's animus towards Jews. None of that makes it acceptable to have a hatred of Jews when the Jewish establishment says there is no difference between Israel and Judaism. It's the same thing, so we're told. Can we be surprised that people in the wider community, majority of whom are non-Jews, see no distinction? Why would there be a distinction? They've just been told by the Jewish establishment there's no difference.
But I think the context is important, and we agree on that. But I think there is a big difference between a flag or a banner out the front of the Israeli embassy or consulate that said F Israel versus graffiti maybe on the side of a synagogue that said F Israel. Because I think that
and I suppose to ask the question, do you accept they're two very different examples where in the case of the graffiti with the synagogue is that it is more intentional, more deliberate, more targeted to the Jewish community than simply a banner in a protest out the front of, say, the Israeli embassy?
Yeah. I think daubing the side of a synagogue with something like that is supposed to make Jews uncomfortable. I think there's no question about that, and I completely oppose that. I've said it publicly for long before October 7. That kind of, what do you want to call it, anti-Semitism, intimidation is not okay. Totally unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. But just to be clear, if one looks at the statistics of many of the pro-Israel groups since October 7, they, as the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League in the US, put down things like person X waving a Free Palestine flag as anti-Semitism. This is where the danger is. So if you look at those statistics, many, not all, but many of those so-called incidents are Jewish student X at Sydney Uni didn't feel comfortable with seeing the Palestinian flag. Someone wearing a keffiyeh, the Palestinian headscarf.
But again, the context, if it's at a rally
yes,
and they've got a Free Palestine flag versus if they were protesting out the front of a synagogue with a Free Palestine flag is a different context. So
it
these
is different
things
context.
need to be taken into consideration.
It's a different
as
context.
well.
But there's a difference between, and this I think is the danger that we have, is that the Jewish community leadership is telling Jews that we are at a massive code red moment. That we are essentially, and if you read the Jewish press, as I do, the arguments regularly made, Jews have to really look for whether they need to leave Australia. It's that serious. And I think that is utterly irresponsible. I'm not denying that anti-Semitism exists. I'm not saying that. But there's a difference between acknowledging it and fighting it and saying, look for a plane ride out. That sentiment is reflected in the Jewish press constantly. And it's deeply dangerous and irresponsible and simply not true. There are 110,000 Jews, roughly. The idea that somehow that the vast majority of us are looking over our shoulder every day is absurd. It's absurd. I don't accept that at all.
What if it was a comment like that the Zionists need to be executed? Is that anti-Semitic?
Well, it's not a comment
because
I would
it's
make.
not saying the Jews need to be executed. It's saying the Zionists need to be executed. Is that a form of anti-Semitism, in your opinion? Or is that legitimate anti-Israel speech?
Look, I'll preface my answer. It's not a comment I have ever made, would ever make, don't make. I don't use that kind of language. I think it's ill-advised, to put it mildly. Is it anti-Semitism? Depending on the context, it could be, but it also might not be. It's honestly hard to say, but it's something that I think is unnecessary, and I encourage people not to use that language. I don't use that language. I think that language is unnecessary completely. Whether it's by definition anti-Semitic, I guess the potential threat of violence, if that's there, the way it's said or expressed, and that's a problem, yes.
And do you support the elimination of the State of Israel?
I support the concept of a secular democratic state. I've written books about this and talked about this for years. I think Jews have the right to live in safety anywhere they want.
But you don't support the right of Israel to exist?
Well, just to be clear, when one, I'm not saying you particularly, but when one asks that question, no state has the right to exist. This doesn't exist as a legal concept. Australia doesn't have the right to exist. Israel exists.
We have state sovereignty.
You have sovereignty, but there's no concept in international law that says Australia has a right to exist. The idea that Israel is allowed to continue a policy which has been going on for decades, which prioritises Jews over anybody else. It seems to me anyone who's in a Western state that believes in a secular democracy, as I hope most people on this committee would have a fundamental problem with that. I'm not saying you. People who support the idea of a Jewish state means that by definition, and by the way, when I say this, and I've written about this for years, I'm equally opposed to a Hindu fundamentalist state in India, which is what Modi is doing, or a Christian fundamentalist state, or a Muslim fundamentalist state. The issue is not because it's Jewish. That's not the issue. The issue is it's discriminating against those who are not Jewish, or are not Muslim, or are not Hindu in India. That's the issue. And this idea somehow that Israel as a Jewish state is a necessary safe haven and homeland. Let me finish my answer like this. In my view, as a Jew, it is more unsafe to be a Jew in Israel than any other country in the world, and Israel's behaviour is making all of us as Jews and everyone else more unsafe. So, in theory, we can talk about the concept of a secure Jewish state, but at what cost and to whom? To whom is my response to that.
Can I ask a question, Chair?
You've got a couple of questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to follow up. I mean, there's been an extensive discussion about what is and isn't labelled anti-Semitism, but I suppose just trying to take a step back from that, I'm interested in your view on what the impact is of getting this wrong. So if legitimate political opinion is labelled anti-Semitism,
Yes.
what does that actually mean for the Jewish community here in Australia or anywhere?
When one talks about the Jewish community, like the Muslim community, any community, the danger we often have is that the loudest voices, mostly from a very hardline pro-Israel view, speak for all Jews. This is what, I'm not saying you're saying that, but that's what we regularly hear. So if one listens to some of the, in my view, very extreme pro-Israel organisations here, they put out, the Executive Council of Australian Jewry before the last election put out I think it was a 15-point plan, maybe it was 11-point plan. It was a plan how to deal with anti-Semitism, and it was a deeply, deeply anti-democratic statement. There should be a monitoring of how funding goes to organisations, arts organisations that are deemed anti-Semitic. Well, who makes that decision? For these organisations, any serious criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. So the danger is that we move towards a situation like the US is going down under Trump, where you have legitimate political protest by Jewish, Palestinian, other protesters at Colombia and elsewhere, those who are not citizens who are imprisoned, who are threatened with deportation. They have not committed a crime. They haven't been accused of being violent. They've written an article calling for, let's say, boycotts against Israel. They're calling for the end of the war in Gaza, whatever it may be. The danger is that we go down a path, as Australians, as people in New South Wales, that essentially says that almost Israel is beyond criticism. A state that somehow is so fragile that it can't handle criticism. Why is that? Are we saying that about Turkey? Are we saying that about Fiji? Are we saying that about really anywhere else? That Israel is a nuclear armed power in the Middle East that somehow, if we don't allow certain criticism of that state will wilter. That the Jewish community here will just not handle it. Really? I'm not saying you're saying that, but that's the argument. And I do worry that there is a serious push by some politicians, many in the Murdoch press, and frankly, too many in the mainstream Jewish community, for an environment where Israel is a protected species. That the acceptable so-called speech is determined by who? Them? And what's that acceptable speech? That Israel's a thriving democracy and is looking for peace with its neighbours, when the evidence is obviously the opposite of that. That's what worries me. And there are too many forces, as I said, particularly in the Murdoch press, politicians and elements in the mainstream, so-called mainstream Jewish community who are pushing for that outcome. And that worries me. And I think there are groups like the Jewish Council, of which I'm involved, and others. We're also Jewish. A growing constituency fundamentally oppose that perspective. And I think that view needs to be heard far more.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much for coming.
Very good.
I think that's it.
Thank you.
That's a wrap.
Thank you so much.